Halfway, an important word that often means a lot for different reasons, for different teams, for different drivers. Halfway for some can be a relieving word. If it's not been a great championship, oh, we're only halfway, we've now got only the second half to go. Halfway can mean perfect. We've done a brilliant job through the first half. Now we just got to do the same again for the second half of the season. A place of halfway is not often what we get to say with the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, but it is one of the great all-around circuits that we get to go and deal with here in the SIMGEAR Endurance Series. I can't think of a better 120 that will be coming up along than a place like this one. My name's Jake Sperry. John Harris is alongside with me for today's action. And John, as far as today will look, today is about taking responsibility for your championship. If you haven't had the best start to this season, you now know you don't have long left to go and gather it back. So you must be on your best behavior around a circuit that requires you to be at your best behavior.
For sure, great to be here once again. And you must say, talking about halfway, there are no half measures around this track. One of the circuits that demands high respect of the track. There's a lot of gravel traps, as you can see, and indeed you have to be high commitment through the corner. So they've been racing here since the 1920s. Can you believe that? And apart from a few world wars in the way, they have always been coming back to this track because it's one of the most exhilarating, one of the fastest, and one of the most demanding for both car and indeed driver. And I think for sure there's a chance to press the reset button right here. And I think a lot of drivers and teams will be doing that. I've seen the practice times. It's oh so close out there.
And we are immediately going to run over to your starting grid then today for racing action as they will line themselves up for a maximum of 6 hours of racing. I doubt we're going to hit that, but a full 120 laps. It is the number 11 team that have the control with Dylan Bittman. That is Mono Competition, the TSSimshop.de, with the number 2 Mono Competition Pro-Am team alongside for company. Absolute Motorsport Acelith will be going on from 3rd with Sorrento Motorsport Elite GT Pro GTP 4th and Sorrento Motorsports GTP then in 5th. The one that didn't take the start was Mono Competition TSSimshop.com. They're going to be right down at the very back. In LMP2, Project 91 Academy, lead Parabit Sim Racing, Team Endurotech, and Gassed Up Motorsports Proto. In your GT3 Pro, Manatee Racing Black have the pole ahead of Team Racing Point and Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Negative Delta by Madness are 3rd with Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3 in 4th. It's then Sorrento's other effort, the GT3 team, in 5th with Enosis Esports Simdeck.app in 5th place. Ariti Esports are down in 6th with Negative Delta by SimGear.it. Intercomp VMD SimSport then follow with Dean Vella behind the wheel. Ivan Bodomechkov then for Negative Delta SRT running the 383, which means they are the leaders in the GT3 AM category with the 2 off-track racing cars. The KPS team ahead of the MDM team with R&R Motorsports behind that. Andromeda by 0 to 1 Raceware is then behind them in 24th with Vertical Grip, Ace Racing and Gassed Up Motorsport GT3. That makes up the 28 car field that we have today, split across 4 categories worth of action. John, 2 things to note, though, before we get to racing and starting, and that is that there are 2 drive-through penalties that will need to be served. One is for the Gassed Up Motorsports Academy car, which has picked the wrong number in server, and as such, are going to have to take a drive-through penalty. The other one is for the title challenging in GT3 Pro 2-40 Mariti Esports for breaking the no escape rule in qualifying. They'll have a drive-through penalty at the start.
Oi, oi, oi. Not the greatest start then for those teams starting on the back foot around here. One of the tracks where you can overtake at, but you also need that slipstream sometimes to save fuel. So they're going to be really pushing it around here, I'm sure. And it kind of sets you in a bad move, a move for the second half of the season, doesn't it?
It does. It means that as you go, you're going to be eyeing up here a chance to say, I want this race to be strong. I want this to be aggressive. But if I'm going to have to do so with a drive-through penalty, I'm going to be reliant on maybe a safety car to pull me back into line. At the moment, only 4 out there at this stage, as it'll be a pit lane start for Tyler Watson and the number 33 Sorrento Motorsports GTP, and Mono Competition TSSimshop.com are also going to be down starting then from the pit. So green flag will drop and we will get ourselves underway then, and it will be a nice clean start of just 4 out there at the front to try and navigate through. The last source hairpin starts 3 wide, bit of contact then in the middle as Iliano and Griffiths go together, and now they will attack down the hill and up to Eau Rouge and Radion, looking for the side-by-side that they need. LMP2 about to go as Iliano falls behind Pashko and into line. And so Cameron Dick, who is in charge of the Project 91 Academy car, goes with Lucas Sturck, Andre Matejek, and also Archie Bennett for Gassed Up Motorsport Proto. They get their launches as they need, and so too will the likes of Ryan von der Grijp, who is in control of the GT3 field, as they are about to set themselves up and go with Giame Qualbu, who is there for Team Racing Point. Andre Dalla Valle is there in that 4th position as Velin Vitanov gets a nice start. The lunges go into the last source hairpin.
Yeah, I think that's RT Esports on the inside, just trying to get the nose in. And it's always chaos in the GT3 field, but it looks like everyone's got through turn 1 cleanly. You'll be jostling for a position into last source and possibly through Radion, although it looks like every driver deciding that the battle is not won on the first lap this time. But as you can see in qualifying, oh, car into the wall there all the way round. Is that Manatee? No, it's not. It's an Aston. I'm not exactly sure who that was, but that was a huge incident.
It's a massive hit, and it is Sorrento Motorsports GT3. João Pedro Teixeira is the one who ends up in the wall, drives away from it. There was also contact up at Malmedy Corner between Sorrento Motorsports and also Mono Competition Pro-Am, so that's dropped them down to 4th position. It looks like the TSSimshop.com number 67 and Marcel Ropak is not going to be able to get a start. Maybe a wrong submission of team out there, so they parked their car basically, and they are going to be looking at this in a world of trouble as they go, knowing that Ropak is now not going to be able to get into the car, I think, for the entirety of the race due to the way he signed up. Through they go then, over towards the Fania chicane right now. Your leaders then, as you got Von der Grijp with Qualbu, Dalla Valle, Vitanov, Connor Franson, who will have the drive-through penalty to go and serve. They're all there. They're all trying to get themselves set, and they've built a very nice gap. Troubles further back, though, in through Fania. That is Milan Milkov for vertical grip off the road, and a yellow flag out to start things off.
Yeah, you had a Sorrento car off as well in the GT3 class at Speaker's Corner, which was No Name Corner before as well. So, unfortunately, things going into the wall for multiple drivers here.
Yeah, it was Ivan Boromechkov's slide coming through the second part of the double gauche, and it has been a horrible season for Intercom VMD SimSport. They haven't had a result through their first 2 rounds, and they have absolutely battered the barriers heading on to Fania, and they find themselves out of the race on the opening lap. Pashko as well for Mono Competition Pro-Am has taken service diving down into the pit. So a really, really dramatic start to racing that we have seen here, John. But critically, what a horrible start for Intercom VMD. 3 zeros in a row.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I think just maybe just caught up in incidents in the past races, and here possibly just being a bit too aggressive. We'll have to wait for the replays. So this is down into Le Fania, just through Pouon. So a really, really tricky corner. You have to keep full commitment, and if somebody goes off, as the Mercedes does in front, you're just fighting for a gap, and you just get tagged on that rear quarter, and around you go once you're in that, you're a passenger heading towards the barrier, and that is a huge amount of damage. And the tyre bundle also not helping that fact. Everybody taking avoiding action.
Unbelievably, no one else gets tagged. They're going around through towards the Fania chicane. So not really too much of a panic stations here. Partly cloudy conditions to start the race. It is expected to turn mostly cloudy over the first hour's worth to hour and a half's worth of running. You can see the yellow flags currently being waved about at the moment. A track temperature of 25 degrees is fairly cold for an April out there, it has to be said here today. So they are going to be trying to navigate through what are fairly quick but cold conditions here at the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. But I would say a start, and an important start, for a team like Sorrento Motorsports GTP. You had to miss the start out there overall. They will now get a really good chance to recover back through the order and gain their way back to the class leaders, and a chance to talk championship at this moment in time in each of the 4 categories. So Absolute Motorsport Ace Elite and Mono competition right now, I would say by virtue of alphabetical order, is the difference between them. They are tied, the 18 and the 11, on 114 points each. There will be a way for both of them to break the deadlock out there today, and so they'll be looking at how they go and score their points, with Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pros number 22 back there on 93 championship points. The Mono Competition Pro-Am team are 4th, and Sorrento Motorsports GTP are 5th, 84 and 74 points respectively. And then German sim racing shop Apex's Lava and 2 Nuggets Racing haven't had a full season's run over the course of this race. But you look to LMP2, where we've had 4 cars in the category, and 4 cars have continued to work well. Parabit Sim Racing then have won both races. They're on 120 points, with Team Endurotech then ahead by 5 over Project 91 Academy 191, and Gassed Up Motorsports LMP2. They find themselves in that category at the bottom on 93 points. In GT3 Pro, Manatee Racing Black have 120 out of 120. They've got a 12-point gap over Ariti Esports, who have got themselves 2 second-place finishes. FVR Campeonato, who are not here today by the looks of things, are there in 3rd. Another little look here with Dean Vella's issue. This is on board at the moment, with Gnosis Esports, Simdeck App 4th, and Negative Delta by Madness tied for 4th position on 77 points adrift. Nothing you can do. You try and avoid it. Bang, there's the contact, and there it goes. And in GT3 AM, R&R leading by 10 over Negative Delta SRT, 11 over Off-Track Racing MDM, with Andromeda by 0-1 in 4th, and Off-Track Racing KPS 5th as far as the standings go. John, as far as this one looks, the fireworks that we have seen over the course of this season, it's been great racing throughout, but it has really been the GTPs that has been the absolute wonder of this championship so far.
Yeah, for sure. The racing has been so close. The strategy's differing as well. And you've obviously got that difference in car choice. And I've been looking up some of the facts, trying to delve into why teams choose certain cars, and there may be a little bit of interesting stuff going on to do with the car choices. Obviously, they're locked into one car for the whole season, so they have to choose the car that they think is going to be the best throughout the entirety of the season. 5 races nonetheless, so you have to make a good choice. And looking at most of the choices, it's between the Porsche and the Ferrari GTP cars. So the difference mainly is that Ferrari is based on a hypercar chassis, so not an LMP2 chassis like the other GTP cars, and that just gives great stability and grip in the high speed to medium speed corners, which will be so good for mono competition around here, and that could break the deadlock between Absolute Motorsport Ace Elite, and themselves. Looking at the Porsche, it's a little bit better in terms of traction, slightly understeery, so they may be able to get the jump in sector 1 and at the end of the lap into the bus stop chicane, so look for moves in there. Also, the Ferrari, very tricky under braking, as I've done a few laps with it as well, so you'll have to have either a good setup or indeed just manage that, so we could see some late moves by any of the Porsche drivers around here.
Yeah, we very much could do. It's worth noting as well, keep an eye on the damage on the front right of Kyle Griffiths out there. He's going to be very much alert to the fact that he's got a little bit of a turn up front on that side, and so that is going to be potentially causing worries for that Porsche 963 as that goes about. So that's going to put a little bit of drama into play out there. Project 91 with Cameron Dick in control of the race at the moment. And this is the strongest Project 91 Academy team I think we've seen in LMP2, John, because they do have Mikhail Sikorsky, the pole, to go with. And Mikhail, on his day, can be just as good as anyone who is in the Project 91 team proper.
For sure. You know, you've got to have those outstanding drivers. It's great to have a balanced sort of team of individuals. One driver that can really put in the fast laps, another driver that can be really consistent mid-race. You've got to keep yourself in the running. And so you always see the teams that can fight at the forefront have that great mix of drivers that can complement each other. And usually that means that they contribute to a great setup as well, which means that the car can race in all conditions. As you mentioned, the track temperature really low today. So that will mean it's difficult to generate temperature out of the pits or indeed on a restart that we will have of the, you know, after the safety car. And it can mean that the grip is quite peaky, because once you overheat the tires, you can get the temperature back down a little bit easier, but you kind of have to manage it and be aware of it, because off track, especially on the grass, you'll have even less grip than usual. Not a lot of grip on the grass out there, but if you do end up spinning off, it can be a nightmare today.
It very much can, as we take a little look then at some of the onboard cameras that we have available for today's running around the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, as we find ourselves in a neutralized position, and tire temperature right now, one of the big keys to get going. Tobias Pashko, by the way, able to get out onto circuit, is going to be effectively 2 laps down off the back of the group, as Intercomp VMD find themselves out of the race, and João Pedro Teixeira still down on the lane, hoping that there can be some reprieve of damage to be had out there at this moment. So at least for right now, they are trying to cycle the categories to be together. So that will mean Tyler Watson will move right onto the rear of that Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GTP number 22 of Carl Griffiths, as our focus is with Dylan Bittman and Mono Competition, who are out there at the front, holding their ground and their margin at this stage, and knowing that today it is about trying to break the deadlock. John, I don't know how you feel. I know you've got more rally experience than anything. When you're in a rally and you're tied on time with someone, or you're within close on rally time, do you think that's really comparable to what you see here right now? We've got teams tied on points, and they're looking to make this run, this race, the important one to work with.
Did quite a bit of Formula One stuff before as well, so I do know the pressure of on-track racing. The difference, obviously, in rally, you can only do your best time, and if someone overtakes you in terms of time, you can't really block them or do anything about it. There's a psychological aspect to it. You can try and get them to take the wrong tire, for example, or just say, you know, push a little bit harder and go off effectively. I've seen that work very well in the past, but effectively, when you're on-track racing, you just have to gain the psychological advantage, and I think what will happen today, possibly, is the drivers using the advantage of their cars to pressure the other drivers into a mistake. For example, anybody driving a Porsche GTP will try and pressure into Sector 1 to force the Ferrari of Mono Competition to be a little bit on the back foot and maybe get alongside. Both cars have good straight line speed, so you could see some overtaking into Lecombe, for example, just based on that fact. So as a driver, you really have to be on top of your game, and at the end of the day, if you're racing somebody confident and indeed competent, as all of these drivers are, then all you can count on is your own performance. You have to outdrive them effectively.
You really do, and you can see there the weaving of the tyres, trying to get some heat into those Michelins at this point in time. Hope that there is something that is going to work out there for everyone, because we know here with the pace car, it has already dived itself off onto pit lane, which means we'll restart here on lap 5 of 120 here at the circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Green flag goes, and we are back underway. A little bit sluggish off of the start. We'll now have to offer a defense. Iliano goes to the outside, trying to get the move done. Doesn't quite work. So clear for Mono Competition as Acelith find themselves second. And now it's up for the LMP2 restart that will come through now with Cameron Dick in control of field.
Indeed, and it's looking to be a great field for the LMP2 class. They've all got the same car, so they have to make the performance on track. And it looks like everybody just giving themselves a little bit of room into turn one, just being line astern at the moment as that Parabit Sim Racing just completes that lap and is now going to La Source. As you can see, there's a lone GT3 car just trying to get the laps back, so they'll have to be careful of that into Les Combes and Malmedy. But yeah, this LMP2 field will get spicy, and the GT3 class is going as well, with Manatee leading.
Yeah, Velenvitinov to the inside, trying to get the jump on Andrea Dalla Valle, a slide with half contact, and there's the other one going around and into the barriers. Ivan Boromechkov then sliding it about off the exit on cold tyres. So disastrous start then for some of your negative Delta cars out there, as they will drop back the time and drop back the places. But up over the crest they go through Eau Rouge and Radion. Big incident into the barriers. It's Dramaliev who's in trouble then for Ace Racing.
A lot of cars struggling for traction. The negative Delta cars lost it on the, well, into Pouhon before we had the safety car incident, and it's ever so tricky, it looks like, out there in terms of grip, that I think people are underestimating how long. Oh, BMW, they're into the gravel, just getting pushed out wide. So very, very tricky, and I think people just trying to fight with what they have. The Mercedes looks very pointy, sort of snappy at the moment, and again have understeer and oversteer, apparently not ideal to drive at the moment.
Yeah, that was a shove for Paniot Karpachev as he was pushed out by Julian Tice for position. They're clearing Teixeira, who's got the damage sorted, is back out and running once again. But Matejcek then for Endurotech, looking around at Parabit's Lucas Sturck here in second position and wondering whether there is a way to jump up the order and gain a little bit more out there at the moment. There is the Chrome off-track racing 373 behind his side-by-side. That's a big slide. Karpachev's going to go around here and is going to catch the gravel, avoid major issue out there as the likes of Luka Kojarou for Sorrento GT3 Pro jumps on through. Milen Milkov now might get the run here out then of Stavolo Corner and is going to manage it then on the pass. So that's going to get that sorted then as far as they sit, and a lap in the books then as they sit with Dylan Bittman in control. And officially for Ariti Esports, their penalty has now been applied, the drive-through that they will need to serve over the course of the race, and they've already just jumped in to serve it.
Yeah, indeed. And it's a long pit lane here as well, so you're just going to have to really slow it down. All the off-track racing, BMW, they're just trying to get on the back of vertical grip. And that BMW has some great straight line speed as well, so you've got to be really cautious. The Mercedes will have the traction advantage. That front-engine Mercedes does have great stability normally, although we've seen it lose the grip, haven't we, with the negative Delta cars. So not ideal. The Absolute Motorsport Acelith Lamborghini, an interesting car choice around here, should have great grip with the downforce, the aerodynamics, but we've seen it struggle in the past sometimes for straight line speed. So will it be able to get the overtakes done? And indeed, I think we saw off camera as well, the Project 91 Academy take the lead before the safety car. So they were there on the restart leading the LMP2 field, and they have created a bit of a gap already.
Yeah, and a change in GT3 Pro as we watch Andrea Dalla Valle. Ryan von der Grijp back to second as Giame Qualbu moves up then to the position of first for Team Racing Point. They'll be very happy with the start of this race that they've got the margin. Gabriele Rossone is the other driver that they can go to over the course of today. For the likes of Ryan von der Grijp, he's got Keanu Bushman as his deputy. And for Andrea Dalla Valle, he will look over to either Alessandro Porta and Marcelo Caserta here today to think about what they need to do. There is Tice, who is now looking to move Andromeda up the order right now as they are sat fourth in the championship, and they've already seen off-track racing MDM go off into the distance. So a lot of changes that are going on here. R&R Motorsports just in front of them, and Vertical Grip just behind, with Paniot Karpachev's off-track racing KPS car looking to try and close on in the margin here. The run to Blanchimont and the final chicane.
Indeed, and it's a long run. You can get a lot of slipstream. The BMW definitely needs it, but you could see they're just closing in. Manatee just sandwiched at the moment, just trying to defend. And that Aston Martin really has a decent track record around this circuit, although the Aston Martin very competitive all around. But Manatee have kind of been the best at basically maintaining their level of performance and just forcing everyone else into making a mistake in this championship so far. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do about it when they're in the same situation. Once again, Team Racing Point leading at the moment, but at this stage of the race you kind of want to think about strategy and saving fuel, so we might even see drivers swapping in terms of laps just to be able to benefit from the slipstream and just make sure that they are getting their race stints there, as we got two Lamborghinis at the front, so they seem to be running very well at the moment.
Yeah, they certainly are around the Manatee Racing black car of Ryan van der Grijp, as Christian Novev is there in 5th for Negative Delta by SIMGEAR.it, eyeing up Enosis Esports Simdeck.app and Ikait's Larabeti, who is there, the Basque-based driver, then in that position with Jonathan Goitis Asati, who can go there as well. So can Goitish be the key as well to this race, with Larabeti giving a good start and a good showcase here for Enosis. You've then got the Madness Negative Delta car just directly behind that as well at the moment. That is Velin Vitanov there. Novev with a colourful livery. I'm not sure it's quite loaded out there at the moment there for Christian, which will be a shame. But for the moment, Velin Vitanov running through the Fania chicane, the right and then the left, and then looking around here, John, for a case of what you are trying to get in the early stages here. On lap 8 of this race for the leaders, lap 7 for these drivers, you are trying to get margin and you are trying to stay in strategy range. Long race today, so strategy going to be a very important matter of fact.
Yeah, for sure. And it all comes down to just managing those safety car periods. It just comes down to managing the fuel and I think the tires as well. I think many drivers might try to do something different. You may be playing with the tire pressures as well at some point just to tune them in, dial them in. I think that's what's happened to the Mercedes of the Negative Delta. Basically just the wrong tire pressures, maybe from the qualifying. Oh, that is a huge send by the Mercedes. And I really didn't think they'd get it stopped into the chicane, but they have the bus stop chicane, really taking no prisoners there. But yeah, you have to stay committed. I think this will come down to whichever team keeps their head and sort of keeps the calculations going. The Negative Delta car pressuring their up, and as you said, the livery probably not loaded incorrectly there, but just pushing them through the La Source and indeed the Radeon complex.
Oh, which way? Which way? It's left or right? Slightly boxed in now is Velin Vitanov here, and to the inside goes Christian Novev. He will lunge down the inside. There you go. There's with a livery then that is put on. It is going to be a move for Novev as Larabeti will lose out one, and now Velin Vitanov eyes up the position, and suddenly it creates this very nice Spanish sandwich here. It's an Enosis Esports Simdeck.app sandwich on Negative Delta bread.
That's a great way of putting it, for sure. And obviously when you're running different cars in the same class, the same category, you can really use that to your advantage as well. We've seen it many, many times in iRacing where teams in official events have used their cars for slipstream, for different strategies, for pressuring opponents. So if you can get the overtakes going, you can definitely use that to hopefully get your other car past as well. Although it looks like the Negative Delta Aston Martin is just pulling away here at the moment. So obviously the dirty air in effect, it does affect GT3 cars as well, so you've got to keep that in mind. The Aston Martin has quite a bit of grip there. I'd say it's probably the most stable car, and you can see that as well. They're just closing in. The Enosis car already getting the better move out of the final, I'd say high-speed turn of the race, apart from what we're about to close into now. I'd say this flat out in GT3, so not too bad.
Oh, hello, left side. Here comes the move, because Larabeti couldn't cover the space, and suddenly they're going to have a scrap in at the final chicane. That Mercedes really jumped on by at a rate of knots, and Larabeti didn't really have too much for it. Velin Vitanov is up now into 5th position on the change, and so that's how quick you go. And it's worth noting this point as well. Oh, as there's a big shot to the back through the last horse hairpin. The biggest advantage that you've got is the higher speed gearing out there of the Aston Martin. It's brilliant when you get medium to high speed corners. Its weakness is coming out of slow corners, like here at the last horse hairpin. You sense, where do you go and get the power down? It struggles with low gearing, so that's its only downside going to the Aston Martin. Not many places where it runs into that trouble over the course of this lap. Just the last horse hairpin, it looks like, as that is a big wide line over the top and around from Conor Franson.
Yeah, for sure. That was a near to disaster there for the GTP car. But so really, really tricky at the moment to get past that Mercedes as well every time you come up behind it, because you have to, as we've got more penalties as well, drive through for the number 208 as far as I can see. So yeah, indeed. Unfortunate, because they were in the great battle there. And yeah, that's going to punt them down the order, as they say.
Yeah, well, they are 6th position right now, but they know that they've got to take the trundle time down the lane, and so they are looking at that today and going, not quite what the doctor ordered, as there is Paniot Karpachev straight to the inside, trying to get this move done, and is going to manage it on Julian Tice, who gets shoved a little out of the way. Now there's going to be troubles here because Pashko and Watson both want to get through full wide in towards that section. There's contact.
Oh,
no surprises. Massive shunt into the Tech Pro barrier for Julian Tice.
Yeah, that was always going to go badly when you've got different car classes going for the same bit of tarmac 4 wide. I don't think I've ever seen that into Le Mans, and it will ever go well. So yeah, the Mercedes just trying to well, just hold the line, I think, in the Andromeda car, just at the mercy of everyone else. And I think just tagged by the mono competition car there. And as soon as you get that tank slapper, that oversteer, you're in the gravel and you are straight into the barriers. There's no run-off area there.
No, and it looks like it may have taken our camera out there at that same point as well. It was a very, very hefty shunt into the barriers there. So Karpachev has got away unscathed. Then for off-track racing KPS, which is then going to give them a chance. Oh, wiggle there for Milan Milkov just behind us. Christian Novev side by side with his own teammate here. And Novev elects to fall behind Velin Vitanov, who gets the move up the rise of Eau Rouge and Radion, the Red River corner, Eau Rouge, and heading here along on the Belgian Ardennes. Over up towards Les Combes, turns 4, 5, and then Malmedy corner, turn 6. The highest section of track on this circuit, and really it's a case of a circuit of 3 different types, John. It is a very fast opening sector full of top speed and slow stop. Middle sector is the technical part, and then the final sector is about high speed cornering, so it tests every part of the lap.
Yeah, for sure. Just the GTP's getting a little bit impatient there. The Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith car just looking for a gap to go around. But as you say, that turn 1 effectively and the bus stop chicane are the only, what I'd say, slow corners of the lap. And the rest of it is just high speed commitment. And so it does question the setup. It does question how you want to have the car, because you want stability at the end of the day. You want a little bit of oversteer, and that can be very tricky in cars like the Lamborghini that just want to stay planted on the track. It can be great, but if you start understeering around these high-speed corners, you just scrub the front tires, and you end up with such an understeering car that you just have to wait so eternally long on the exit of high-speed corners like this one that you just are bleeding speed through the straight. So you want a snappy car, especially for bus stop chicane as well. So I guess you want to go for an oversteery setup, but will that stick with the sort of consistency over a race stint? That's where it gets tricky with the fuel balance as well. Manatee looking for, no, they're backing all out of it. It looks like they had a run, but not quite at the moment. Team Racing Point hold the lead still.
Yeah, I think this is fuel save margin at the moment here for Ryan von der Grijp, who is there in the lead. Guilherme there is in position, Guilherme Qualbu, for Team Racing Point. So they can be there with Guilherme and say, look, I am quite happy with where we are at the front. Dalla Valle's not a million miles behind, so you're just looking to set yourself up. You don't have really too many worries. You don't have too many issues out there to go and deal with. You settle into a race right now, lap 12 of 120. You know, at the end of this lap, you're already a tenth of the way through the running, so you know that this is going to, if you put it into those sorts of brackets, this race is going to go very, very quickly. And so Team Racing Point know and understand that leading, but so too do Maniti, who run themselves now into the left and right of Fanya, over to Malmedy corner. And they'll know long game in endurance spec, even in what will feel more sprintish in 4 hours, is what's going to win you over short game, which is just trying to run as fast as you can, get the tiny gains that are required.
Yeah, for sure. And especially in the second sector here, it's all about not following too closely. You don't want to get the dirty air washing off of the Lamborghini, scrubbing the tires of the Manatee Racing Black team behind. So it's all at tactics. And as we just said, I mean, although that Aston Martin is as close as I think it can get through Pouhon there, and as they go into Le Fan once again, this is where you want to try and set up a move, or indeed just set up the strategy of lifting and coasting. You can see a little bit of lifting there from the Aston. And it looks like the Lamborghini of Absolute Motorsport Hayslip has just dropped off the back of the leading two here in the GT3 Pro category. So everything going on at the moment just in terms of mind games. Meanwhile, in the battle between third and second place in the LMP2 class, Team Endurotech is all over the back of Parabit Sim Racing, who's fallen off of Project 91 at the moment. The gap 4.8 seconds, as you can see. So it looks like Parabit not displaying the same pace as they have in the opening 2 rounds, Jake.
No, and I think that's actually really important to note here. Lucas Sturck is on his own for the moment, so if he gets into any troubles, he's got no help around him to go and work with, but they've been 2 from 2 as far as racing has gone, and they will note that they've got a 17-point margin, which in a 4-car class out there, that's not much of a, you know, you're not, if you get into say second position, you're not losing too much ground to an Endurotech. You're not losing too much ground to a Project 91 Academy, but you will understand very quickly that if you don't finish the race, that's going to rack up a bunch of points that you wish you could have had, and you'll try and gather them back up. So they're happy with where they're sat at the moment, second and third, but obviously Project 91 Academy and Cameron Dick, they've pulled 5 seconds away and made the difference. Back up to the lead of GT3 Pro, where Van der Grijp again, just happy to sit back, happy to understand where the team is going to be, how much work is going to be done. And Ryan Van der Grijp, one of those drivers, John, that given any day or any weekend out there, he is always driving something enduro.
Yeah, for sure. And one of those, I'd say, purists, the people that love just hanging it out in a longer race, and you've got to respect them because they are the drivers that are perfectionists, I'd say. And obviously his name known a lot in iRacing, and although you could say that about many of the drivers around here, I guess. But yeah, they are definitely one of the standout class drivers in terms of just keeping it on track, keeping it going, and that will matter around here, especially with a high-speed commitment track. You have to know the limit of the car. A lot of these GT3 cars quite tricky on the brakes. Once the downforce bleeds off, once you get on the brakes, you're not having all of that air flowing over the car at such speed. And so it's so easy to have the ABS kick in, lock a little bit before that, and then you go wide. And especially into the bus stop chicane where you have to double back on yourself, that can cost you so much in the race. So having an experienced driver like him, one that can keep his level-headedness on board, is so, so important, as we've said before.
Andrea Dalla Valle desperately trying to stay with at the moment and not quite managing it at this point in time. So there'll be a lot more work to do to gather that back with Velin Vitanov, with Christian Novev. You've got Adlara Beatty, who's still waiting for the penalty to come through, and that is a blink and a half at the moment, but we're okay. Jumping through into turn 1. Guilherme Qualbu holding himself then strongly at the front, and knowing that they're looking around for the hour. That's their goal here as they try and go through, or even an hour 15 after the early run through at this point. So I would turn about and say, well, this is going to be a really strong battle out there. They're going to be trying to figure out what do they want, what do they need, is the pace going the way they want to. Look how early Van der Grijp lifts. That's a lot of Lyco there, about a couple 100 meters of it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what they're trying to do at this point is just create that 1 or 2 laps fuel margin. And I think Team Racing Point must cotton on to this at some point. They must think, hang on a minute, the Aston is using us to have a better strategy. And what you want to do as the team behind, you want to create that 1 or 2 lap delta where you're running a little bit more fuel in the later stint. So if there is a caution, as we've got some investigations going on with the number 363 and 224 cars, so the GT3 cars right now, for slowing and defending, possibly with a little bit of altercation going on there as well. So hopefully no penalties for them, but that's up to race control. So going back to the strategy of the driving, effectively what you want to do is force the teams around you to be in a different strategy and a worse one.
Sorry, Andromeda have found themselves heavy in the wall through at Radion corner, ultimately for the 333. They've had a massive shunt up into the barriers, and they have left carbon fiber everywhere at that stage. They try and go through. Here's the climb up the hill, John, and critically, as they push on through, does the car just snap? And yes, that's going to be just how quickly it goes. And there's not much runoff area on the right-hand side because it's just a sheer cliff drop after that.
Yeah, I will say the Mercedes are having an absolute disaster class today. Oh, and the double bounce into the barriers that knocks off the rear wing, just adding punishment into the mix. Incredible stuff. But I must say that Mercedes doesn't look stable today. Negative Delta have kind of got it together now, but everybody seems to be losing it around the Pouhon area, Sector 2, and indeed La Source and Radion. So very tricky. The Astons have been losing it as well, a little bit on the top of Radion. So there's a little bump here. If you watch the Lamborghini, just at the top as they crest the little hill that they have there. Well, little hill, big hill. There's a little bump, and you're trying to keep it flat out, or as close to flat as possible. Even with traction control, if you light up the tires, you're still turning a little bit, and it will just keep bouncing into the barrier. There's not much you can do once it gets loose. Even if, for example, you're in a high downforce, say, GTP or Formula 1 car. We've seen it happen so many times.
Car 22, that is Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GTP, is going to be served a 30-second stop and hold. They didn't have a sufficient overlap with car number 2, and which is why the contact happened then out there overall, and that would have been at the start at Malmedy corner with the Mono Competition Pro-Am team. So they are going to have a very long day in 4th position. Mark my words with that. As they sit and we watch here, Andrea Dalla Valle just taking advantage here of the lifting and coasting to try and get onto the back of this. And sometimes you'll see this, that cars that can't perform the outright speed allow other cars in. The more cars that you put in a train, the more congested, the more easier it is for something to go wrong somewhere in it.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen it so many times, especially at the race start, where one car loses it and everyone gets caught up. I mean, I think it was the Andromeda car earlier, just spinning a little bit as well. So nearly collecting a few cars as well. No, it was the Intercomp car, wasn't it? My apologies. So that was a really good example of where it should have collected maybe 3 or 4 cars and it didn't collect anybody. That's a small miracle, but it doesn't mean it won't happen later on in the race. And while everybody tries to save fuel, wow, all over in the gravel team Endurotech there. That could have gone so much worse.
It could have done, and now here's R&R, Rosti Koshev, looking at Panayot Karpachev. This one is for position between them right now, and Karpachev has got through on this lap. Maxim Dimitrov leads category right now, so it's 1-2 for off-track racing at the moment. MDM over KPS, and then R&R Motorsports, who have turned around over the course of this season and gone, well, we've had a first and a second. Well, it's starting to pivot the wrong way. A first, a second, and a third they would currently be looking at the moment, knowing that they would be inviting the off-track racing cars to start clawing back that 11-point margin here, especially the MDM team. If it were to finish off like it were right now, they would be tied, R&R and off-track racing, on points.
Yeah, indeed. You could also say that they're trying to collect the trifecta of trophies from this championship. You know, you've got to go for Trophy 1, Trophy 2, and indeed Trophy 3. But for sure, they'll probably want to, as I think Team Endurotech setting up for an overtake here. Let's hold that thought. Will they pull out of the slipstream? They will do. They will go to the inside into Lakecombe. Last of the late breakers. They do get it done. Team Endurotech into P2 for LMP2. That would look like an easy move, and they set that up through Radeon. Just getting such a good exit through turn 1 and indeed through La Source Radeon that there wasn't even a contestable move there from Parabit Sim Racing. Parabit have lost that spark as well, haven't they, for the moment? They've got a lot of time to get it back, though.
They do, and so putting Andre Matejek then into second position. Lucas Sturck may be having a few more troubles at Spa compared to some other circuits out there. And this is a tough round, really, for all of the drivers and teams to go and study and understand. The week before, they would have all been on Sebring spec, and so they've only had basically 1 week, I would argue, out there to get the practice time in, to understand what the car and the understanding of the circuit is going to be. So this is probably one of the tougher runs that you will see this season, just on a pure time spec for everyone trying to get points and prizes and sort themselves out here at the halfway stage of the season.
Yeah, well, you know the saying in racing, you're only as good as your last race result. So a lot of teams will just be heavily, or thinly stretched, like I should say, is the better terminology for it, trying to get so many races in at the same time. And you kind of want one driver focusing on setting up the car for one race, another driver for another. So it can be quite tricky to correlate the setup sometimes. Manatee there with a run. Team Racing Point, will they go defensive? No, it looks like they're still lifting off every single time we see them. I think they're going for a move and they're just playing strategy at the moment. Although, look at that. The Aetherlith car behind may also put a spanner in the works here. They are definitely closing up. But the Aston Martin is just so good through Sector 2 that they're having to spend the rest of the lap just closing up. Look, they're practically pushing the Lamborghinis round the, the entirety of Sector 2, let's call it, because that's Brussels, that's Speaker's Corner, and every single apex they are gaining at least a car length.
They are, and this is where I think you have to understand that there are differences in what you need. There's no point going to the race lead at the moment. You're not under major threat from teams behind. In saying that, though, Velin Vitanov is burning the midnight oil right now to chase this down, and that's actually worth talking time at the moment here in this race. Lap 18 of 120. It's expected to go a maximum of 6 hours. In sim time right now, it's nearing 4:15 in the afternoon, so this one could get finished very close to sunset, if not slightly underneath the lights. So this is going to be one where they're racing to the dark out there at this point, and Velin Vitanov here in 4th position, racing up towards your leading trio.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at that lap time, a 2:15.5 is Manatee again lifting off. I just interrupted my thought there just to see whether they go for it. You'd expect them to just put pressure on. That's what they're doing to the Lamborghinis. They're playing games, mind games, and it is really effective for such a long race, let's say. So a 2:15.5, and the rest of them around or ahead are doing 2:15.8 and 0.7s. So that's 0.3 of a second per lap, and they're effectively already near enough on the back of them already. There are your 4 cars right there. So only 0.8 of a second. So you really think that that Mercedes is coming into its own. Whether it'll be stable enough to go for overtakes in some of these corners, you have to question that. We've seen a lot of Mercedes in the barriers at the moment. So at the moment, looking also at lap times while I'm mentioning it, Mono Competition and Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the GTP class are in a class of their own at the moment. They are the only cars in the 201s, so 201.8, 201.9 respectively, and the rest of the class is in the mid to high 202s, so they are pulling a huge gap at the moment in the GTP class.
We got all classes lapping all other classes at this point in time. So everyone is trying to navigate through that as this becomes 4 at the front of the field. And Enosis finally get their drive-through penalty administered to them. So they will fall from 6th position and further back. Oh, it's getting very close here with Karpachev and Dimitrov, the two teammates working together. Just diving through is the overall leader then, Dylan Bittman, trying to get the clearance, and that's pulled the gap of what was 8.1 over the line to down to just 7 seconds here for Francesco Iliano to start hunting down. So that's going to be important. There is Andrei Matejek moving by and not having too much worries, but when your teammates here like MDM and KPS are out there and they know that they've got a really good team together, they'll be looking at building a strategy here that keeps that Porsche behind, away from them. And the Porsche is traditionally one of the better straight line cars out there in this world. And a big moment there of trouble then trying to avoid. As I note, there was tyre tracks off there, actually, at Fania, and it was with a Gnosis Esports and a Kites Larabeti.
Well, their race doesn't get much better. A penalty and off. So I think that's just weighing on them, that penalty. And so, you know, it's really easy to... Well, this is what we're seeing, by the way, with the BMWs. So the off-track racing was the Acelith car just gets bulked in behind them as well. Not an ideal place through Blanchimont. None of them taking it flat there. I think everybody lifting, hoping to not get collected. And, yeah, that's what you've got to do. Swap positions. You've just got to use the pace of the car, especially the BMW having great straight line speed as well. Thank goodness it's not a Mercedes behind them. That Porsche can get the jump on them. It's a mid-engine car, so you can get better rotation, especially through Sector 2. But if you've got two teammates working together in two different cars, it's so difficult to get a pass done, as the car coming out of the pits may make things a little bit more complicated. That Aston Martin, I think that is Genesis Racing, just after serving their penalty, just going to put a spanner in the works.
Pashko also trying to get through off of the exit here of Radion Corner, and now we'll climb up the Kemmel and see them all go through. So Enosis back into the middle of this battle, and we'll look to try and gather themselves up and go on through, as we got the likes of the Gassed Up Motorsport Academy down in the pits right now with Dan Beckett. So they look like they've been down in the pits for a fair while, it has to be said. So that is really going to be a shame for them, as they know that this is a long day at the office, and they've had a big off, actually, off of Eau Rouge and Radion, and they've tried desperately, John, to hold on to the car, and it has happened all the way over to the kink that leads on to the Kemmel, their massive accident.
Negative Delta just going for a move there on the Lamborghini. What a great move there. Just using the extra stability. The Lamborghini didn't look like it could put the power down. And so Negative Delta, Vitanov, sorry, going for that move. Great move. And they will use this straight line speed of the Mercedes once again to close in on leading two. That does give them a little bit of a gap to close. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that incident. And indeed, Manatee going for it. Finally, I must say, and it's a clean move up the inside into bus stop. I think Team Racing Point not really defending that one. And I just want to point out the gap, by the way. Absolute Motorsport Acelith getting stuck behind cars, as we saw. That gap, they brought it down to 7 seconds. Now it's up to 10. So race management and getting through traffic, so crucial to a driver's performance today as well.
Yeah, it very much is. So you're seeing the ebbs and flows of racing right now, as Jaime Qualboot will sit behind Ryan van der Grijp as they work on what they need out there. Bittman getting his clearance, and quite happy, actually, I would say, to see that margin extending out in the way that it is, and already lap 21 here of 120. So already a sixth of the way through the running here, as Qualboot for Team Racing Point happy with what they're doing. I'd be happy with what they're doing out there at this point. I would say the Black and Gold Brigade are very much in a good controlling position right now, and they can use this phase here to try and sit and save on the back of Maniti. So that's what I think they're going to be starting to turn around and say. Can we hold through the middle sector to go and do so? Oh, Griffiths there, no rear on the Sorrento number 22. They've had to pull it over.
Look at the rear tire. Sorry, the left rear. Look at it crabbing.
Oh, wow.
All of it is out of alignment. And I think there's a drive shaft broken there as well. You can see both tires pointing inwards. That's not what you want in a race car. And that's been a huge clout of the barrier somewhere. Sorry to interrupt you there, Jake. Just spotted that detail.
Well, I think it's more than one clout because they were missing the rear wing for a number of laps out there. So they've had a clout on lap 17 with the barriers somewhere, which has knocked the rear wing off. And so for Kyle Griffiths, oh, that's happened actually coming out of Fania. They've just had a massive switch around with it and a light tap into the wall, which was enough to knock the wing out of alignment and then deposited it through at Fania. And then, of course, had that massive shunt up, which has put them in the pit. So it's been a horrible day for Sorrento, which is only getting worse. Now, into the pits comes Project 91 Academy from the lead of LMP2. That is a scheduled pit stop.
Yeah, around about the 50-minute mark is where, well, you'd expect them around the 45-minute mark, but they have had that safety car period to save a little bit of fuel. So you can see the Sorrento car in the pits there repairing the damage as well. So it's not gone well for them for sure. But so we will see the pit stops of the LMP2. Statistically, the first cars to stop, although I think the GTPs would be scheduled for a pit stop as well around this point. Classically, the GT3s can go about an hour before having to pit, depending on how much fuel. And look at that. Manity just pulling away at the moment as R&R, as Rostislav Kotsev is putting the pressure still on the off-track racing cars as they've broken a bit of a gap. So the teammates not working together so well now at this point.
Change of driver over at Gaster Motorsports Prototype as they've put Matt Gatter in behind the wheel. And Rusty Koshev now will be looking at this, thinking, second. I'd quite like second in class, trying to go and get the move. Now, were it not for the fact that they have got race-ending damage at the moment, it is a 30-second stop and hold. That is currently in the hands of, I'll correct myself, that's Mono Competition number 2, getting a 30-second stop and hold for retaliation with Sorrento Motorsports. So both of them have been dinged for 30 seconds of a stop and hold. We do note, though, it's much more for Sorrento number 22 than a 30-second stop and hold. Mono Competition 2 laps down and with a 30-second stop and hold to boot. I think they're very much fourth unless 3 cars in front of them each run into troubles. This is great pace at the moment from off-track racing MDM and Maxim Dimitrov at this stage in time. They know what the role is here at off-track racing. One of those 2 off-track cars have got to try and find the victory here when we know that with R&R, Rosti Koshev is the ace, starting this one off for them. Velin Vitanov then seeing, Racing Point. And a bit of contact. That's going to shove out wide Tyler Watson at Sorrento. So that's going to do no favours there, and they won't be pleased with that. Into the pits then comes Mateuszek.
Yeah, that was just an incident, I mean, classic into the bus stop chicane. I think just the closing speed of the GTP. I think the Sorrento car trying to go around the outside's a little bit brave, especially when you got GT3s battling together. That Sorrento car has had just the worst of luck, I think, in this race so far. But Velin Vitanov, once again, still just looking for a way past that Racing Point Lamborghini. Oh, the Sorrento car, once again, just trying to maintain the speed. They are leaving nothing out on track. Hang on a second, lads. You're only a 1/6 of the way through the race right now. Are you really wanting to put that many moves on people? You'd think that would be a last lap move as the LMP2 car goes for a much more sensible move, but that was nearly disaster once again.
Well, Tyler Watson, 20 seconds off the back of Absolute Motorsport Acelith here. This is maybe taking too much unnecessary risk this early on into the running. So there is a lot that they are trying to uncork and say, look, I can get it. Here comes Koshev, Maxim Dimitrov on the outside. And just has to leave the room there. That was a big lunge down in from Koshev. He wasn't going to move that about. The BMW then trying to get its progress back, but Koshev has it scouted, and R&R are now up into second in class with that pass.
A lot of camber on that Porsche, I've just noticed. They are running, and wow, off track nearly into the back of them as well. through again, Brussels. That corner's catching out a lot of people on the apex today, it looks like, and the BMW much more stable through there. I think maybe that camber setup might be throwing them off in terms of pace at the moment, although they have just made a move past, so maybe I shouldn't say that, but definitely not demonstrating the same pace as they have in the first, the opening rounds, let's say, especially the first round. And it looks like that Porsche is all over the place in the braking
got a
zone.
mistake.
So really tricky. Yeah, mistake. And R&R on the back foot once again. That BMW all the way alongside again.
Oh, it's really clever driving, actually, there from Maxim Dimitrov. He had a little look to the inside there on Rusty Koshev. Was never going to make the move. He just darted out into the mirrors. And then Koshev, who saw that at the 11th hour, suddenly found himself a little too deep through the first part of Fania, which goes to show you that sometimes, even if you're moving the car about, even if you're making yourself slightly a nuisance behind, knowing that you can't make the move, you can sometimes still get the mistake, John, out of the car in front.
Oh, yeah, filling the mirrors, as they call it. You just want the mirror to be flashing with the color of your car, effectively. You don't want it. You don't want anybody to view the racetrack in front of you, basically. And effectively, what it just means is that the driver's attention, even if it's just 1% of the time, is looking at that rear view mirror, and that means that they can be forced into a mistake. And over the period of one lap, you'd say it makes no difference, as Vitanov once again pressuring that racing point car again. So that Lamborghini not very good on the straight lines, paradoxically, today versus the Mercedes. Once again, you said the straight line speed, and they are demonstrating that at negative delta. But for sure, over one lap, just filling the mirrors of the car in front won't make a difference. Over 120 laps, they're bound to make a mistake at some point.
And these are sim racers, and you talk about what you need to do at the highest level of sim racing, and these drivers, yes, you will find mistakes, as a warning will be issued to car 33 out there, Sorrento Motorsports Gold, who are in third position for overtaking outside of the track limits. That's not a protest in, that's race control, just laying down the law and saying, look, you can't keep trying to do that. You're going to put yourself at a danger to the other drivers out there. It's a warning to you. Don't do it again. So Vitanov right now will be happy with the position at the moment, but would love to move up to second place for negative delta by madness, and they are already starting to drop a bit of time. 2 seconds off the back of Maniti here, who are out there in control, and Maniti looking for 3 straight here at this moment in time. Big chance for them today in terms of championship points, with how far down Ariti are then in 6th place.
Yeah, they're pulling away as well at the front, as you can see there. They're already onto the start-finish straight. And I just want to point out as well, Sorrento losing a bit of time on that lap. I think they've had a little bit of an oopsie there, the Sorrento Motorsports GTP. They were 22 seconds. It briefly jumped up to 25, 26 seconds. Now back down to 24. So I think there's been a little bit of a snap, or trying to avoid a GT3 car there at some point. You can see the gap the Lamborghini creates through turn 1. And then all throughout this section, through La Source, through Radeon, it's going to be the Mercedes just closing up, but can they keep it? Once again, the Lamborghini just able to keep it flat, so gaining half a car length, but here comes the Mercedes, and you can see it closing that straight line speed. It's not going to be enough this lap, but it's enough to make you think about it. It's enough to put pressure. And as you said, they are high-level sim racing drivers here. But as you increase the level, the mistakes remain the same, because if everybody's driving 110%, something has to give at some point. And for Team Racing Point, they've been under pressure since the start of the race from Maniti.
Yeah, so for the moment, Qualbu is hoping that there isn't going to be that much of an attack here from Velim Vitanov, as they note that they've got to try and stay close here within 2 seconds. You can see here going 230 kilometers an hour before tipping it into double gauche, this fast left-hander where you're just trying to get the power down as early as you can off the exit. You talk about corners here around this circuit. You're trying to be as fearsome as possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, you've got to really chuck the car into the corners. When you've got a really long corner, especially in terms of GT3, you want to get the rear of the car rotated. So, you mean, that means in terms of driving, you want to have a huge sort of twist on the approach to the corner while you're trail braking, so a huge snap of the steering, and then you want to balance it just using as a minimal steering as possible. Let the tires do the work, and here we have Mono Competition leading their race at the moment. They are clear, and you can see just cruising at the moment, setting the fastest lap of the race at 2:01.4, and that is, I think, an LMP2 car. There is the second place car in the background, Absolute Motorsport Acelith,
Oh,
Francesco Iliano, and that's not
that
ideal.
won't help.
That's not cruising at all. That is
No, that is the opposite of cruising, John.
I'd love to say commentator's curse, but this happened before, so I'm not entirely responsible. Dylan Bittman just trying to get a little bit too much out of the throttle, and Parabit, I think this is out of the pits, trying to warm up the tyres, it looks like. So the tyres stone cold out of the pits. You have to warm them up yourself, and if you don't, you will just go straight... Oh, well, there you go. That's a perfect demonstration if you don't warm up the tyres correctly.
Well, Lukas Sturck won't be too pleased that the car's gone around. It has ceded them second position in the class out there at this point. So this is going to be really difficult. Qualbu is there. We do note that the GT3 AM leader is part of what we're looking at right now on category that we see on the tower. Gaston Motorsports Academy should be fourth in LMP2. We do note that, and we do see that out there as far as we go. But right now, down the hill, this group, they're going to be latest to the stops. But we are in the middle of leaders' pit stops here and mono competition. I wonder how much of a gap they're going to have coming off of the exit of this first round of stops, with Iliano one position ahead. So they will deal with that for this moment in time. But at this stage, it's now about attack, attack, attack towards that first pit stop. Build a margin, give yourself room, and often we see the move just before the pit stop, John, because it's a single track pit lane here at Spa.
Yeah, and it's a really difficult pit entry. You don't want to be battling into it as well. It all comes down to how much fuel you have right now. If you've done your maths correctly... Oh, Manatee into the gravel there a little bit. I think kicking up a load of dust. But effectively, if you've got maybe plus 0.2 of a lap of fuel, you'll be going flat out now and trying to create a gap. If you're marginal on fuel and you might just conk out at the bus stop chicane, you'll be doing a little bit of lifting just to get that extra lap in. So we'll see cars back off, and that's when you see the overtake happen, is the car that sometimes has a little bit more fuel just goes for it and says, I want track position. As I don't think anybody into the pits just yet, but it's looking like maybe a lap or so more, maybe 2 laps, and they will be in, as it looks like Manatee is getting chased down a little bit by Team Racing Point there. The gap under 2 seconds for, I think, the last time since about 20 minutes at this point, according to my timing notes.
Yeah, so Maniti here will be happy with the fact that they've got the control, but noting that Qualbu is just starting to keep this one level at this point. There is not much more than just a 2-second margin, now down to 1.7 to go and navigate through over an hour's worth of running, 27 laps, finding its completion out there. Dylan Bittman, by the way, out and running here, but now gap down to 7 seconds from where it was at 10. So the spin has cost them a little bit here, John, but not masses. Iliano is close, but by no means close enough to directly affect at this moment in time.
I think that Mono may be losing a little bit. I don't really have the sector times to confirm it here, but I think they might be losing in the braking zones of turn 1 and into the bus stop chicane. They look great everywhere else around the track, but the Porsche just has the stability really to go for it. And you can see through some of the slower speed corners there, we just saw them, well, that's into Stavolo, but just before then into Campus, they were a little bit sort of twitching and trying to just keep the car in control. That can just cost you a little bit of time. Absolute Motorsport Acelith drops the gap now to below 7 seconds. It hasn't been like that since the race start. So definitely the Porsche driver just coming into camera there, as we saw, is really pushing now. And maybe it is something to do with fuel as well. Are they lifting, trying to get another lap?
I think it's cold tyres.
It could be, really. Yeah, possibly. I think you're right, Jake, actually, as well.
Remember, it takes a couple laps before you can have the full confidence to attack. Iliano on 1 lap older tyres, so we'll have 1 lap more of heat through them, and so that's why the gap is down to 6.3 seconds. No such worries here for Project 91 Academy. They've got control right now over Team Endurotech. Their margin right now of 8 seconds is what they've got. Perabit currently third, just behind that, and then Gassed Up Motorsport are about a half a lap behind them as it stands. So Cameron Dick, I think, is looking around at this and saying, okay, this is still a really good position, and you're just hoping for a number of green flag laps to give you the confidence. There's nothing better, John, than having the confidence to race for an hour and a half, as there is a bit of damage on the front then of that Aston Martin diving down the inside, and that is Luca Kojaru, who goes through for Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GT3, as behind that, in comes Gassed Up Motorsports GT3 and Negative Delta SRT making stops. As trying to get through all of this is Luca Sturck, and this is a little bit of a prickly rose bush to try and get yourself away from.
Yeah, it's not ideal because the LMP2 car doesn't have that much more power than the GT3s. It has better aerodynamics, so it will have better straight line speed, but you're not having that huge sort of hybrid boost out of the corners. So to get the overtakes done, you've got to wait until you're well past the Radeon, as we're seeing right now. And so it means you just can't boot it out of the turns and expect the GT3s to get out of the way. So it's much more tricky for a Perabit there to get a move done, but thankfully nobody collected there, and it looks like Arnard just can't pull away at the moment, and Sorrento's kind of making it difficult for off-track racing to just remain close to the Porsche there, and that Sorrento car is looking racy at the moment. They're looking to go for a gap and go for an overtake, but with damage on the car already, are they being a bit too aggressive? It looks like they have great race pace at the moment. They are effectively pushing the Porsche round the track, so this might be a little bit feisty in a couple of corners time, as they say.
Pro versus AM, remember, so they're not directly fighting for championship. This is just to get the clearance for Sorrento to go chasing off to find an OCC Esports Sim Deck app, and so Kojaru has been in a little bit of a tougher position by comparison. The Slovakian looking for a lunge at the inside of Fania, doesn't quite open up, and now that's going to leave you vulnerable here, Luca, for Maxim Dimitrov, and Dimitrov's going to want to jump through at every point, try and get by, and that damage on the front right, I think, is quite telling at the moment on that Aston Martin. In fact, there's damage as well on the front left, both tyres exposed. Now that isn't by design out there, because that will create a lot of wind resistance.
Well, you have an open-wheel Aston Martin here in the race. Not exactly by Adrian Newey's design this time, but yeah, that won't help. Either straight line speed, either downforce. You don't want any damage on the front end. This Sorrento just looking for any move past at the moment. They definitely have the better speed, and into the pits goes everybody. So the drama will continue, and this is exactly around the point. Maybe they've gone a lap longer than I calculated before the start of the race, but they've definitely been doing some fuel saving. So now it's down to who doesn't miss their grid box and who takes one lap less fuel just to get track position. Will we see them all come out of the pits at the same time? We'll have to wait and see.
Yep, so a number of takers down in then making the calls, saying this is stop point, and they're looking around at it going, this is good. And also, when you're looking at 120 laps, if you're running to lap count, you're also trying to go, well, now has Gassed Up Motorsports Academy here run at the 25 into trouble, sliding about here, and this is going through the exit there of Double Gauche. Back just stepping out, not enough downforce for the power being put flat to the floor, and doing very well actually to keep that away from the barriers. Back across the circuit and away, that one right in front of Velin Vitanov then, and Dan Beckett just about gets away without too much trouble. There's a spinner, it's Milan Milkov for Vertical Grip, having a big off, and I think without a rear wing.
Another Mercedes. My days, the Mercedes are not having a great race at the moment. Vertical Grip, there you can see the rear wing missing. Not too much other damage on the car, though. Well, yeah,
that was Double Gauche.
Yeah, going through Blanchimont there, trying to go flat out, and it's obviously not worked with no rear wing. Downforce, everyone. It does have an effect.
Yeah, so they lost the wing at double gauche, had a half spin at double gauche where they tagged the wall on the inside, and then they've got to Blanchimont, and suddenly there's no wing, and we're going to have to get a new one reattached on. So clearly, spoilers, everyone, keep them on. That's pretty much where we're at this moment in time. Still no threat of anything out there, as we are going to be in conditions that are in a nice position. Warning is declared then for car number 224. That's Ariti Esports for serving a slowdown on the racing line. So you've got to get off the racing line to serve a slowdown penalty out there. And that is going to be a case out there where you can see the difference made, as the focus is now on here for these drivers pushing. R&R still there with off-track racing MDM. And so second and third in category remaining close.
Yeah, thinking back to the incident there of the spinner, the Porsche car, I really do think it was just getting it onto the AstroTurf after the curbing. So the curbing is quite flat. It's got quite a grippy sort of like texture on it. But as soon as you go into the dusty runoff area, when you just rejoin the track, it has that effect of the front tires gain grip first, and then you have a little bit of a snap as the rears are still on the dusty outside sort of grip. And so when you rejoin, it has that snap effect. And so as soon as that happened, as soon as they rejoined, they went sideways. Luckily, no contact made, so not too bad, but it's a very easy mistake to make. And that's the type of thing you have to be wary of around here. A lot of trees, a lot of track to maintain. So it's not swept like every other racetrack is before a race weekends. They just, it's just too much mileage, as they say. So it's very dirty in the runoff areas, and it can be so easy. As again, off track, just tailing the Porsche and not much to say. So the Ace Lift car here, the Lamborghini, just taking it so aggressively through La Source. We love to see it, but will there be any incident? You see the bumps there. Yeah, even before the bumps, they actually lost it on the first part of Radeon there. I've never seen that one. Into the barrier. Oh, the tire's gone completely. So is the rear wing. That is possibly the end of their day.
That's a real shame for Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith. Another look on it then. So this is going straight through the right and trying to get the understanding of the back, just completely letting go and just not being able to get it back because you're fighting up the hill. So if you've got any slide up the hill, then it's just going to be leaning over to one side, right on the pit window. Absolute Motorsport Ace Lith, who came into today in the GT3 standings as a team that could jump on up because they were down on 71 points. That might be one of the reasons why they have shown some pace but haven't necessarily found what they've needed from it.
Yeah, we've seen so many drivers make a mistake just at the top near Radeon there. So very tricky. And you can look at the off-track car just pressuring the R&R Motorsports car, just flashing the light saying, I am faster than you through double gauche there. And indeed, Le Fagny. So, if you can't overtake a driver just because they have better cornering grip, you have to pressure them somehow. So flashing the lights, doing everything to be basically obnoxious is the way to do it. It's, not deemed as gentleman motorsport conduct, but it's legal. You can do it, so they will do it. And it will be especially effective when the sun starts setting and you have that low light conditions where you're not really sure. Is it a GT car? Is it a GTP that's just looking for you to get out of the way? And that's when you can make a move. So I love the gamesmanship. That's part of racing, and it's part of the talents that you have to have as an endurance racing driver once again. But so far for off-track, no way found past.
This is for the lead of category between Vladimir Mavrodiev and Ivo Serafimov, who are there at the moment and are doing a very good job. There's your update then on your standings, as there's a lunge down the inside there on Krastin Stanchev from the recovering Bozhidar Andreev, making the pass now in the car for negative Delta SRT. So they can be very happy with the launch that is there and is sat at, as we currently have the number 2 car serving its 30-second stop and hold with Simon Hegeby behind the wheel at this point. So there are more cars out there making their progresses and having to get themselves the serving in with the penalties. It has now calmed down a little bit over at race control, where they haven't really had anything to look at for a number of laps. So there is still that sense of this is going to be a race where there is still a long way to go, but they've got calm out there on the track, and these individual battles now will start to form as the race will continue.
Well, if I was a viewer, I'd grab your popcorn right now, because Jake has done 3 commentators. Curson off-track racing, off the track, nearly into the barrier there at Malmedy. Incredible stuff. They recovered it just on the brakes, I think, panicking. But that off-track racing car just trying to keep the pace of the Mercedes of negative Delta. So that was nearly such a tricky one. And Stanchev just not being able to keep the car. That BMW has been a little bit tricky at the top of Lecum, just not taking a wide enough approach, just getting a little bit late in the line, and then you go onto the curb. It's a really bumpy curb there at Malmedy, and luckily not into the barrier. There is a runoff area. It was trickier when the runoff area was literally non-existent there a few years ago, but they have widened it, thankfully. And that does give Andreev a little bit of breathing room there for the Mercedes of negative Delta. Meanwhile, Team Racing Point are right on the back of Maniti. Once again, these two are just glued together in this race.
Yeah, Jaime Qualbu, Keanu Bushman now behind the wheel, so they have actually changed over at Maniti, making their stop. So for Qualbu here at Racing Point, this might be a time where they want to try and push the envelope. Instead, they're going to get right up underneath, take a little look at the 2 wings of the Aston Martin badge and say, yeah, we understand it. We know why you're up there. We know why you've got the pace, but we're going to take our turn now, playing weight on the stint, because this is the case of 2 drivers have to understand the car and both have to drive it fairly and effectively.
I'd be concerned if I were Maniti, because I think, if I'm not wrong, both cars boxed at the same lap. So that's really concerning, because the Aston spent most of the time in the slipstream saving fuel, and now Racing Point is just saving fuel behind, and they have better fuel mileage as well. So effectively, this is not working in the favour of Maniti at the moment. I think Keanu Bushman will be just trying to push that gap a little bit. They had a gap of about 2 seconds before the pit stops. So Team Racing Point look really great at the race start. So at the start of the stints, they're looking really great at the start of this second stint. Will that pace continue? We have seen the Lamborghini struggle in the past 2 races a little bit with that mid-stint pace, where the fuel is sort of, well, it's a mid-car fuel tank, so it just does change the weight balance a little bit. That mid-engined Lamborghini is susceptible to that. And are we seeing some weakness in the setup here, as they are very happy once again to just sit behind for the moment?
Yeah, patience is the better part of valor. We're over a quarter of the way through this race and ticking on these laps and understanding where they need to go and up through the gears. You again see Jaime Qualbu trying to keep this one close into the La Source hairpin here at Liège, well, at a circuit that has seen go by it in the small town of Spa, Liège, Bastogne-Liège, and at least for the time being, this is one of the great circuits in the world. In fact, it's so great, John, that you do see a lot of British racing series come out and say, Spa, what a British track that is.
Maybe there were some troops that were stationed there at some point, that's for sure. But I think it's just one of those tracks that you cannot escape from doing on the calendar. It's just one of the iconic ones. And so whenever you see in a lot of national series, actually, that they always have one race that is further afield or in a different country. They just use it as like a crossover series to encourage drivers to participate and encourage teams to participate as well. As Team Racing Point just pushing Maniti at the moment, and it's looking at the gaps there. You got, obviously you can see the leaderboard there, mono competition still it's that 7 seconds. So Jake was right, maybe just some tire warm-up issues, as that's the Sorrento GTP car in P3 at the moment that you could see just in the back of the shot there. So they are trailing by 33 seconds now, the lead in GTP. So they've fallen behind after the pit stops. Just looks like the pace isn't there, and that's what I was talking about just earlier, where the closing speed of the GTPs compared to the LMP2s is ridiculous. So you have to be so cautious as a GT3 driver, and that has given actually a little bit of breathing room to Maniti right there. Just a car length, but it does matter in terms of slipstream. And you've seen once the Aston Martin can pull away, it's just in a field of its own. So the gap increasing to about 0.5 of a second doesn't sound like much, but it's where the dirty air really comes into effect. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Project 91 Academy is just carrying on at the moment 8.5 seconds to Team Endurotech. And that battle with Parabit have fallen off in terms of pace, 5.8 seconds for the moment. So I've mentioned GT3 Pro already. You see them on screen still having a ding-dong battle. GT3 AM are in our motorsport still with off-track racing right behind, but Negative Delta have not closed the gap at the moment, 5.5 seconds. So Jake, this is shaping up still to be a very close race in all categories with less than 10 seconds for each race lead. And I think Jake has not unmuted or something's happened. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there we go. I'm a professional streamer, me. I know exactly how this works. Bushman under pressure then, up over the top. It's a managed gap at the top of your hypercar GTP field right now with a 7-second margin. It hasn't really moved too much, but Bushman here is looking around and seeing that gap extend. And really here, Qualbu just happy to lean on the fact that you don't need to push at this moment in time. They're doing mid-216s. They're not under immediate pressure from Velin Vitanov, for example, or Christian Novev. And they know that they've got big gaps around from championship positions elsewhere. The likes of Connor Franson, for example, who's had to serve the penalty over the course of the start of this race. So I think that you're looking at the front of GT3 Pro. Yes, it looks really, really close. But this is, at least at the moment, a battle of 1 versus 1. And in a scenario where we're still in the early stages of the race by comparison, John, you don't need to go throwing Hail Marys. This is the joy of endurance racing. This is like watching a classical chess match instead of, say, Bullet. You know, you get a sprint race and, wow, you're making all these moves everywhere. But you get time to think about how you want to go about this. You implement a strategy. You try and make it work. This is very much a case of watching this one go around and thinking, this is like the candidates.
Yeah, I think either the second driver or the team manager or whoever does the strategy in the teams right now will be scratching their heads at the moment, trying to, one, figure out what everyone else is doing. That's your first job as a strategist. But also, two, figuring out what scenarios you do if, for example, there's a safety car, if there's an incident. And it's just so much work goes on in the background as, once again, I think Team Racing Point just looking the LMP2 car to the outside there, really, really tricky. And they're having to take all of the runoff area. They're just stuck on the curb. I think that might have been the leader, Project 91, so nearly some contact made. And yeah, just to finish on that point, so tricky to just keep your head in the game.
Because, that's the move.
Racing Point to the inside. Yeah, Manatee had to just take avoiding action. I don't think they expected it, and nor did I. That was out of nowhere.
Maniti will look with Keanu Bushman there. That was a late dive to the inside under braking. Tried to turn in, and there was a car at the apex. So for Keanu Bushman, it's prioritise keeping the car in one piece first and foremost. But secondly, now they'll have a chance to go and attack. And where do you want to go to try and get by? Not ideal for Matt Gatter for the Gassed Up Motorsport prototype. There, the LMP2 trying to dive through. This is where you find that Qualbu actually gets slightly held up here because of the fact that mechanical grip overtakes aerodynamic grip, and those GT3s are very good compared to the LMP2s and making medium to low speed corners equal.
Yeah, they're better on the brakes, effectively, because the LMP2 is set up for peak downforce, effectively. So when you start braking in the low-speed corners, well, I mean low-speed around here. You're talking about Les Combes and the bus stop chicane, really. That's the only low speed, but it does make a difference. We saw into the bus stop chicane. The LMP2 was just stamping on the brakes. Nothing could happen. And the GT3s were just so much better. They had to take avoiding action. So, yeah, I must say Matt Gatter just taking responsibility for that one and just going onto the curb. But that does mean also, look at that, negative delta by Madness P3 appearing into the shot. That Mercedes, the purple Mercedes, is all on the back of them. I was going to comment on them saying it may be in a few laps they'll be within 1 second, but with all of that jostling for position, they've gained now 2 seconds in 1 lap, and this could become a 3-horse race. Velin Vitanov has shown the overtaking potential already, and it looks like they're showing them absolute pace right now, as they are the fastest car on track. That last lap by 0.7 of a second, and before that it was 0.5 of a second, so they are closing this gap fast.
They are. They're closing this down. They're doing a really good job of closing it down. Vitanov here is sitting about and hoping that there is going to be a really good chance to close in. But you turn around and play the other flip side of the coin here, John, of you can catch. How much did it cost you to catch?
That's a philosophical question outside of my expertise, as they say. Well, you have to pray to the racing gods for a start, and then start with that, maybe move on to other magic that I don't comprehend. I don't have that much skill to comprehend, but it's also the case of just trying to overtake afterwards. Having all of that pace is fine. You've got to have it in the right places. Thankfully, they're in a Mercedes. They do have the straight line speed. That makes it a lot easier. Can they follow the well, especially the Aston Martin through sector 2 to get that speed? I'm not quite sure. As Team Racing Point not pulling away, Qualbo just I think managing the pace really. They know that negative delta can close up, but its passing is another thing. And always when you're in a car train and you have faster cars arriving, the first car that they arrive to is the target, is the one that's going to get punted if anything bad happens. So realistically, you don't want to be that third car or the last car in the train. So for negative delta, they need to play this one a little bit. I'd almost say sit back, maybe by a second, wait for things to happen, take the opportunity once it happens. You've got way more than enough time. We're not even a third into the race at the moment. We are approaching it, but there's so much time remaining.
There is, and so they'll be looking at the time remaining and the laps, lap counts that they are trying to hit and say, can we get ourselves home and dry from this point onwards? They'll be looking at a 3-stop race today as their main overall arching goal, and understanding that when the leaders hit 30 laps, that's when they're going to want to try and get exactly where they need. You can see the stop deltas there on the left-hand side of your screen, and it's worth noting in GTP, only 2 cars have had to effectively not have an extra stop in today's running. They just so happen to be the top 2 in the championship and 1 and 2 in position.
Yeah, they're just a class act at the moment, although negative delta is giving them a run for their money there, as I think we saw the mono competition car just in the background ready to lap them once again. So that is, I think, your race leader potentially in the GTP class. So it's worth noting also, I just looked there in the GT3 AMs, all the way down to 5th place. 5th place has done 2 stops already. So that GT3 AM category has been decimated by unfortunate incidents and events. So keeping it clean in this race has been really tricky at the moment, as there is your leaders, Project 91 and LMP2. At the moment, still cruising. The gap has gone up again. I think the gap was at 6 seconds. Now it is just about 8 seconds. So Team Enduritech losing a bit of time, but still Parabit not closing them down. And yeah, the gap's still remaining same in GTP as well. Still 7 seconds between 1 and 2 mono competition, still managing the pace, in my opinion.
Gap in Championship in LMP2 today between Project 91 and Parabit. Keep this in mind, was 22 points walking into today. If it's a first and a third, as far as the difference goes, that gap will be halved down from 22 points to 11 championship points with 2 rounds to go. That would put a little bit of a nervy moment in with Endurotech in second. They'd take 5 points out and they would be 12 points adrift of Parabit Sim Racing from the 17 that they currently stand behind. So talk about that for a close championship, how you'd have basically 2 teams 1 point separating, as there is the Enosis team, the Spanish-based team out there that sees Larrabeti move out of the way, and so they will move on by, and so too going through is Francesco Iliano. So you can really see the sun now starting to dip a little bit then as we start to move to the evening conditions of 5 o'clock. So we are starting to get a lower sun and the trees hanging over here at this section of road over to the final chicane out of Blanchimont. So you're really starting to see that this is going to be racing towards that evening spec. Even though it's going to be a few hours before we reach sunset, this is going to be a circuit that is going to get darker and darker as this goes on, and the sun is going to get a little bit lower in the sky that they will have to try and deal with as part of the conditions that they've got. Racing Point, no controlling. Keanu Bushman trying to do his best to not fall outside a second.
Yeah, for sure. Just losing a little bit of time there at turn 1. And I think, wow, okay. Got a Porsche, a very angry Porsche at the moment, saying, please move out of my way. That's a GT3 Pro car. Just saying, please, I'm in a different race here. You don't need to do this. R&R Motorsports, just get out of the way. And I think off-track racing just...
You know, that's a car that is lapped by like 5 laps behind them.
Well, I mean, there's courage, and then there's flashing your lights at a car that is a completely different postcode. Oh. I hadn't seen the number on the side. Yes, that 332 car has been in the wars, as they say, and nearly causing incidents for sure. I think this is just maybe perhaps a frustrated team just trying to get any sort of result today.
Well, they do have the license to unlap themselves over the course of this race here at the 1/3 stage. But what they don't have is the license for the faster car, or the car that is up ahead of them in the championship and the race, to just jump out of the way and let them go. So if they want to get by, they're going to have to make a racing pass on Ivo Serafimov. That is with Dramaliev, who is behind the wheel of that, and Vladimir Mavrodiev, who has stuck behind it, basically has now lost contact with your leader because of the fact that they've got a GT3 Porsche in the midst of their battle. Moving through to you, so always going to be contact there between Tyler Watson and Ivo Serafimov. So Serafimov gets a half push, they go through, and Mavrodiev trying to line up a pass here down the inside and really getting no luck.
Yeah, this is, I won't say silly Billy territory, but this is an unnecessary sort of battle at the moment. If you haven't got better pace, effectively what you're better off doing is just following the race leaders and just trying to keep that pace. It's much better for your race, and if you're 5 laps down, what is going to save you is a safety car at this point. So you may as well just pace yourself, keep the pace, keep the consistency, yeah, for off-track racing, this is definitely not what they want whatsoever. They are in the same class, so you could say it's, you know, it's not between class racing at least, but that doesn't really change much, does it? Looking at the lap times, by the way, in the GT3 Pro category, Negative Delta just sort of missed out in terms of pace, but now they are right on the back of Manatee, as Manatee has dropped a little bit of time to Team Racing Point, so possibly some sort of lapping incident going on there, not suggesting any contact, but just a gap forming, and it's very important for Team Racing Point to just pull away at this stage of the race, and that is a win for Sorrento there, into the barrier, tapping there. I think they've repaired their damage in the pits, and it's gone, well, from bad to worse, I think you could say.
Yeah, we just saw that on the replay, that one going down through the speaker's corner, and that is Łukasz Sidor. In fact, they'd already had an off through at Les Combes. So they had a spin at Les Combes. This is where you're going to catch it here. Back steps around, tries to catch it, goes for the full 360, and then basically just overheating the tyres. And for Łukasz there, that is as simple as you just catch it wrong, the back stepping away, and then into the tyre bundles and out of the race. So Sorrento having, I would say, a tough day at the office when they've had 2 of their 3 cars in this race out of competition.
Yeah, it's not been their day, and even the car running P3 and GTP at the moment has its fair share of incidents. I think started from the pit lane as well, so not ideal. And yeah, for that, Aston just, I think they got it over the curb on the inside into Les Combes, and obviously that curb is very bouncy, a lot of gravel on the inside there as well that gets swept into it. So yeah, you just lose all grip, spin around, and as you said, overheat the tyres. It's a downhill as well as Speaker Corner after Brussels, which is also a downhill corner. So those rear tyres are getting absolutely put under so much pressure on the braking. As here off track, just trying to make a move still. Will they go for it? Yeah, they have to, surely, on the Porsche car. And that is the move done. Hopefully they can close up on R&R. They should have the straight line speed to, and we've got, again, just a mention there for a 322. of excessive flashing there as well. So yeah, lots of drivers frustrated at this stage in the race. They've done quite a few laps, and I think it may be getting into the silly stage of the race, as they say.
Have also been put under investigation for ignoring blue flags as well. So they could be in a place where they are going to be taking a pretty sizable look at what's been going on out there in this race. It has allowed negative Delta SRT here to close, and almost getting a little lunge there was Andreev down the inside of Dramaliev for position. And for Dramaliev now, he's going to have to let this one go. And for Andreev, he is on that outside and will have to go the long way around to get the clearance. Must leave the room and will get the drive off the exit. So gets by without too much problem, but will send the proverbial Y hand gesture out of the window going, well, why are you defending me like that?
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I thought they were, you go to the inside, you're giving up the position effectively, but they just stuck it on the apex. I was surprised by that one. I had to say something about it because it's not something you'd see in the racing. I don't think there's an incident that's happened, but it's usually the only type of driving that you'd see if someone was aggravated or annoyed at another driver, and they're putting on the silly hat and doing anything that you can to mess up someone else's race. Don't think that's the case, but that's how I've seen it in the past, basically. So yeah, very, very strange there. But hopefully now they're behind, they'll be able to stick on the back of these leading trio of GT3 AM and perhaps get a lap or two back compared to the other cars. Anything's possible. There's still a lot of laps in the races. Off the track there, I think, is a GT3 just bouncing through the grass at the outside of Blanchimont. So not ideal. And Team Endurotech closing in on Project 91. Project 91, have they had an incident somewhere? Or is it just pit stops? I think it might be after the second round of pit stops.
Well, Matejek is really now happy that he is closing in and noting that he is very much in a position where he is doing a wonderful job to keep this one on the straight and narrow. I look over at Project 91 Academy and note here that they had a much bigger margin than they did. They got a little bit held up by some traffic, and then because of that, traffic that they got held up with, or Cameron Dick got held up with, couldn't get by Bruno Carrera, that gap just absolutely got ate into, and in fact they've just lost the race lead. So there you go, that's how quickly the race can change, and Matejek is going to move into the race lead. And I wonder whether Cameron Dick is trying to get the strategy to go a different way. That was a huge lift going off out there and having to wander about with it at points in time. So Cameron Dick will look around at it. Project 91 out the lead, and Endurotech are in push mode. I think they're in full fuel save over at Project 91.
Indeed, and just switching briefly to the GT3 AM category, where Negative Delta SRT has made the move. You can see them in front of Off-Track Racing. Off-Track Racing will attempt, although Negative Delta are getting the slipstream from Mono there as well, so that won't make it easy. But Off-Track around the outside, no, Negative Delta slams the door shut. And there's still more reviews going out for that 332 car concerning what we saw. But yeah, effectively, I think maybe you're right in terms of strategy. Definitely looked like a lift. But I also noticed some damage on the, well, from the driver's perspective, it would be the front right corner. Just a tiny bit, but on LMP2, that front splitter and the aerodynamics on the front is so crucial to lap performance. Even if it's just damaged by a few millimeters, it can throw the aero balance off of the car. So did we see a little bit of contact with a slower car, and is that affecting the performance? As both of them in the pits, yeah. And so this is a scheduled stop, I think.
Cameron Dick was short shifting like nobody's business. He would leave fifth gear, immediately jump into sixth, as we take a look here at Daniel Beckett running into a little bit of trouble here in through turn number one, the last source hairpin. And so diving down on the inside, does he just get the loop around on the exit? Power and lighting it up a bit too quickly. So easily done. That corner has been run so many times that it's created its own natural dip in through the opening corner.
Yeah, just the classic, I don't want to say classic Porsche maneuver, but just mid-engine, effectively, just creating too much rotation angle, and then it acts more like a drift car. So it is a problem, you know, with that car. It's got a big engine in the back as well, naturally aspirated, so that's more weight to heave around, and the balance, as we see both the LMP2 cars still in the pits, but most importantly, Endurotech gets away first. So I do think it was the case of maybe miscalculating the fuel. Parabit maybe, Project 91 maybe going one lap more, and so miscalculating, thinking, oh, we've only got 0.8 of a fuel on the lap this time out, and so that has created a little bit of a conundrum for sure. As look at the gap, 4.4 seconds coming out of the pits, so perhaps they fueled longer as well to compensate for that tiny mishap in the strategy. In any case, Team Endurotech clear on strategy at the moment.
They are, with a driver change as well, as Arjen Riersma is going to be the next one behind the wheel at Endurotech, and they'll be very happy with the way that they are running. Andreev now up into second position in class, as Vladimir Mavrodiev now has been dispatched of over the last couple of laps. So that has put them to second, and they'll want to try and jump up to race lead. Pass between them ultimately conducting itself through last source on their 39th lap of the race. They're on now their 40th lap, so that was last lap, and they're just trying to let through is the LMP2 that we see at Project 91 Academy. Dick just about keeping the process alive out there of trying to hold station, and Velin Vitanov, by the way, has found the back of Manatee Black. They're now almost 2 seconds in arrears here of Guilherme Calbu. So this is where I think it's a complete role reversal right now in this race. Vitanov wants away.
Yeah, Jaime just wants to go into the distance at the moment in that Lamborghini. He's just gained the speed that was lacking in the first race stint. Is this a case of a temperature change? Hang on a minute. I think a car has outbroken themselves. No, it's just a little bit of dust. It did look like somebody had left some tire tracks, although that Aston is all over the place at the moment. But it looks like Negative Delta just losing a little bit here on this lap. But it's really interesting to see, effectively, that the roles are being reversed. And I think track temperature and the tire pressures have something to do with it. The Lamborghini, mid-engined, quite difficult on the rear tires, and as the temperature comes down, that becomes less of an issue, and tire heating then becomes the issue. Some cars won't heat the tires enough, especially with the long straights that you have, for example, from Stavelot to Blanchiment, and then from Radion to Les Combes. It cools the tires down, and then for a few corners, you don't have that optimal grip. So maybe we'll see teams start playing with tire pressures mid-race as well, and trying to find something in the setup, because clearly for Maniti it's not working at the moment.
No, and it might just be the case that they've not got their quicker driver in, and they'll need Van der Grijp later on in the race to go and get something out of it for them. It might be that Keanu Bushman here is just in a bit of a fuel-safe scenario where he needs to go and get a little bit more from it. There's a lot that can and will be looked at in terms of what their races are, as now trying to dive through on these two, being Ivo Serafimov and Bozidar Andreev, is Dylan Bittman, who pulls to the inside through the speaker's corner and ultimately will get the chance then to rush on away as leader of the race overall. But Andreev keeping Serafimov honest then as your closest battle out there in the field at this point, with an hour 39 minutes already covered here and knocking on the door of lap 47 soon. Now jumping through these drivers will be Parabit. Dennis Zimmer is the one who's trying to now work through, and this is leader out there in category, or was before they made the pit stops. So they are going longer, our Parabit, and that's worth noting.
It is indeed. It can make a difference. Is this their strategy all the time? They're still within a shot. You know, they are effectively just 14 seconds off the lead. So in terms of endurance racing, that's not too much, as we see the Absolute Motorsport by Ace Lith there just go through there, and just taking the outside line through Blanchiment. That's the best way to do it, to keep the speed. They are still trying to chase down 7 seconds. Still the gap, as Negative Delta giving a little tap as well to R&R Motorsport, saying, please get a move on. They have been very, very quick on the brakes, and in the slow speed corners, that Mercedes with the stability working very well. Interesting thing you said about the drivers. I did read in the I thought that was going to be a big incident. My apologies. I paused there waiting for something to happen. It didn't. They just managed to back out of it at the last second. They looked for the move. I think this is just trying to put pressure on, not necessarily going for an overtake, but just trying to force the R&R Motorsports car into a mistake, and Serafinov just doing the best of it to maintain that pace. So just to note, the teams are balanced by iRating. So you have one driver maybe with a little bit more iRating, the other driver with a little bit less. Statistically, that means that one driver will be faster than the other. So teams may be swapping in there, I don't want to call them slower drivers, but maybe more consistent drivers into the car for the middle stints of the race.
Yeah, so not everyone's got the same iRating out there. Imagine it as your chess ELO out there, which tells you how good you are and what you're expected to do. Oh, look at this. Try and pry it up underneath the inside there. Bozidar Andreev at Brussel's corner nearly gets it done. Through to speakers, can't get there. Evo suddenly has to wake up and realise Bozidar Andreev came to make moves.
Yeah, that was certainly an attempt rather than the one at turn one. That was so. And we do have a warning there with the flashing for car 332. That was the Porsche that we saw battling just in the background there, still in camera shot. So, yeah, just saying, don't do it again. We've noted that that is just out of order. Next time, it will be a much harsher penalty. But Negative Delta seem to be on top of things with that Mercedes. It's more planted, it's more aggressive through the corners, and it is pushing the Porsche once again. And you've got to think at some point you have to give way and just try and use that Mercedes to pull away from the car behind them, that BMW of off-track that's just been looming there for the past 5 laps, but not being able to do anything. Surely not around the outside of Blanchimont. No, they have to give way. They are going for it, but the Porsche says no.
No, Porsche's a little bit better in a straight line there for R&R. Gets the line at Blanchimont, but now the long way around is going to have to be the way it goes. Eyeing up the line, not going to get there. And so this will have to be a switchback look, and they've invited back the off-track racing MDM team. So suddenly 1, 2, and 3. Andrea, big lunge, inside line. He went for the smallest gap imaginable. And suddenly they take the race lead. Negative Delta by SRT are now up then at the front with a wonderful run. It's worth noting as well, that was a warning there for Ace Racing for too many flashes of the lights. You get 3 flashes maximum to let a car know you want to get by. They used 8 in a row, but R&R are going to come back. Remember, the Porsche's slippery up on the straights, and this is where Serafimov has got to try and win this one back. Brilliant stuff in the AMs, but again on that inside line, covered by Andreev.
Oh, I didn't know we had Daniel Ricciardo racing today. That is 2 late braking maneuvers, but at least I think 2 or 3 meters, if not 5, just to get on the brakes, rotating into the corner, perfect trail braking, made the apex both times, and that was legitimate, just outmaneuvering effectively. That Mercedes very good on the brakes, or it could just come down to the driver at this point. In any case, for an R&R, it's just the case of remaining in the tow, in the slipstream, and not battling too hard at this stage of the race. It can be very beneficial to just follow through. Let's look at that. 180 kilometers per hour through double gauche. It's an incredible corner to take in any car, but you have to think they're balancing on the limit of grip sometimes.
They have to. That's the way that this race is going to be setting up for them. They've got to find the level of grip. They've got to then really just try and hook up then towards this halfway stage of the race that is coming up. And so, at least for the moment, these 3 are finding themselves line astern. Mavrodiev, Serafimov, and Andreev, who are all there. And you can see the inputs there of the steering wheel as they go on through, just tiptoeing the car through into the big left here of Blanchimont and over towards the end of another lap. They are effectively 6 laps off of the overall leaders at this point in time of this race, that being mono competition as it stands. And I also note now the gap in GT3 Pro, that's extended out now to 3 seconds.
Yeah, indeed, that Lamborghini has a huge amount of pace. Just while we've got it on screen, look at the amount of steering lock you put into the corners, and it's gone. And just wanted to note then that the cars are balancing basically on throttle. They are really trying to rotate the car in. And, oh, this could be an interesting thing. Why? There's a Mercedes in front of them there. Can't really see the number at the moment, but Beniti is getting held up a little bit there. Is the 333 car. And so that means Negative Delta has the best move of opportunity to get past. Now, can they use the straight line speeds that Aston? Not the best in a straight line, but this is a gift for Team Racing Point at this stage.
Oh, it wasn't even going to let it go at Blanchimont. And so now Keanu Bushman's going to have to go around the outside. Now hits the brakes, does Julian Theis. And so allows those two to go through. But this has really put them nose to tail at the moment. Gap now up to 3.7 seconds here in the GT3 Pro category for the lead. So that was a little bit of a gift there for Team Racing Point, who are trying to drive away with it. Vitanov happy on the back of Keanu Bushman, but they would love to get up to second and start pushing at this stage. Velin, of course, has to hand the car over at some point here in this run, and they will know that it is the ever-comparable Johan Neshev who they'll have to go and use to chase down. And believe it or not, with Maniti in front, you want to talk about drivers who are in different categories and different levels of pace. There are different championships out there, John. I turn to the Sim Racing Republic GT series out there, for example, where you've got Ryan van der Grijp as a pro and Johan Neshev as an AM. And here, they're both in GT3 Pro fighting for championship positions in this race. It shows you that each series is slightly different.
Yeah, each series can be based also off of experience. You can only get into the pro category after a certain number of competitions or events participated in. So different rules happen, but one thing never changes. Sim Racers always finds the way to get the absolute last tenth of a second out of the cars. And that's what you're seeing today with this close racing. It doesn't matter how many laps you've spent, how many races you've participated in. If you are fast, you are fast. And what we are seeing is just the cars being able to just reach another plane of existence with the drivers driving them so aggressively, just teetering always on the edge of disaster. Just want to point out, Team Racing Point has been closed down by 0.3 of a second on this lap. So maybe Maniti just saying, okay, we've had the fun and games, now I'm putting the pedal to the metal and closing that gap down a little bit. The last lap was definitely in the favour of Team Racing Point, but will this lap be, as looks like the Mercedes of Negative Delta is once again just stuck in the slipstream. It must be frustrating at this point for them.
I just want to point out that the radar is showing that there is a 20% chance of rain in an hour.
Oh dear God, as they say. That will be a really, really tricky. There we go. We have the report. Also, look at the humidity as well, quite high around this track. Then again, it is the Ardennes forest, so that is quite normal, actually. But looking at track temp as well, only 22 degrees out there. So as we see the Sorrento car passed as well, just throwing a little bit of spanner in the works for Maniti. And this might be an opportunity into Les Combes. They get a good exit from Radeon. Surely this is going to be an opportunity to go for the move. We'll have to wait and see. Halfway down the straight, will they switch out of the slipstream? Looks like no, they're going station once again. Incredible things. They're just happy to sit behind.
Yeah, this is just a waiting game at the moment from Velin Vitanov and Keanu Bushman. They are keeping an eye on this race. They are noting what they need to do here, and they are keeping track of saying, look, we're managing our margins fine. We're happy with where we are. Leaders in GTP. So Dylan Bittman currently behind the number 11. We'll see Andrea Casson, who is in the car now for the first time for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, trying to hunt on back. Bittman really struggling actually out of pit lane, it has to be said, as he will go back onto the noisy pedal. And the differences will now start to be shown. 1.4 seconds quicker on the lane time then as they went through. So a quicker stop. Mono taking less fuel at the stop by the looks of things there, John.
Ooh, that's an interesting one. So Mono going for a different strategy, perhaps trying to anticipate the rain. I was trying to look through just all of the notes that I'd made, just thinking that the Ferrari has a little bit less sort of more fuel consumption, so less race stint length than the Porsche does, maybe by a lap, apparently, according to some drivers that I know that I asked. And so that may just be playing into consideration here, where they just are having to revamp the strategy based on the anticipated time of arrival for rain. But also to note as well, if it does start raining, the stability of the Ferrari might play even more of an advantage for Mono, as that stability with compared to the Porsche with a little bit of understeer could be tricky. Although, you must say, understeer in rain conditions can be a benefit as well. Could we see a change in terms of the balance of performance just down to race conditions? It'll be interesting to see, as I'll go looking right now through my notes for the GT3 predictions in terms of rain pace.
Well, don't count your chickens just yet. I see nothing on the radar at the moment. The moment something is seen on the radar, we got winds blustering in right now at 16 kilometers an hour, and they are coming in from the west to the northwest, which is creating basically a cross tailwind across this straight here, the Kemmel Straight, into Les Combes and Malmedy Corner. It's creating a crosswind at Blanchimont out there at this moment too. So there are differences that are being found. 11 seconds the margin at the front of the field now is where they set lap 52 here of 120, which is the pace needed by GTs. LMP2 now, by the way, that gap's come right down to about half a second.
Yeah, Project 91 deciding that they will put pedal to the metal. So this is the complete opposite once again that we saw just before the pit stops, is that Endurotech was closing them down, and now Project 91 have found that pace once again that they had for the entirety of the race. Worth noting as well that Parabit Sim Racing has closed the gap as well. They were, I think, around about, actually, 8 seconds behind. So Project 91 is the one that has closed the gap, and Parabit have followed them in terms of pace. Still 8 seconds off, but it's looking like it might be a swap of positions, as the gap, now down to about 0.5 of a second, is closing visibly. And you can see that just by the commitment. Look at the extra speed carried through the corner, and you can see Team Endurotech just wobbling a little bit through the corners, a little bit of gravel, then again both of them collecting the gravel right there. I think this may be a change of tempo, just trying to pressure Team Endurotech into something, or maybe they've got their calculations a little bit wrong and they're realizing that at Project 91, and they can indeed push on like they predicted at the start of the race.
Well, there is an element here of this, John, of if they can push up to the back here of Team Endurotech, which they've done, they can now play the fuel save game. And I wonder whether they're sitting on that card at the moment, knowing that they overdid it at the last stint and they want to be perfectly angling this one up for the next one. I think they eye up this moment and go, right, let's calm that in. And don't those clouds look ominous there? You got a massive hole in the sky, and suddenly you got those clouds that are just waiting to come on over.
Yeah, indeed. So the particular nature of the Ardennes Forest, or the Belgium area, is that it sits between two very flat lands, basically the north of the Rhineland, effectively, all the way to Hamburg, and indeed the north of France, which is very flat as well. And so it means that any weather sort of density, let's call it, that comes over to simplify things, it just means it stays over that area of the Ardennes Forest, of the hilly Belgium area, and that means that the rain can appear out of nowhere and can be very, very heavy when it falls. We've seen it so many times throughout 24 hours, and he's wide. Yeah, Team Endurotech in the gravel on Malmedy. This is into Brussels, so Project 91 on the inside, having more grip, just taking the position cleanly, and with those dirty tires for Team Endurotech, they can't respond to this, so obviously not fuel saving. They're just going for it at this point.
Well, they are going to have to go for it. They've now re-inherited the race lead, and they can be happy about the fact that they have managed that. And so I think they can sit and understand, right, we're back into position here. This is our battle. Parabit are a little bit of a ways away, and we don't have to worry too much more for it. And I think they can be quite pleased with the way that they've been going about business, because Parabit have got to the second half of races, John, and they've completely flipped a switch. They've got two drivers here today that, let's be quite honest here, for the first time we've seen really all season, Parabit haven't been top dogs, and they've not even looked close to it.
No, they just haven't looked to challenge, really. They just got dropped at the race start. At the safety car restart, they got dropped again, and they've kind of been I don't know what's happened. They've kind of found the pace now, but they're sat constantly at that 8-second gap. They are reading it in, but that's probably just because of the battling that we're seeing on screen right now. But yeah, it's just a weird one. Like, they have great pace in clean air, and then anytime they're behind another car, especially of a similar car class, that it's just not happening for them. So possibly something to do with setup, maybe just not comfortable with the LMP2. The Dallara chassis is quite forgiving in terms of driving. It can be a little bit tricky in the brakes, but I wouldn't consider it's a car that requires let's say, dynamic style that is very difficult to master. It's got high levels of downforce, and so it's very perplexing at the moment, seeing the domination that they showed in the first 2 races.
Have a little look here. This is the 333 who have once again found troubles, and that might be the end of their day if Andromeda aren't too careful. Just calmly running about their business. Oh, catching a wiggle through the middle, and there's not much that you can do at Andromeda by 0-1. They're just complete lock around. The Pirellis get really set ablaze trying to get back onto circuit. And at Campus Corner, you think you've done all the hard work by getting through Fania correctly, and then Campus comes along on a short shoot run into the corner.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but just from that replay, I think they just touched the entry curb into where they spun, and they just caught the grass on the outside left tire, and it just sent them spinning around. And so Campus downhill as well. You've got to, and it's slightly off camber as well. So everything just compounding. You can see here we're about to enter. So the curb is slightly elevated, and you've got the off camber turn here. As soon as you get rotated, there's just no grip, nothing you can do about it. So I think you're quite right, Jake. Just doing well to keep it out of the barrier. But their race day goes from bad to worse, I think.
Well, Ian Reimersma is then looking to try and stay with at this moment. 0.8 of a second, the gap now to Project 91 Academy, and Endurotech haven't done anything too wrong in today's race. They've kept themselves close, they've kept themselves honest, heading over towards halfway in this race, and they will be taking this with a pinch of salt going. If Project 91 get into anything close to the dramas on fuel that we saw earlier on with them, they are going to be right in the picture and thinking, yeah, we're getting this one exactly how we wanted to order it. So I think this is a really important moment then in this LMP2 race where the focus is there. Now, worth noting other gaps. GT3 Pro, negative delta by Madness have dropped back 2 seconds over Keanu Bushman and Manatee Racing Black. There they are directly in front of your LMP2 lead battle that is out there. And worth also talking about the fact it's now 1.5 seconds between Negative Delta, R&R Motorsports, and then Off-Track Racing MDM, a couple seconds back of that. So Vitanov here in 3rd position. Maniti here have got themselves a very nice scenario right now where they are not too far away from Team Racing Point. They've stabilized the losses.
Yeah, they're effectively just shadowing them, as they say. They're just in the rearview mirror, just in the background, in the distance, and having visual contact with the driver ahead of you, or indeed the driver behind you, has a big psychological impact on the other drivers. So just having that car in the rearview mirror saying, you're not getting away from me, there's nothing you can do about it, is important at this stage of the race as we approach half distance. Just want to point out, I know I'll come back to LMP2 just for 5 seconds, Perobit Sim Racing, fastest lap of their entire race so far, a 2:08.6, matching the lap times or the fastest laps of the other cars. So they are gaining time. You see the gap down to 6 seconds now. So they have found something, it looks like, to close up. But whether it's enough to close on this stint, as long as they keep this pace, we'll have to keep ourselves updated on the times. We'll try my best to do that. A lot of times coming in, obviously. But it seems like on that last lap, they found something, as they were a good 0.5 of a second off the pace before that, as you can see, Manatee, and that is Off-Track Racing in the pits. Ooh, different strategies going on here. A Negative Delta in as well. So it's about to get spicy in the GT3 AM category as we approach the 2-hour mark. So these should be scheduled pit stops, according to me.
Yeah, that's the KPS team. Krastin Stanchev that's in. Andreev then a little bit earlier than some of those around. And let's note as well, that first safety car, John, would have elongated the first stint. So they are slightly off cycle compared to where they are. So those who have pitted right now have basically used up the fuel to be on cycle. And at the current rate they're going, will fall back off it once again. Here goes Reimersmart to the inside, getting by Keanu Bushman. Vitanov now has closed right up to the back. So this is just before pit window. If there's any time to be aggressive, it's now, especially when you see Bushman push slightly off the road.
Yeah, unfortunate timing for Bushman there. The Manatee car just getting hounded toward the outside of Malmedy, and that's just closed them up. And look at that gap, 5 seconds now to Team Racing Point. And negative delta fully, 2 wheels in the gravel. That was risky. You can swap ends at Speaker's Corner very quickly downhill. And that Mercedes still demonstrating it has the stability in this race. And unless you light up the tyres on Radeon, it has looked glued to the track everywhere else. Look at the amount of speed you can carry into the corners. Although mid-apex, Maniti in the Aston just have that edge. So difficult to overtake a car that is fast on the apex. But I think coming into the pit stops now, you have to say, if it's this lap, you have to hold position now. You're not close enough. It's not worth going for the risk, but we'll have to wait and see. As I think that's Perabit in the background. So you can see the gap has closed. 4.9 seconds, by the way. Another second on this lap. That is getting spicy in LMP2.
Yeah, Perabit aren't going to be willing to let their streak of victories go. And Dennis Zimmer there, was that off the track? Making that pass. Now, we've already seen one car get dinged for overtaking off the circuit. Doing so at Blanchemont there on Velin Vitanov. Again, you are risking out there. You can't afford to do that too often, as Keanu Bushman still holds Velin Vitanov, and following on through on all of them here is Andrea Casson. Now, I'm also noting here that it's been a long stint in the pits for Krastin Stanchev. So has something gone wrong over with them on their pit stop cycle that has forced them to come in early and make the change? Because they had the car in, they changed tyres, but ultimately nothing more than that at the team. So something's gone wrong, and that would be why something's gone wrong. They had an off heading through on the transfer to Malmedy. They clattered the barriers on the left-hand side. They've only just left now.
Yeah, so that is on the it must have been on their outlap then, so they must have come back, or must have been on their inlap.
They've just left now. That was them having to pit for the damage and the fuel.
Yeah, so I thought, sorry, that was a scheduled stop. It was, effectively, but also they were out of fuel, so it didn't really matter. But my days, that's almost a full lap, I'd say, that they've lost right there, as you got negative delta in the 281 as well. Ivanov looks like they're remaining in car. Also, as these, you must say they're pitting this lap, looking at the just 2 hours and 3 minutes. They must be running on fumes at this point. Will we see anybody lift? We've seen it before, and there is the visual gap. That was Team Racing Point, the gold-ish Lamborghini, gold and black Lamborghini going through. So they've created a good old gap, but the gap is down by 0.5 of a second this lap. So everything happening. Our drivers just trying to eke that last little lap right there. It's out the pits. Arete have some racing to do, as they say.
Yeah, Luka Gramka then gets in behind the wheel, the Brazilian, and it was a driver change at negative delta, so it puts Gabriel Ivanov in the car. So Gramka with work as they will now charge and try and get their lap sorted. Worth noting who will jump as in comes off-track and R&R to make their pit stops in GT3 AM, as Qualbu stays out longer then on stint, and 1 in, 1 out then over at second and third. Keanu Bushman stays out. Velin Vitanov comes into pits at this point. Robin Skelton gets in behind the R&R Motorsports car. Maxim Dimitrov back in for off-track racing M&M, and Bushman now on his own. This is critical laps now, because we know that drivers who are in making those stops, they're going to be very important to note. Johan Neshev now in charge of the negative delta by Madness car.
Yeah, impressive fuel saving there by Maniti and Team Racing Point. They're doing an extra lap compared to negative delta. That will give negative delta the immediate advantage, because effectively for the entirety of the next stints, they will have 1 lap less fuel. But it compromises them in terms of strategy. I must say, even with all the battling that the Aston had to do by Maniti, that is a great stint driven there. As a negative delta still, so Ivanov trying to catch Areti there, and it looks like Areti just has a little bit better pace on this opening stint. Now, worth noting that the tyres need to get up to temperature as well. Negative delta just trying to hound off-track racing there as well, and it looks like the BMW struggling on the tyres. Will we see an overtake? Looks to the inside. Last and late breakers. Once again, the Mercedes able to brake an extra meter later, and it's a clean move through.
Yeah, Andreev gets the pass, and not much Maxim Dimitrov can do except see that gets made, and there's a long, long way to go. By comparison, Robban Skelton is a mile back off of them. They've had a really long stop at R&R, and so off-track MDM and negative delta SRT, it's going to be between those two for the win now, because that was an extra 35 seconds in the lane, John.
I'm not exactly sure why. I'm trying to find out why. They were just in the pits. I didn't see any damage. I didn't see any change on the car. So not exactly sure. Maybe we'll get some word of what that was for. But yeah, not ideal. And 30 seconds is devastating in a race like this. Although you would say if there's any car that has the pace to get the race pace back, it's R&R Motorsports. They have been effectively leading out front. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, weather could change a lot as well. Still only halfway through. Well, approaching, sorry, halfway through the race. So there's a lot of not incidents, of racing and incidents to follow. There's been some great driving out there. I'm sure we'll see more of it, including spectacular overtakes. So, yeah, the gap 35 seconds. Not great, not terrible, but that's a lot of work, isn't it, Jake?
It is, and I find it very interesting right now that the weather forecast is reading in 45 minutes that there'll be a 62% chance of rain, but there's nothing on the radar right now, so it might be that the rain's not there. Gassed Up Motorsports overcooking it on the brakes into the final chicane. Very tough to get out of there from the final chicane because you've got to really pivot around. Very easy to be seen as going backwards through that section, so you don't want to be pointing the wrong way as it goes. Team Racing Point in then for their pit stop right now in the 227. They come out and away, which means Maniti Racing Black have gone longer than anybody else in strategy. Ooh, Razone seeing Absolute Motorsport Acelith close by them, basically buzz the tower. And here's some side-by-side with Gassed Up Motorsport as they work on through and wide. Oh, my. There as Damon Shales sees Gabriel Ivanov have to try and work away by Luka Gramka. Is desperate to run away.
Oh, negative delta had to lift there and take avoiding action, as I think the Gassed Up Motorsports Porsche just lifted through Blanchimont, and I don't think the Astons were waiting for that effectively. I think compromised on the outside line there. That was nearly a huge incident all the way onto the grass on the exit of Blanchimont, so well held by the negative delta Aston Martin, but that's created a gap as well. Arete will be thankful for that one, but things are spicy. You have to remain concentrated all throughout the race, because if you let your mind wander for a second, that's how you get yourself into an incident. And we talk about a lot of drivers having this sort of tunnel of concentration where they're just in the zone, and I think that's damage on the front of the Gassed Up Motorsports car as well. So yeah, we're just trying to get a replay of what happened. I think this is just after the incident, but I love slow-mos in racing anyway, so I'll take it. It does not matter.
Slow motion is absolutely wonderful to see as we now jump on forward, see Gabriel Ivanov there, and not really too much to write home about at the moment. They're doing a decent job of things, but they find themselves then in their category, and there you can see the difference then between the cars working through into turn one. Nice and shallow, almost too shallow, you could maybe argue there through the open corner, just about managing through. That way, too much worry at all. Speaking of which, hello, Andrea Casson, jumping by and just saying hello. 13 seconds off of the race leaders now. Mono are having a very nice time of things at the front of this field, but Absolute Motorsport Acelith, they have been second, so to speak, at the moment. Speaking of which, that is now Manatee down in the lane, making their pit stop. They're just leaving pits now. and they will leave pits in second, and quite a strong second place by the looks of things too. But also worth noting, as far as this one goes, that is Perabit up to second and past Endurotech.
Indeed, yeah, didn't see it happen on camera, but they have just been putting in the pace, still 4 seconds. And I just want to point out that strategy or pit stop has not worked out for Negative Delta by Madness there. P3 and GT3 Pro, they are now in P3 and also way off the back of Maniti. So Maniti being able to go 2 laps or 3 laps longer is incredible work. And Ivanov still staring at the back there of Arete, but yeah, there's stuff to do, as they say. And Andreev in the Negative Delta car in GT3 AM is really stomping away with the lead now, past off-track racing. Oh, nearly taken out by Gassed Up Motorsports there, the LMP2 car, just trying to find a way past. They haven't had the confidence today to go for that kind of overtake, but off-track losing a little bit of pace on this one. Just looking at their times, they're consistently 2 or 3 tenths of a second off of the pace of this Mercedes on screen right now. So it's ebbing and flowing away from them, as they say. And R&R Motorsports dropping time as well, hand and fist. So I wonder if there's some more to say about that, or maybe a driver swap that has hampered their pace for the moment as they get up to speed.
We're over halfway through your Spa 120 in the third round of the SIMGEAR Endurance Series, where mono competition tssimshop.de have the lead of the category, and they have the lead right now by 13.7 seconds over Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Sorrento Motorsports GTP are third currently, with Narayan Garcia, the Venezuelan, there, as Simon Hegeli is in fourth in the number 2 at Mono. There's one retirement in the category. That is Sorrento Motorsports Elite Pro GTP, who is down the order. No retirements in LMP2, as the battle has changed between Arete and Negative Delta by SimGear.it. Project 91 Academy have the lead over Perabit, but Perabit are starting to turn the screw and close the gap. Endurotech are third, and Gassed Up Motorsports Proto are there in fourth. Racing Point lead in the 227 and GT3 Pro, ahead of Manatee Racing Black and Negative Delta by Madness, with Arete Esports in fourth, or were in fourth, now taken over by Gabriel Ivanov and the Negative Delta by SimGear.it team, as it is Gnosis Esports then sixth in the category. Leading in your GT3 AM category is Negative Delta SRT, with Off-Track Racing MDM second, and R&R Motorsports a long way adrift now in third, with Off-Track Racing KPS. Fifth in class is Vertical Grip, with Georgi Atanasov going through right now in the 363. Couple of retirements over this one. Intercom VMD on the opening lap. Sorrento Elite GT3. Just the 3 retirements over the race, so we're still on 24 running from 27 starters out there over the course of this. And so Dylan Bittman will look at today and realise he can't go to his normal teammate, as Gramka really close behind. There's a battle of 2 Aston Martins continues through Malmedy Corner, but there won't be any move in through Brussels Corner here, this right down the hill. The key is they'll have to go to Nicholas Gessner to bring the car home.
Yep, driver swap toward the tail end of the race is never easy. You know, you want to keep consistent, but that's how you sort of manage the pace. Maybe one driver's better in the cooler conditions, so you have to just kind of work with what you have. And it's Project 91 just trying to get a move on. They are kind of under pressure to get these moves done, and being forced off track really there by Arete. So there is the visual gap. That's Perabit in the background, 3.6 seconds. So yeah, effectively Project 91 just saying, please let me go by, please get a move on. I have to try and keep this gap, because you get the sense that if Perabit keep closing the gap like this, they're just going to be unstoppable at the moment. Looking at the gap, they are still bringing it down. Perabit have just been constantly putting in fastest laps of the race, now down to a 2:08.4, which is the fastest of anybody. Still nobody around them has got close to their best laps, which was a 0.5, but they're consistently lapping in the 09s at the moment. So it's so fast from Perabit. And you can see just the confidence and, well, good luck as well to overtake the GT3s around this part of the course.
Yep. Perabit not getting luck either. Remember, they are entitled to battle for this position, and Perabit get the clearance through. This will line up Gramka maybe for last source, but deciding against it at this stage. Dare I say it here, John, right now, I don't think the rain is coming.
Ooh, that's bold. Well, anything can happen at Spa. That's what I will say in return. But, I mean, if any team has sort of adjusted their strategy based on the fact that they think rain is happening, then they need to rethink effectively. As look at the clouds. I mean, it's going to be touch and go, isn't it? Maybe we'll see a few spots, but definitely the track temperatures won't be helped, and that will benefit certain teams rather than others. So whatever happens, rain or not, it does change the face of the race at least a little bit.
Well, I'm looking at the radar right now. There is no sign of any category band of rain, and it normally gives you about a half an hour's worth of notice that rain is going to be on the way. So I haven't seen anything right now, and it's up as high as, say, in 45 minutes. We're expecting it to be 73% chance of rain, which is a lot, but if there's nothing that's coming up on radar at this moment in time, there is no rain that is going to be arriving on the horizon. It's expected, basically, to be some form of rain all the way on from this point onwards, and I don't see any. So I am not expecting much right now from this, and this will certainly throw the second half of the race into a case of waiting for the rains that never did arrive. Little wide there by Gabriel Ivanov. Gramka will have a chance then to hold Ariti back into this position and keep the strength on in the battle here of GT3 Pro. Chasing along here over towards Blanchimont corner, where Gabriel Ivanov holds his ground here through the very fast Blanchimont here. Left-hander, 252 kilometers an hour. Luka Gramka was going through there and jamming on the brakes. Isn't going to see any real attempt at a pass. This will be, again, a case of what can you do, as in comes Ryasmar then to make the stop for Enduro Tech.
Indeed, yeah, pit stop as well for Project 91 in the pit. So Perabit going longer also. So I don't know what they've worked out in terms of strategy, but obviously it is working for them. I think the difference here and the problem between Negative Delta and Arete is they have the same car. So getting a performance advantage in the corner is so difficult because effectively you're running the same package. You'll be able to have the same speed, although Arete gets a great exit there through Radeon, just being able to keep the throttle flat. Oh, that's a Sorrento GTP going past, just taking no prisoners right there. Thankfully, the boats are coming right in. Will they do it? No, lifting a little bit, saving fuel, just judging that they don't have the pace to get past right there. So, yeah, when it's a different car, much easier to find a gap to go for an overtake, to use the strength of your car. As out of the pits, it looks like Enduro Tech have jumped Project 91 Academy by 1 car length. So it's race on, as they say.
Yeah, Sikorsky there, unable to take the strategy longer than what they want. They've changed driver, but critically, Ryasmar has found himself a chance to get ahead, keep himself very much in the mix, and looks at Mikhail Sikorsky here and says, well, you're going to have to get by me again. So this has really been the tale of these two, but if they're going to get too caught up in each other, how much are they going to be looking at what Perabit are doing on the fuel game?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this is worrying. If you're any other LMP2. Oh, what a snap of oversteer. Project 91 drifting through the corner. Almost looked like he had a puncture. Obviously, he doesn't, but just getting it lit up over the curb. And I think that was just a case of maybe selecting a gear too low, flooring the throttle, trying to get some exit speed, lighting up the tires. It's not what you want at the start of a race stint. What you want is to have a nice, smooth outlap where you warm up the tire gradually. If you overheat the surface of the tire immediately, one, you can get blistering right from the get-go, but also, two, it just messes up the warm-up phase, can cause degradation on the rubber, and then toward the end of your race stint, you are lacking pace. So just disaster all round, and indeed lost a couple of seconds there as well. So not ideal.
No, definitely not ideal, but you don't want to be dealing with that too often. And so in the second half of the race, when you've built up your position, you've been looking to try and make something of it, you don't want this one to turn around the other way and say, no, you're not going to get this race or this car over to the end. You're trying to buy a ticket to the end of this race, and I think that's where it has been critical. Massive wiggle over the top by Gramka, trying to pull out of line to go and get this move. Effectively, is now going to push along the straight here, going Aston Spec as they look to try and get on sorted, and that is a real indicator of, I don't want to make this move on you into Leku. Maybe that wiggle over the top tempered the run, and so it's better if I sit back and I wait for a better chance to make this, or you indicate that I'm fuel saving.
I think it's more to do with fuel saving. I have to agree with you there. Just effectively pushing them around. They've got decent gaps to everybody. Effectively, just in front of them, you've got what, a 26-second gap in front, and you've got a 12-second gap behind. So effectively, they're in their own race at the moment. So there's no point trying to just let's say, play it clean and try and close that gap. You're not going to close a 26-second gap over one race stint, but I effectively think it's just, oh, that's mono on the inside, going for a move. Lovely, keeping to the apex. That's how you do it. And the negative delta car just getting out of the way briefly. But the only way you're going to be able to get a pass now is to wait for a car to cause a kerfuffle in overtaking. Because when you get stuck behind a driver, you fall into copying their pace. So you brake when they brake, you turn when they turn. And so if you're stuck multiple laps behind a driver, you can just bleed all of the pace advantage you have effectively. And it's very, very common for a driver to be swapped, for example, during a stint, if they've been constantly behind another driver. Ideally, you want to make the pass gun immediately. And if you don't, then you just have to sit back and wait. Although it looks like Luka Kramka is going for it anyway and looking to find anything into the bus stop, but it's not happening for the moment.
Over to La Source. Still nothing there as Dennis Zimmer is in the pits for Perabit Sim Racing. So they are making their stop now. By comparison, Endurotech have lost the position now to Project 91 Academy. Sorry, no, they are still ahead of Project 91 Academy, but they are looking around at this. Here we go, up the top, a little look from underneath the spoiler. Ariti are pushing and pushing and pushing, and I think that's all they are going to do right now. They are going to push. Now, keep an eye out on this here in LMP2, because Perabit have just come out of the pit, and they have come out ahead of Team Endurotech. Perabit Sim Racing now lead.
Oh, that's demoralizing. That is utterly demoralizing. Not only do they have more fuel, they have more pace in the previous stint. And if you're Team Endurotech, you have to close the gap. You have to do something right now to reel in Perabit, because if they pull away, it's demoralizing to 100%. It's probably 80% there already, but especially for Project 91, they were leading this race for a best part of effectively an hour and a half. And now they've been bumped down to third. Now, they're still in visual contact. That's very important, as I've said before. But it's, yeah, just really, really tricky. And I think there's been an incident from the 332. So this car that we were seeing battling with other GT3 cars at the moment. So into the bus stop, what are we going to see? An aggressive rotation. No, just slow motions. We do love slow motion. Sorry, I thought that was going to be an incident. But yeah, lots of visuals there. The livery's looking oh so splendid. I do appreciate the designer shout out, because designers aren't shouted out enough, in my opinion, in motorsports. The livery on the car makes the difference at the end of the day in terms of your marketing brand of the team and in terms of visibility, especially if it looks smart.
1, 2, 3, all together out there on track. The 333 of Andromeda are under investigation then for a bit of erratic weaving and forcing a little bit of early braking to force basically avoidance of contact. Neshev then has got himself to the back of Keanu Bushman. This is going to be the race on for second place, with Racing Point 4.5 seconds down the road as things currently stand. So this is still a very critical moment here, where we're seeing that even now at the mid part of the race, lap 68 of 120 overall, you're still trying to build up the portfolio. You're still trying to go as long as you can. And Gramka here, they know that this is just their race, and they're keeping Jonathan Goitis, Sati behind and not having to worry about him. But Gramka and, Ivanov, they're pushing each other, but they know the race is between them for best of the rest in fourth.
Yeah, indeed. And looking at the gaps, it is coming down, though, at the front. They've gained a second based on the car in front. So, again, Gassed Up Motorsports, another one with a great livery. We've seen them off track here at this point, but you just got to love these LMP2 cars. And look at the mono car ahead as well, just clouting the curbs. That is something that the GT3s are better at compared to the LMP2s and especially the GTPs. They just have a little bit more... Oh, that is an incident. That is complete clattering of the bodywork on the front, on the entry tire wall of the pit lane. Such a tricky pit entry. You effectively have to do a double chicane, and if you approach it with the wrong angle, especially these cars don't have a great turning ratio, you can easily do that, and that is more damage to be repaired in the pits.
Yeah, that will hurt. Damon Shales then moving through the final corner, over rotation through the second part. Yeah, there, you can see it there. Damage on the back, shunted in there on the rear for Damon Shales. So that certainly won't be helping things then, keeping the car sat down and pressured. So that really telling you all you need to know about it. Now Sikorsky looking to go up to second position in LMP2 right now. Zimmer has checked out. So now Ian Reimersma is going to be looking at Sikorsky, thinking, I really don't want to deal with this Project 91 Academy car. Sikorsky now looking to try and hunt on in and go over towards that inside. And Mikhail is not going to get that move. And so this is where it's on for second position.
It's like that, what happens at 3 in the morning when you've got a mosquito hovering above you. It's like, please, not right now, go away. I have bigger fish to fry. And Team Endurotech are probably... Whoa! Oh, that is a misjudgment. Project 91, I think, just braking a little bit too late, nearly connecting Team Endurotech. The mosquito was nearly a little bit more of a problem than usual, and that does give them a little bit of breathing room.
Actually tagged them.
They did? Yeah, I thought they did make contact. There was a little bit of a twitch, just couldn't see it from that angle. You can see on the front right, which would be our front left, looking at the front here, there's a tiny bit of misshape on the aerodynamics, so that could hamper them once again. Is there any damage to Team Endurotech? We'll have to see when they go past. You're looking at the... Well, no, I didn't really see any damage there. It was a little bit out of focus, but I didn't see anything wrong, so hopefully no damage.
Yeah, it doesn't look like damage, so I think they've got away with that there, has Sikorsky. Lightest glance over the rear diffusers there, and for the moment, they will be happy in the sense that they can continue on with this one. Ariti continuing on here with this for fourth and for fifth positions, and not really seeing too much development here in this battle. I think this is just a hold yourself steady and look over towards the end of this race. Johanneshev, same boat here compared to Keanu Bushman at the moment. You'd expect Ryan von der Grijp to come in for the final stint of the race. But this is a circuit that's only been a dedicated racing track since 2007. It was public road up until that point.
Yeah, indeed. And like a lot of racetracks that were, or had early days, as they say, from the 20s and 30s, it used just the public roads that they had. Now, they have been modified quite a lot. Obviously, the Eau Rouge Radion complex used to be into a hairpin, as Negative Delta looked to be shaping up a move here. I will pause the commentary about the racetrack for just a second. Negative Delta just looking tentative, but not going out of the slipstream, just saving fuel, I think, still at this stage of the race. So the most difference really to this track was Eau Rouge used to be a tight left-hander into a hairpin, which used to exit at the top of Radion. And so Les Combes, for example, used to carry straight on into the villages of Malmedy, for example, and used to come back towards Stavelot. So effectively, Sector 2 is the newest part of the track, but these tracks used to be so bumpy, so sort of undulating, a lot of camber on the corners, a lot of banking on the corners, that they've had to reprofile a lot of the track just to make it, I think, more safe, more predictable, and better viewing for the fans as well. This is one of the best tracks, I think, for viewing, because effectively everywhere, if you look at it, has a bank where you can spectate from.
It's amazing as well because you talk about the fact here that this used to be a circuit that was a 13-miler out there. It would travel across all the villages, and you get about halfway along, and the most fabled corner of motorsport that doesn't exist anymore was the Master Kink.
Indeed. Pretty much flat out. I mean, some drivers says they could take it flat out, but they never had the courage to do so. Other drivers claimed that they could go flat out and had gone flat out on it. And sadly, some drivers didn't have the best of days when they tried to take it flat out. Many incidents happening throughout the 50s, notably. Before the cars had the big wings on them in the Formula One days, you just had a loss of like aerodynamic, well, effectively integrity of the car with the bouncing. And as that is the vertical gear car getting overtaken, so not hampering these two Astons battling at the moment. So, yeah, it was a very tricky corner. Once they brought in the aerodynamics, they realised that it was too fast for things like Formula One, and that's when the track change happened. But a lot of incidents that you can read up about that are, some of them, just mesmerising how the drivers actually escaped alive, effectively.
Sorrento GTP off the road through double gauche. So they've just had a moment on their own through Narayan Garcia, who has just found out where the limit of grip is. It's obviously a little bit too much of that. Here we go. Into the left, you can see tips the car in, and the car just says no.
Yeah, once it's sideways, not much you can do about it. And, yeah. I think that's just a case of overestimating the grip, really. You can heat up the tyres, and you think, I've got one more corner in the tyres before they let go. And wow, Project 91 and Endurotech going side by side through Eau Rouge and Radeon. I didn't expect that one. And Project 91 just having to yield there. Endurotech just saying, nope, this is my position. I'm going to go full throttle, flat out. That's where you need the aerodynamics. But what great racing to keep that clean.
What did I say, John, earlier on? If these two look at each other in the way that they've just done, they're going to let Perabit run down the road, and they're 5 seconds clear.
For sure, as you just caught me mid-snack there. And yeah, indeed, very professional on the commentary team here. So yeah, Project 91 just going to the inside and saying, I've got the move for Radeon. And then Endurotech go, no, but I've got the overspeed. You're going to have to give this one up. Then it becomes the challenge of who has the biggest courage, let's call it. And I think just Endurotech opening... Well, it was Project 91 opening the steering, actually, up the hill. And Endurotech said, no, I'm still on the racing line. And so forcing Project 91 toward the outside curb, they maybe had to give a little bit of a lift. Endurotech all the way through.
Yes, I think that you're going to be saying that Mikhail Sikorsky here has really wanted to make that move. He was desperate for it, but critically couldn't quite find the angle against Reimersma, who was able to hold himself very stably in the Team Endurotech 130. I mean, that was a huge off in front. Sorry, a huge off in the gravel for Krastin Stanchev. He's gone and clattered the barriers, I think, over at Blanchimont. He's nosed it and tailed it into the corner on a massive tank slapper.
Deary me, yeah, that looks pretty severe. We'll hope to get a replay to get closer to the action on that one, but very tricky. And indeed, when the light drops, it's more difficult to spot the apex. So let's see. So Stanchev in that BMW, it's been quite tricky. It's quite a heavy car, and oh, just lost it. I mean, I want to say that was lost before the curb. The curb just exacerbated what happened, and then spinning round into the barrier, not much you can do. That will have a lot of damage, and not visually, it will be internal damage. So hopefully they can get back out on track.
Maniti have actually just lost position here from second to third, and that was up the hill, and I think they had to serve a slowdown penalty off of the exit of Radeon, and so that's why they've dropped the place behind, as Reimersma still being hunted down, catching traffic at the right place. That's vertical grip. They're the 363 of Georgi Atanasov that they got to get by. Georgi lets them go, and so now the chase for Mikhail Sikorsky is back into play again, but noting that pass in second in GT3 Pro, Neshev now has the responsibility of 4 seconds worth of chase.
Yeah, indeed. Just got to try and go for it. That's quite a big gap, and You're getting to a stage with that gap where you no longer have a visual sighting of the driver apart from on the straights, and that can be a daunting gap to have. Meanwhile, I just want to point out Parabit 5 seconds up the road now. This infighting is not helping Team Endurotech close up, and Parabit are probably just saying thank you ever so much. This is making our tail of the race ever so easy for us. And just want to point out as well, over half race distance as Absolute Motorsports Acelith into the pits for a pit stop shorter than I think the other cars, so slightly out of tune, as Project 91 just has a little bit of a sniff up the inside, a little bit of a hint to Endurotech saying, I'm right here, I'm pushing you along. Could you speed up a little bit, please? The gap does come down, though, by 0.5 of a second, so Parabit, I think, just held up behind some GT3 cars on that lap. But approaching or after half-race distance, what happens is the teams now check to a, right, we've figured out the first half of the race, we've checked that box off of the list, now we need to figure out how to get to the end of the race. Strategies often revolve around the hour stints, and so now people will be scratching their heads thinking, how can we do a clever one? As Project 91 has a huge amount of overspeed there as well, but nothing to do about it.
Well, now they've got something to do about it here. Here comes the push, right-hand side, looking to pull over. About to the rear axle now, about to halfway, about straight down the inside. Block passes it brilliantly. Lovely pass by Project 91. Back up into second position, right in front of a train of 4 in a row. Robin Skelton, Krastin Stanchev, Gabriel Ivanov, and Luka Gramka. And it's the front two who need to be lapped by the middle two who need to be lapped by the rear two. This is a dramatic moment of where do you let them through. And the best there was Stanchev immediately off of the binders, wanting none of it.
Yeah, I think that's a clever thing to do. You know, you're running your own race. You've had problems before, a long pit stop, and so there's no point. As I think, yeah, Project 91 has actually got a little bit of a better deal than Endurotech here. They'll be looking to close R&R Motorsport off before they fan. Yeah, they've just got it up the inside. Endurotech will have to wait, though. They're having to go round the outside of the negative Delta Aston Martin, and that's going to put them all the way behind. The R&R Motorsport's going side by side as well with them, so multiple battles closing in with different car classes. Those GT3 cars aren't all in the same class there. The R&R car just giving way, I think, to the Aston Martins. That has created a gap of 1.5 seconds now. I think Endurotech will have a bit between their teeth now, saying that was uncalled for.
Well, I think they know that they just got shuffled out. Wrong place, wrong time. I think that was really good driving by Mikhail Sikorsky. Reimersma, I think, was just very unfortunate to be wrong side of the traffic. I wouldn't have said it was uncalled for, John, but what I would have said is that they are entitled to battle in and around you, but Endurotech couldn't find the placement through a section of road where basically GT3 and LMP2 are fairly similar.
Yeah, yeah, you're very correct. I didn't mean it as in unsportsmanlike or against the rules. They are entitled to do that. I meant in terms of what the driver is feeling. You know, you kind of take it personally as a driver. Oh, they held me up and they didn't hold up the guy in front of me. So, yeah, no wrongdoing. Possibly a wrong choice of word by me there. But you will sense the frustration in the driver. And anyway, that's what I was trying to portray. As you have the GTPs going by there, you can see the difference in speed is ridiculous at the end of the Kemmel Straight. And, well, looking at it afterwards, I mean, apart from Endurotech losing a bit of time, nothing else really happened with that. I mean, the Arete car with Gramka still in the car is a little, maybe a car length behind than they were, but everybody got away with it unscathed, which is better than we can say about a lot of situations.
It very much is, and right now, the question on the lips of everybody here, knowing that they are over two-thirds, well, they're heading to now two-thirds of the way through this race, which will be ticked over when we tick to lap 81. Mono competition having an absolutely beautiful day at the front of the field. They have outlasting Acelith on fuel. They are outlasting them in terms of top speed. I think, quote-unquote, this is a simple day for Team 11. They are outlasting.
Yeah, I think the stability of the Ferrari just coming into play here. I definitely got, look at how it can hook those apexes better than the LMP2 chassis-based car. So this is the only car in the class based on the hypercar regulations, which is obviously adapted to GTP via balance of performance, but effectively it doesn't change the chassis. You've got that solid sort of Venturi aerodynamics gluing you to the ground, giving you extra confidence. And every LMP2 based chassis effectively has just a little bit more maybe pushing power on the straights, but when you get to the corners you give up maybe 1 or 2% in terms of stability, consistency. Most of the LMP2 based chassis are slightly understeery, whereas you want a little bit of oversteer through these long, high-speed, winding corners. And I think Mono is just exploiting every single percent of that today, and it's showing in terms of race pace, where the other drivers are having to push so hard they are making mistakes at the end of the day.
I want to point out, Negative Delta by Madness are reeling down the gap to Team Racing Point at the front of your GT3 Pro field. It was 4 seconds when they made the pass about 5 or 6 laps ago. Johan Neshev has the gap down to 2.7 seconds. They've dropped Maniti Racing. They're in third. And now, suddenly, the race is looking more and more likely to an AMG Mercedes than it is to a Lamborghini or an Aston Martin at this point. And rain's still not showing up on the horizon here, which indicates to me that if I can't find any rain right now over in, in Liège, I'm not going to be seeing any rain anytime soon here. No rain on the horizon.
Yeah, for sure, unless Bernie turns on the sprinklers. But yes, indeed. There's definitely... I've been clicking the weather radar for about the last 10 minutes, just saying, no, surely there's got to be something up with my weather radar. But yeah, indeed, nothing appearing. And you have to say that I think Team Racing Point have just been happy to maintain the pace, maybe save a bit of fuel. We'll have to wait and see if this is their actual pace or whether they'll turn up the wick a little bit. And indeed, who is in absolute...
Aislith.
Yes, Aislith is in, and that is the other Lamborghini. So that should hint, actually, you're quite right, Jake, that Team Racing Point might be in soon as well, as they weren't too many laps stint difference in terms of the last stint. So we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. It's all question marks at this point of the race, and that is what is beautiful about endurance racing. You can never guess what happens until the final stint, and even then, until the final 10 laps or so.
We have had one safety car at the start of this race. We haven't seen a second one since for any incident. The field has spread out so much that incidents have been able to clear themselves as they go. Marcelo Caserta then getting back in behind the wheel of the car that is 21 laps adrift of the leaders, 14 laps adrift of class leader at this point, and we'll have the perfect popcorn seat to Ivanov and Gramka here, who are 24 seconds off of the back of Manatee Racing Black and not offering anything. This is just a straight-up dogfight right now for 4th and 5th, unless something dramatic changes what's going to happen right now as we tick over 6:15 in sim time.
That was so close for Arete, just bouncing off of the curb. It looks like the rear end had let go. They just managed to save it there on the gravel. But these two have been glued together for the past stint. And even then, before that, they were very close together as well. And they've been effectively pushing each other around various parts of the track. Arete just very comfortable sticking in the slipstream. They have been closing the gap, however. 20 seconds. It was 28 seconds last time I checked. So that gap to Maniti is absolutely closing, and closing fast, in my opinion. So these two possibly working together, obviously not in the same team, but in terms of the race strategy, let's say, it's the correct thing to do. You both have to close that gap. And so the only way to do it is just by playing ball with the other and saying, if we battle, we're not going to get any more points from this race, and we may even crash. May as well just go to the last stint, see where we are, and then start racing if nothing else happens. They have increased the gap behind them by 10 seconds as well. So these guys are on the absolute best pace at the moment. And looking at it, they are setting the best laps of the race by about 0.8 of a second on the last lap, which is absolutely incredible, apart from Negative Delta, who's just about matching their pace at the moment. As you can see, that gap has just
Hang
gone
on,
down
leaders,
to below a second.
leaders, slow down penalty for Gabriele Rossone for Team Racing Point. He's going to have to serve this here, and he comes across to defend it on the racing line. Johan Neshev now going for the race lead around the outside. We need to cut to the leaders of this category here. Neshev has now clawed right up onto the rear. Rossone does not have the same speed as Qualbu, and suddenly Neshev blinking on the lights, trying to find any way to go through. Little naughty by Rossone, serving the slowdown penalty as a half defense.
Yeah, indeed. You can see the flashing of the lights just saying, I do not approve of what you've just done. Don't do it again, otherwise it's going to get nasty, as they say. So Neshev just, I think, conscious that the pace is there and wanting to use that pace. Again, it's very important to not get stuck behind the driver, and you can certainly sense that Team Racing Point is struggling at the moment for grip. Look at that Mercedes on the inside. It's where they've always been consistently outpacing everyone else. That braking to the inside is very dangerous to leave the door open into a heavy braking zone like Le Fan. You arrive there with such high speed downhill that you can't afford to leave the door open. But Team Racing Point obviously very confident about this. You've got Project 91 behind as well. So this is even more complicated for the moment, as a little bit of a misstep there by Negative Delta. They might not be close enough to do it, but they are certainly, clamping down the pressure, for a lack of better word to say.
They are there, but not fully in a position where they can capitalize. Maxim Dimitrov is there as part of the run of those in off-track racing colors. Jumps out of the way, wants nothing of the leading duo right now. Keanu Bushman is hoping for a bit more battling. He's staying then with the likes of Ian Reimersma, who is trying to get on close and with, and not necessarily finding anything out there. This race suddenly just giving a little bit of spice to it right now. Lap 78 of 120. Rossone here on the run up towards Eau Rouge, and Radion this time needs to be a lot more committed to the curbs, and much better this time. Doesn't have to worry about a penalty of any kind.
Yeah, indeed. It's so crucial to have nothing looming over your head, effectively. You need a clear mind to defend or attack. So this will be oh so crucial. Look again, the Mercedes just showing the nose, just saying, I am here. I am waiting for you to make a mistake. Just give me the opportunity. And look at the Lamborghini on the curbs. It's not the best of cars for going over the curbs, and so that just leaves them so vulnerable into this second sector of the lap, as you got Team Endurotech getting involved on the action as well. Look at how much gap Project 91 has pulled, by the way, over Team Endurotech. That has been a swap of position we didn't see on camera. And there, you saw the Mercedes very wide into speaker corner. They are pushing the limits right now.
They are. They're trying so hard to push the limit, and now off the exit of Double Ghost, they're going to have to defend here, and Neshev's going to have to go to the outside to try and make the move. Can't turn in. Was basically told, you must wait. Very well placed there by Gabriele Rossone, and it's enough to give the second. Neshev wanted to turn in, but simply put, couldn't. That wasn't anything untoward between them with the bit of contact that there was there. That was just Neshev unable to get the angle that he wants. 1, 2, 3 flashes to say again, I'm not happy that there was contact, but I think that was on Negative Delta rather than on Team Racing Point. I think they played that perfectly there, did the Italians.
Yeah, trying to get the overlap, trying to get the switcheroo, as they call it, and I think just misjudged the length of that Mercedes bonnet, just clipping, and then obviously once you've tagged the rear of another car, you lose all of that force on the front tires, and then you go into understeering, which is what we saw. No harm done. Both of them still in the race. I don't see any damage on either of the cars, so obviously it will be frustrating for the driver behind. That's for sure. But looking at the pace, I mean, Manatee's still falling back down. 3 seconds. You can just see them exiting. La Source in the background are going to go into Eau Rouge once again. It's all about this exit, all about how much speed you can carry through Radion. And it looks like Negative Delta is just a bit too slow this lap.
Yeah, but remember, they've got the massive pull of the AMG Mercedes. It's got so much grunt in a straight line compared to the Lamborghini that they are now really pulling on in. They pull out to the right-hand side, just trying to get any form of run that goes through, and they are not going to see the pass then that goes by. Worth noting as well here, John, that there is a call of it being under investigation with what happened there between Racing Point and Negative Delta by Madness up through Malmo, up through to Lacombe. That is under investigation for blocking.
Ooh. For the slowdown, I guess, I presume, not the incident that we saw with the tag. I mean, if it was the tag incident, I don't really see anything too wrong there. Not too worried for Racing Point. For Negative Delta, there was no harm done really on their side, so you know, Racing Point wasn't affected. I don't see where that one's going to go, but again, Race Control is in charge of that one, and we will see what happens. Oh, the door left open. I thought they were going to go for that. There was a hint on the inside. They just couldn't find the traction on the front tyres to get the turn in, and it looks like Racing Point is just suffering a little bit from understeer. You've noticed that Negative Delta have been so much more aggressive over the curbs on these past 2 laps. It's just giving them opportunities to get a hint of an overtaking move into sections where we're not used to seeing it through Blanchimont here. You've just got to, they're arguably a little bit too close. They're going to have to lift off. They want to be a little bit further back so they can get the overspeed. They are going to go to the inside. They're going for it. They're late on the brakes once again. That Mercedes is such a demon on the brakes, and they've done it. Negative Delta into the lead of GT3 Pro.
I can't believe that Johan Neshev's got that one pulled up. That was, in my view, I thought he'd stepped on the brakes about 5-10 meters too late, and now he's run wide through the opening corner. So basically, you've just invited the incentive for Gabriele Rossone straight back as they now look to go. And this is what you see. You're trading now as leaders. You're trading positions. And that could be the cause of concern that they will have right now as leaders are on lap 80 of 120 right now. We're 2/3 of the way through this one. Rossone not really following as good. It's a defensive line that's taken right now by Neshev. And I think Rossone knows better than to fight at this point. It's just going to play the patience card and see whether it can come back in the final stages of this race. But a very good move right now for Negative Delta by Madness, which puts them in the lead of this GT3 field. And they walked into today, Negative Delta by Madness, as a team that is is 5th in the championship, tied 4th on 77 points.
Yeah, and that's crucial. They need to get some more points, although it's worth noting in the GT3 category, so everything is very close. The performance is ebbing and flowing at the moment. So a big race victory could mean just going up 1 or 2 positions, and it puts you in great standing for the last 2 races of the season. A lot of points on offer still, as they will have also that incident looming above their heads. But look at it, the Lamborghini still understeering, not able to make that apex. They're taking a wider line, trying to carry the speed onto the gravel. And I tell you what, Negative Delta is just pulling away with this at the moment. They're able to carry so much more apex speed and still make the curb without going onto the gravel. They are just giving themselves a 1/10 of a second each corner. And look at that, no rule breach found. So indeed, that was a previous incident between car 11 and car 333. So no penalty given. That is not between these 2 cars. I thought it was, but in reading it, no, it's with a... that is the mono competition car, I think it is, and 333, which is a Porsche, if I remember correctly.
40 laps.
No, Andromeda.
Yeah, that was Andromeda there, the 333, but 40 laps to go here at the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. Now Endurotech hit the lane, and mono competition with Nicholas Gessner now behind the wheel, gap down to 8.7 seconds through all of that. So that is changing out there as Endurotech with Andrei Matejek then getting back into the car and forcing a way forward. Bushman here in 3rd, keeping this one honest, and I think they've done a really good job out there. We're about, I don't know, a handful of minutes away from, or 15 minutes maximum, from the next round of stops. And Bushman has kept the car within about 3-4 seconds of this group right now that leads this field. That is grounds where Ryan von der Grijp could close it down.
All depends on the stint length, whether they can go an extra lap or 2. And you could also say that they could just turn up the wick a little bit and burn a little bit more fuel to close in at the pit stops. You've said that, Jake, many times. that it can all happen in the last 2 laps before pit stop, that they just close in and try and go for an overtake cheekily into the pits. So we're definitely seeing the gap come down a little bit. They were that off track, literally going off track in the background in the BMW, very close to having a spinning maneuver right there, but they kept it all together. But yeah, definitely for Manatee, there are cards to play, and as far as I noted as well, they have a little advantage in the fuel as well, which could be oh so crucial at the end of the race.
It definitely will do. Don't count them out of it just yet. Warning has been given over to Team Racing Point for the move up at Les Combes. So they got the slowdown penalty. They blocked with it. And effectively they've said, you've been warned, don't do that again, because no drama was there and nothing of major note fell of the incident that happened between them. But Manatee here are in a really nice position, and they will note that they can do everything they need. Here is Nicholas Gessner, who is currently leading the mono competition team. They have led every single lap, John, of this race without fail. This has been one of the best lights to flag runs we've seen so far, but Andrea Casson has not given up hope for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. They are chasing right now like a dog trying to chase its own tail. They know that it's going to be a very tough effort, almost fruitless, but they know that they can't give up on it.
Yeah, definitely. You can see the commitment there through Stavolo, and yeah, it's just a different car class, this GTP class, because they're so stable. You have to look for the little details, and what I saw there through Les Fagnes was literally just a little hint of bouncing from the Porsche. So I talked about the different chassis. I've talked about the Ferrari as I thought. I thought that Aston was going straight into the back there, the N-Assist Aston, but they got it stopped. Once again, demonstrating that the GT3 cars are great on the brakes. But effectively, this car, the Porsche that we're seeing right now, is a LMP2 chassis with extra hybrid tech, more power, and better aerodynamics in certain cases. So they have slightly different characteristics, and you can see it through Les Fagnes, whereas a little bit bouncing on the apex, and that could just be contributing to how difficult it is to drive the car, and where the Ferrari of mono, obviously with great driving behind it as well, you have to drive the car fast also, but they're able to just carry that 1/10 of a second extra, and you can see through the turns that there's no bouncing on that Ferrari. It's just glued to the track, and you can just sense that the difference is being made in the chassis. But these two are absolutely sending it. 8.7 seconds, so the gap comes down a little bit. I think at this stage, still down to the driver, not the car.
Well, let's actually talk about what you mean by bouncing there, John, because I look around at how you have cars that are working through the corners and how they've got to try and be as stable as possible. The longer you got 4 contact patches on asphalt, the more likely you are to go and gain speed. I think everyone understands that principle. But when you're seeing cars bouncing about, how much are we talking about the travel of the cars, and why would it bounce a little bit more? Are we talking about maybe something that can be done, say, with the compression, with the damping? Is there something for the anti-roll bar that can bring it back? What's causing that amount of travel that we're seeing and causing the scrubbing of the speed?
So I think in terms of this case scenario here, it's down to the philosophy of design of the car, actually. So the hypercar rules, which the Ferrari is based on, is designed through ground's sort of Venturi tunnel aerodynamics. And we're seeing the penalty served there for 227. So that's another penalty going. And that, I think, is perhaps a notification that there is a penalty incoming. That is a warning, is it? Right, okay, understood. Misread that. So, yeah, I mean, counting their blessings, I think Team Racing Point at this point, very, very lucky to just get a warning for that. So that was dicey. But I think the racing is close. They're still on the back of negative delta, so everything happening good for them so far. But yeah, going back to the GTP class, you've got the Venturi tunnel, so the ground effect on the Ferrari. So you have to have a very stiff car that maintains a consistent ride height. Effectively, the negative pressure under the car via the design sucks the car into the ground a bit like a vacuum cleaner. on a LMP2 chassis, so a GTD car that was designed with that in mind for maybe an IMSA race more than a Le Mans prototype. Effectively, they are relying more on just classic downforce, effectively. So you can afford to be a little bit more variable with the ride height. You can run the car a little higher off the ground and a little bit more softer on the suspension and still get the grip. So it's all down to that. So there is a change of dampers, change of suspension because of that. So it's very complicated. But effectively, one of them is ground effect. The other one isn't so much. There still is, but it has a huge effect on how the car handles. At the end of the day, they get to within a couple of tenths of a second of each anyway.
They do, and they really go and show what they need, as now we know that Project 91 are doing a lot better right now in terms of how long they can go on their stints compared to Team Endurotech. So that, I think, is very telling at the moment, that there's been an important change in that regard. Rossoneri hasn't let go of the gap to Johan Neschev. Now, that is also something critical. That Lamborghini has held station and done so well. Now coming off of the jacks then is Mikhail Sikorsky, and with a pretty sizable gap now over Team Endurotech. I think they can be very happy with the pit stop that they've just had.
Yeah, that is, race-defining pit stop and strategy there, I think, from Project 91. Brings them back into the mix, and Parabit will be thinking, okay, how can we outsmart this? Because Project 91, as far as I can tell, have turned the wick back up. You know, they had a little bit of a funny 30 minutes where they just lost all pace, didn't they? Just before their previous pit stop, and about halfway through the last stint, and now they've gone back to the pace that we were seeing. So if I repair a bit, I'd be thinking, hang on a second, this is kind of daunting now. We weren't the fastest, and now we're being challenged once again. We've got to come up with something clever here to sort of force the competition to do something. I've just noticed as well, the gap between the 1 and 2 cars in GTP, Asolith have dropped back 2 seconds, so possibly getting held behind a car. That matters at this stage of the race. You really have to be careful about how you're getting your overtakes done. And the same applies right now to Project 91. They can't afford to get stuck behind GT3s.
They can't. They almost did, actually, there. And it was Damon Shales who was out there for Gassed Up Motorsport GT3. Here's Sikorsky, who's directly behind that at the moment. And you're really seeing now, right now, an IMSIM time of about 6:30. Oi! How much the sun plays a factor. Massive kick up of gravel then coming out of Fania. And that, for Mikhail Sikorsky, is a warning of the please do not let that car turn around variety.
Yeah, I mean, that was so... the LMP2 cars don't have traction control or ABS. They're a lot lighter than the GT3, so effectively they don't need it, and they don't have the hybrid tech to contend with. So if you get it loose, you are dealing with your own right foot, and if you just apply too much throttle, you're spinning round. We saw a great recovery there, which just demonstrates the lightness of the LMP2 cars, and yeah, I don't think he could have recovered that if there was traction control, because it messes with your senses, and yeah, so great recovery. They're still pushing on, although I must say, Parabit are still increasing the gap, 107 now, so it was at 104, so that little moment has cost them.
Neschev is in from the race lead, which leaves Gabriele Rossoneri out there. Racing Point, I think, are short at the mark and are going to need a splash and dash at the end of this race. I put them right now, in terms of hitting the marks, at this point here, John, at 5 laps short.
It's looking like it, isn't it? They're going to have to do a lot of lifting and coasting, aren't they? And I just don't think...
You're not going to get 5 on Lyco.
No. I was thinking best case scenario, but even as I was saying it, I was thinking, no, even that's impossible. You'd have to be coasting round effectively at a safety car pace. That's not going to happen. But it still puts them in a better... I think everybody's probably going to be a couple of laps short. That's the irony of it. So it's just going to come down to how many seconds you can gain. And if you can get a gap of 5 seconds and still fuel for 2 extra laps because you have to, you're still safe. So a lot of strategy right now, a lot of question marks. And the reality is, we will only know until the last, I think, 45 minutes where everybody is in the GT3 class.
Well, in GT3 AM, Negative Delta SRT have been a lot more aggressive on their strategy, and Ivan Boromechkov is currently behind the wheel, and they've got a huge gap now over Off-Track Racing MDM, who are there in second position. So Vladimir Mavrodiev can't really keep up the same pace. There's Johan Neshev, who is effectively your net leader of GT3 Pro. We await Racing Point and Maniti Racing Black with their decisions. They both stay out. There has been a spin at the final corner, and it is Nicholas Gessner who has spun at the final corner. Your race leader, no contact, on his own, has just looped the rear around. That gap now to Absolute Motorsport Aethelith is now in sight. It will be 2 seconds.
Bouncing over the curb there, that's my analysis, and then just trying to get on the power and lighting up the tyres, effectively overheating the surface, so when you go to turn in for the second half of the bus stop, you're already spinning them and around you go. There's not much you can do. At low speed, the car isn't generating that much downforce, but it does... Ooh, Gassed Up Motorsports as well, going wide, just trying to get it on power. That's, just about saved it there. And they're still, I think, just struggling. You can see the front wheels turning. Yeah, it's same thing. They've tried to keep it on the power. You could see they were fighting the steering there up to Malmedy. And then as soon as they go wide onto the gravel that has been drawn onto the track there, around it goes, loop the loop, and they've dragged even more gravel. They kept it out of the barriers, though. Good on them.
John, it's like watching a Yorkshire Terrier on lino.
That's an image I needed in my head, and now I have the biggest grin on my face. Thanks for that, Jake. That's definitely a best description I think I've heard.
Well, right now, Andrea Casson, the gap right on down now at 9/10 of a second here to Nicholas Gessner, who is going to be on the back foot. Gessner misses an apex there through Campus Corner. One car in front, that's Rob Johnson at Andromeda by 0-1 Raceware, so they'll both clear at this point. In the pit lane right now is Perabit Sim Racing. We're on lap 87 of 120. These two have 1 win and 1 second between them, and there is nothing splitting them at this moment in time. The battle of Germany versus Italy continuing on, and leaving pit lane right now is Perabit, who are, with Lucas Sturck now behind the wheel, a fair margin clear of Project 91. It's the way they've done it all season long.
Yeah, they're just exiting the bus stop right now, so they're not even past the start-finish line, which they cross right now. So that's a huge gap. Perabit are already on the exit of Radeon, yes. So that is effectively half a main straight in terms of gap. They will obviously close the gap down a little bit. They have to get their tyres up to temperature, but that's not going to close it. Team Racing Point in the pits as well. This is crucial in terms of strategy. So Manipti going long also. They have a better strategy. And you have to think also that I still think Maniti need a couple of more laps to seal the deal in terms of strategy, don't they?
I think Qualbu is 3 short at the moment, so keep that in mind. I think they're 3 laps short at the 2:27. If Keanu Bushman can push this one out 3 extra laps, this could be huge, and they might not need that final stop here in this race. So Andrea Casson right now, there's the go. Oh, that was quick.
Yeah, it certainly was. Did they do a full fuel? I don't think they did. They're going to beat Negative Delta.
Are they going to half and half it?
I think so, because they've beaten Negative Delta out of the pits by quite a margin. 11 seconds. That is a healthy gap by any racing standard. So I definitely think they've committed to extra stopping it. They've just realised they can't save the fuel and maintain the pace. So just go for the 2-stopper. You run lighter all of your stint, so you will be gaining time back in the stint. Obviously not to the extent of a pit stop, but it means that you're less excessive on the tyres, you can attack harder, you can maybe avoid the understeer they were getting at the end of the stint.
The one thing that ruins Team Racing Point strategy right now, John, is a safety car.
Yeah, totally. Right now, that would be the worst chance they could have. And effectively, yeah, I mean, the only thing that can really scupper them is Manatee at this point. If they get a safety car now, Manatee might be a little bit safe and high and dry, as they say. So we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out, because by the looks of things, they're not even really lifting and coasting at this point. They're just carrying around, and I think they might be in this lap. Let's have a look and see. But there's Endurotech carrying on as well. They're a little bit behind Project 91 now. That pace has really dipped out, and in the pits they go. There you go. They can't make it that extra 2 or 3 laps. They are going to be close on fuel as well, Jake.
25 laps was all that could be done by Andrea Casson at Absolute Motorsports Acelith. So they're going to be down in the pits, and they will need a splash and dash to the tune of about 6 laps at the end of this race to get them home. There is Jaime Qualbu back in the car. Then for Team Racing Point, Andrea Casson leaves pit lane, and now Mono Competition know they're in a race. Casson now knows it's time for the Italian team to go and chase out there at this point. And there is Qualbu. We look then to see where the likes of Maniti are. They put Ryan von der Grijp back in, and I still think they're short a couple laps right now. So they're a couple teddy bears short of a picnic, I would say. They're all on splash and dash mode.
Maniti's still in pit, so Team Racing Point there you can see is just passing. So Team Racing Point already into the lead, as there is Maniti leaving. So it's going to be a gap of about 11 seconds, in my opinion. That is the negative Delta car as well. So this is going to be a race out of the pit lane. Maniti looked like they have done the overstop, the overcut, but can they keep it on track? The tires aren't going to be up to temperature. They will have a little bit more fuel in the car. Negative Delta need to attack right now.
They do, and Negative Delta knows their tyres are up to temperature, so they'll get a real head of steam here, heading towards Les Combes, and even if they can't get the pass directly at Les Combes, they can attack to Bruxelles out of Malmedy corner. So here we go, von der Grijp out of the frying pan, into the fire. Neshev immediately aggressive on the brakes, maybe slightly overcooks it into the corner here, showing that eagerness and aggressive factor, straight down the inside at Malmedy. Now needs to go and confirm it here at Bruxelles corner. This right-hander down the hill. So easy to lock it inside front down this section. But Neshev gets the clearance.
You could see Maniti just trying to slam the door shut. Neshev, again, we've seen that excellent last late breakers there. And that is another demonstration, just getting those alongside, just saying you can't do anything about this. I've got the track position. I've got the inside line. You know I can outbrake you. There's no point in fighting it. And I think, to be fair, for Team Racing Point, that is the worst case scenario, because it effectively unlocks Negative Delta's performance to go and chase them down. Realistically, they wanted to see them battle a little bit, and for Maniti, you have to pray the Negative Delta really can't go to the end and have to have a long stop to fuel up the car. So what's crucial now for Maniti, keep that performance delta as low as possible.
Look at that stop time from Absolute Motorsport Acelith there, and GTP did a 29.4 second stop. Parabit did a 31.3, so they're half and halving. Acelith are half and halving. Racing Point, to an extent, half and halving right now. So we're seeing teams basically looking to siphon off the top and try and take their dividends over to the end. I'm interested to see what Mono do in their pit stop now, whether they go for a full fuel and leave themselves just a handful of seconds to come in for their final stop, or whether they are going to leave that gap, because they'll be at 29 laps to go or 30 full laps to go when they next cross the line. There is Lucas Sturck here at Parabit. Now, has something happened here for them out there in front? So they're trying to pull along, and there is the number 11. That is 2 leaders going through. Oh my, that is going to be a very important moment with the leaders of both your GTPs and your LMP2s coming together over the top of the crest.
Yikes. Well, misreading the situation, I think. They're just Parabit, I mean, well, they're entitled to go for the overtake, really. They showed their intentions by moving out. So you can't say that Mono didn't see it coming. Mono there just turning. Is there a turn of the wheel? Not really. It's just two lines converging into one, but I really do think that Mono should have stuck to the inside there. When you're in, like, driving the cars, you don't have that much visibility, so you've got to rely on the spotter, and if they don't exactly give you the right information, it can lead you astray. So both of them turning out here, and then Mono, because it kind of closes in the braking zone, the track gets a little bit narrower. They're forced into like a funnel, and that's what happens just in the braking zone. Pair a bit tap, around they go. The Aston actually corrected them, otherwise that would have been a hefty shunt into the barrier.
Yeah, that was not the nicest moment in the world, so to speak, and the stewarding team probably going to have a look at that, because Gessner tried to clear, and I'm just taking a second look at that there, and Gessner has moved back across. So that could be something for Mono that they look at. Perabit took the hit, but how much time are they going to lose then on that, and will a protest be put in for it? There is Johan Neshev on your screen right now for negative delta by Madness. 1.8 clear of Ryan von der Grijp, most of which done by the cold tyre outlap, which was needed to be had. They are 10.3 down on Team Racing Point, and so they are really trying to claw back what they can. What they can note too, though, is that Team Racing Point have a much lighter car at this point.
Yeah, what Racing Point wants to do is keep the gap going, but also I will say that effectively what they're doing is smart, because if they need to fuel the car, better to short fuel it now in case there's a safety car, in which case you can come into the pits to fuel the car completely and lose less race time. If they fuel it up now, and then halfway in the stint there's an incident, a safety car, and they've got a half a tank's worth of fuel, that's pace they could have been using. So they've effectively committed to the two-stop to the end of the race now. They've got to just go for it and see if they can eke out the pace. Any tenth of a second gained here is a net gain in terms of strategy at the end of the race. So they've just got to go and run fast as a wind, bullseye.
Yeah, they've got to go as quickly as possible. And there is Gessner just jumping down through and extending out that stint. And I would say they're good at one more stop here at the end of this race. I think they're going to be quite happy right now with the numbers that they're getting. Lap 92 here, and just turn around. When was the last time this team came in? Gessner is new into the car, so they got through to lap 76. They're on lap 92, so this is lap 25 at the stint, lap 26. They've got 28 laps to go. They probably need to go one extra lap at the moment, but they are currently under review from the stewards.
Yeah, more importantly as well, also this time they have damage on the car, ever so slight, but on that rear left corner, as it goes past the camera, at some point you'll be able to see it's a little bit indented. It modifies the aerodynamics. It will mean there's less straight line speed, but also it may be a little bit twitchy in the corners if any damage has been done to the diffuser. Very unfortunate incident, because the front quarter of the car of the LMP2 caught the rear quarter, not the tyre, and that could have been a lot better in terms of damage. So I'll have to wait and see if it alters the pace. But obviously, as a driver, you don't want to be under review, and that can play on your mind also.
Well, they're one stop to the end, and that also means now that Acelith is one stop to the end of this race here. So they've managed to make this one last 27 laps on the stint. They're looking around here on lap 93 of 120. I think they're there. I think they've got the number that they're looking for out there at Mono competition. The only thing that can stop them now is what will the stewards say about their incident. In terms of strategy, Mono have absolutely aced it.
Like they have been doing all season. They have just produced the strategies where you think mid-race, what is going on here? And then all of a sudden, it makes sense and it clicks, and you see what they're doing, and then you go, that's genius. As you see, that is the Racing Point car. So the gap is increasing, though, 0.3 of a second on this lap. So Team Racing Point doing what they need to do, and Mono doing what they need to do. Also, crucially, lights coming on for everybody. The sky is getting dim. The race gets towards its end, but the action heats up, as they say.
We're into the twilight hour now as we near 7 o'clock in the evening here around the Belgian Ardennes circuit of the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. Absolute Motorsport Acelith now probably looking at a wing and a prayer if they want to go and win this race. Mono competition right now in a little bit of a sticky position. Their fate lies in the hands of the stewarding team right now. Perabit still hold their lead, by the way, over Project 91. It's not cost them, but it's still a late day in the sun. And I would also turn around and say the teams out there like Racing Point will also be hoping that this is not a penalty for mono competition, because it extends their stint out by another, 40 seconds out there in this race. They don't want to race an extra 40 seconds.
It could be another lap, as you say. Yeah, it could mean that they cross the line the extra time. We've seen it so many times where the race strategy has been calculated on a certain number of laps, and then they get to the last stint and they realize, oh no, we need another lap right there. Don't see any damage on the Perabit car, which is good to see. So they should be able to continue, although their gap obviously has been brought down because of the incident. Look at that, Manatee still chasing 1.9 seconds. About 3 laps ago, that gap was 1.8 seconds. So they've stemmed the tide. And looking at Racing Point, they've not gained any time this lap. So definitely negative delta still with that absolute speed. But, I mean, it's all to question marks at this point in terms of strategy. And looking also at the Arete Esports Aston Martin battle, they have effectively been split. And different strategies going on there in terms of fuel.
Yep, so those differences are going to play a factor, and Gnosis as well are sitting on their strategy and hoping they can get what they need from it. Remember as well that Gnosis had to come in on a slightly different schedule because of their early drive-through penalty in this race for the issue that they had. And that issue, of course, being that they broke the no escape rule in qualifying and so had to serve a drive-through penalty at about lap 7 of the race. So they've maybe done something slightly different in terms of how they've gone about it, and they've looked to try and pull this margin to the best of their abilities right now. Lap 94 of 120. Van der Grijp still looking to try and hunt at the moment. But it goes to show you, actually, how much Johan Nechev has developed here over the last, 6 months to a year. He's been brilliant out there in the way that he has been dealing with this racing. And he has just been getting to another level over and over. And, we talk about how in the Sim Racing Republic, he's a pro-am. Here, he is now starting to show he is on that same pace, and he has got pace.
Yeah, not only pace, but also consistency. Looking at the lap times, it's just so mesmerizing to see the consistency. You have to give
no further action called on mono competition. They are on a one-stop to the end of this race, John.
Indeed, yeah. I won't say I'm surprised it could have gone either way, but definitely they'll be thanking any lords up there that there's no penalty there, and they can just get it to the end via their strategy. It would have closed things up, let's put it that way, a lot, but for sure, just I think unlucky incident. 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other, just the way the track goes. It can just cause incidents there. We've seen it before in multiple racing categories. So, yeah, it's racing to the end. That's what we love to see. Everybody pushing flat out. And we still have so many stories to wrap up at the end. I can't believe that this race is not only a slow cooker, but also a pressure cooker, as they say.
Well, it's got everything right now. How's your air fryer at the moment, I guess, is the way this race is going to be setting itself out. Johan Nechev still being chased here by Van der Grijp. The gap 1.5. So now Van der Grijp starting to turn the screw a little bit here. Just slowly inching there. The Aston Martin of Maniti Racing Black closer and closer at this point. They are starting to say, look, we are this team that can go out there and can challenge and have been 2 wins out of 2. They are the best on fuel at the moment then at the 278. They do not have the worries and concerns of how much do they need late compared to some of the other teams out there. So they know they've got this luxury of, yeah, we can close up and then we can sit and save some more.
Yeah, and I think also, ironically, the negative delta cars are hindering each other right there ahead because the gap has come down 1.4 seconds, was 1.8. Now, they will get the benefit of the slipstream. You see the flashing lights saying, hey, hang on, we got the same livery on our car. You're meant to be not getting in my way too much, but they're seemingly oblivious to that. And this is helping Manatee as well. Also helping out Team Racing Point, as I think the maneuver has just happened right there into the chicane. So yeah, really, really tricky pair, but still carrying on at the moment. The gap has remained at 17.7, so the blistering pace that we saw possibly affected by that contact. Maybe there's some damage that we can't see mechanically to a wheel or something, but it's definitely the gap coming down a little bit. Not worrying for the moment, but yeah, they certainly would have wanted to extend their pace.
Here's Sturk diving by through up to Eau Rouge and Radion. Neshev getting by. Boromechkov now is going to be the next one trying to go on through as they push along this run and say, look, we're going to have to be on absolute tenterhooks here to try and get this race to set. Just the one caution then from the start of running, and Boromechkov now is probably going to have to yield at some point here to Von der Rijp, who has really closed up going through Malmedy. Pivots to the inside, probably will have to make a lunge of it down on the inside, room given, and that's fair running actually there from Traffic. And you have to say from Ivan Boromechkov, he has given fair credence to both teams.
I think, yeah, ironically, he's hampered his effective teammates in that one more than he has hampered Manatee. I mean, the gap is 1 second now, but I think also the blue flag scenarios, we've had a lot of people been warned about the blue flag. Damon Shales in the Gassed Up Motorsports Academy. That car's looking better than it did. The damage definitely has been repaired, and this is heavy braking into the bus stop chicanes. I love to see the suspension working and everything. You can see how compressed the front end is going over the curb. So easy to get it wrong. And indeed, they have got it wrong there. I thought it was just a slow motion, stopped just in front of the pit entry. They're going to have to do an about turn and get going again. Very easy once you've bumped up on the curb. You've only maybe got one wheel on the ground, and you have to hope that it's a rear tyre to stop you spinning. In that case, it wasn't.
Well, last stop of the day for Tyler Watson at Sorrento Motorsports. This is Dimitar Palauzov having to leave some room potentially. Oh, little miscommunication there on the slow-mo. Going down into Campus Corner. Oh, and gets the tag around there by what looks to me like Gassed Up Motorsport and Archie Bennett. So that for Palauzov, they won't be pleased about at this moment in time, but they are trying to get this one home and dry, so to speak. So mono competition also in the lane from 4th in GTP. They've been 2 laps down since the early stages and basically have been playing this race 2 laps down all the way. Simon Hegeli right now just looking to get the consistent finish, take the points, and roll on to round 4 of the championship, John.
Yep, for sure. I mean, finishing the race gives you points, which is better than 0. So you have to just keep your nose in it. You have to really just drive it home, even though that's not really the result that you want. At the end of the day, it could matter for points at the end of the championship, if not just taking points off of other drivers as well. If you've got another car in the mix, which for Mono is the case, they're currently leading the race, it can make a difference if one of, for example, the Sorrento cars that has had a bad day today finishes behind it. So you just have to calculate for all scenarios and just keep going also for learning. You know, you can learn a lot about the end of the race, about your strategy, about certain weaknesses in drivers or team setups and strategies. So there's a lot that can be learned by just carrying on going, doing the laps, and making sure that you extract the most data that you can from the race.
I'm looking around at this here. A pit stop on lap 89 from Andrea Casson. And Casson then before that got in the car lap 50. So we're talking about doing about a 29 lap stint and then shortening the stint down then over the run. So maybe they are looking around at this and saying, well, we can stretch this out in the cooler conditions to a 31-lap final stint of the race. So maybe this is still in the window for Acelith, just that they have extended it out and they've taken it early, trying to use the clean air rather than using the dirty air and trying to do something similar to what Mono are doing, really stretching this out.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I think possibly in the let's say the less ambient temperature conditions, it may be easier to save a little bit of fuel or indeed tire wear, maybe both. But it's going to come down to very fine margins. I wouldn't be surprised if at least one team gets caught a lap short based on their strategy. So we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, the gap is daunting, so they have to do something. They have to try something outlandish because at the moment it's looking like they'll finish P2 no matter what happens. So they may as well go for it, right?
Yeah, they've got no choice, and they are closing that gap down. It's now 47.3 seconds, and Nicholas Gessner will know it's not probably going to be a full stop here because they only need 22 laps of fuel if they were to pit right now here at Mono, and actually on cue, they will stay out another lap and continue to extend. They've got fairy dust right now over at Mono in the car. They don't have to pit, it seems.
Fuel wear or fuel usage does not apply if you don't consent to it, apparently. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. Every lap that you can do on low fuel, you will gain time because there's not that fuel in the tank. It's about 100 kilos of fuel sometimes in the tank. So you've just got to eke that stint out. And even if you lift and coast, you will probably do a lap that is faster than on a full tank of fuel. So they're still gaining from this if they can get it to go another lap. They also have the hybrid energy to help themselves in the GTP class as well. So perhaps they've saved up a little bit. They can burn a little bit more on this lap to just get them through. And at the end of the day, it benefits them at the end no matter what. So clever, very clever. Once again, Mono just thinking outside of the box, I think.
Johan Neshev has now been caught here in your battle for second overall. There is Ryan von der Grijp letting through Mikhail Sikorsky, then who jumps on through for Project 91 Academy. Neshev holding himself to a very strong account, but von der Grijp knows if this is a game of outlasting, it's the Aston Martin that wins.
And look at the gap to Jamie Quelbo as well in Team Racing Point, 11.5. That has increased by 1 second over the last lap. So maybe a mistake, a little bit of a snap somewhere. I don't see the pace falling off like that. Although it could be said the changing temperature and conditions can happen right now. So just looking at that, look at the third place just closing in there. 0.6 of a second on lap 87 though. That's a big one. Last lap. Only 1/10 of a second, so whatever mistake has happened, it's happened on lap 87, which is an outlier right there. But lap 88 was not great either. So just pointing to maybe an imbalance in the car like we saw at the start of the race, to the front tires being a little bit more up to temperature than the rear, or the fact that it's a front-engined car, very front-engined car, just not playing well with these conditions.
No, maybe not, but what they will also note is that every corner is going to be scrutinised on that lap. They did have a couple cars go through, so there's the difference note. Little puff of gravel up there for Ryan von der Grijp to deal with as he rushes down into Brussels corner and over now for the next left-hander here of the speaker's corner. They are nose to tail. They know what their race is all about. They know they are going as long as they possibly dare on their strategy call. Off the road in front of them goes Damon Shales, lets them both through, then with a very egregious way of doing so, jumping all the way off wide, using the runoff area. But now, I think von der Grijp sits back and says, what have you got, Johan? Because if you've not got it, I'll just go by you and use my own pace. If you do got it, I'll sit and save your fuel. Very, very tough position for Negative Delta's 282.
Understeering. That Mercedes is not looking very happy on the track right now. The gap's still, I mean, it's staying the same to Team Racing Point over this lap, but I think that Manatee Aston Martin has just unlocked something new with that, just better downforce package, maybe better stability. Look at the speed he's able to carry through Blanchimont. This surely may be a little bit, no, he lifted off. He's saving fuel again. I can't believe at this stage in the race, they've got an advantage and they're still compounding it a little bit more with more fuel saving. I don't know what they are cooking at Maniti, but I can't wait to see what happens.
I'd keep an eye on lap 106 as the lap that Nicholas Gessner will come in from the lead and make it happen. But Van der Rijp here is doing a very nice job of holding the laps, holding the time out there with 3.5 hours into a net 5. In fact, no, in comes Mono now. This is the final stop of the race then for Mono competition. They have pulled the plug right now.
Indeed, yeah, this is crucial in terms of pit stop, in terms of length of pit stop as well. You can see the distance there, 2.2, 2.1 kilometers dipping down as they lose time in the pits. This was calculated, but can they calculate coming into the race lead after their pit stops? It's all down to how good their stop is, how long it is. I really do think this is going to cut it close, but I can't wait to see what happens afterwards.
Acelith now into the final chicane. Mono have got to be off the Jackson going right now. So, where does Andrea Casson come out in comparison to Nicholas Gessner on the power? They're going to be. This is going to be close between them right now, and Gessner is still stationary. Gessner is still stationary, and this is a long, long stop. Remember, they're taking extra time on it. Boom! Off of the Jackson go. They're way further back than what we thought they were going to be for a final stop out there. Remember, Casson was a little short maybe on that stop. Building a margin, building a gap, and suddenly now they've got a gap, but I don't think that's enough to come in, make a splash and dash, and get back out again in position. This might be fool's gold that we start seeing here from Absolute Motorsport Acelith, but they are a full 11 seconds adrift, and that's going to turn into more like 13 by the time this opening lap is done, because Gessner has to get the tyres up to temperature right now on a track that sits at 19 degrees track temperature. There's not much more to do. Perabit in for the final time now, which means Project 91 Academy stays out for their final stint. There's trouble in the background, is there? Over at the speaker's corner. No, that was just a car running very wide through there, and I think that might have been Tyler Watson, who had seen just in front Archie Bennett running a little bit wide through that section. Casson with a big margin. Perabit in for their final stop. Let's take a look at Archie Bennett's moment here. Just going through, then the left of speaker's corner, over-committing through. Massive slide through into the gravel and just about avoiding anything further than that. A big old moment. Zimmer then gets the clearance, and now we'll have the chance to rush away for it. Matejek still stuck down then in the lane, and we wait on Project 91 Academy's final call down into pit. So they're still not 100% out of this one, with the margin difference that you see right now of about half a lap here. So have 91 done a masterstroke on their strategy here to keep Perabit at bay? That's going to be the final question in that category that needs an answer to it, and we still wait. We're probably close, actually, to a Racing Point pit stop. Look at the margin, 13.5 for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, John.
It's really closing it down, isn't it? I mean, they've really managed to pull out the gap in the last couple of laps a little bit, put the pressure on, but is that going to be enough? We'll have to wait and see. I mean, Manatee and Negative Delta still battling is not going to help anybody's case for these two, although you'd have to suggest that Negative Delta are on the back foot a little bit, being P3, and also statistically probably being difficult in margin of fuel. So we'll have to wait and see. Team Racing Point have it to do. What can they pull out of the bag? They've got to just fuel short a little bit and see what can happen. Track position key at this point, in my opinion.
A change then over the last couple of laps for Ryan van der Rijp, who has been tired of waiting here behind the likes of Johan Neshev. So he has pulled the plug and said, I am going to make this move, and you are either going to follow me or not. A move that was done into turn one on a mistake, has to be said, by Johan Neshev, who overcooked it into the braking zone and allowed the pass. And I wonder whether that was to save a bit more fuel.
Yeah, surely, most definitely. You know, you can make the mistake look realistic, as they say, and just go wide and just make sure that the other car goes past. So I think definitely they'll be probably looking at Manatee thinking, where are they coasting? Where are they gaining that fuel on us? And they'll definitely want to see how they're doing it. So maybe they can adjust their strategy, maybe even for the next few races, as you've got that ominous mono car in the background as well. That's something to pay attention to. If you're these two battling, that will be on you in a few corners, if not more than that. So definitely these two are under pressure right now, as I think the gap as well a little bit down this lap to Team Racing Point, so managing race pace as well.
Here's a look. This is trouble for Team Endurotech, is it, out there running through. Andre Matejšek, a spin at the final chicane. This has just happened through the right. I think they're just going to grab the curb here on the inside. So watch this here. And, oh, no, they didn't even grab it. They just locked up the rears.
Yeah, one too many gears, as they say, and they weren't even close to the apex by the time it started rotating. So that one, they should have just let off the brakes and run wide. But then again, that last turn is really difficult because there is a barrier preventing you from straight lining it. So you'd actually have to maybe do an about turn. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. There was no correct strategy there, as the mono car was just about to catch them in the right place for the GT3s. That's the 11 car. So that was the sister car that we were seeing there. As, yeah, Mono have some work to do to catch this gap. Still, I think a little bit of question marks as to Acelith's strategy and how much fuel they've got on board. Am I correct?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have enough here to get themselves home. They've got a gap, but by no means is 13 seconds enough. Come in, get a morsel of fuel, and get back out again, even if you elect to not change the tyres.
Yeah, no, you can't. A pit stop, even without stopping, is about, let's say, 17 to 18 seconds on this track. You've got to slow right down, go all the way around the outside of the last turn into the pits. You can't be too hot into there either. Yeah, it's a nightmare. So even just based on no fuel stop, you will be behind. So it's going to all come down to what pace they have in that Porsche car. It certainly has the pace in the last sector and indeed in the first turn, but whether they can find any more to battle with Mono, it looks like they've had sort of equal pace the entire race.
Palauzov just got a tag from Dramaliev over at Ace Racing as they were working through. And Ace Racing are a couple laps down, and off-track racing KPS. And we know that the off-track cars have had trouble today lapping around their Ace Racing. They've come to blows here. So you can see this is a look down the inside from the Porsche that doesn't get there.
Yeah, not making the apex, carrying too much speed, just a misjudgment, I think, sadly. It happens this late in the race, but, you know, that's probably going to be maybe a reprimand, if not more. And I'm not exactly sure what's happening here with Absolute Motorsport Acelith, because they've been wiggling all the way up the Kemmel Straight. They've been sort of trying to figure out maybe if they've got an issue mechanically, maybe a wheel issue. Because I don't see otherwise why you'd be wiggling down the straight and losing even more time.
The only thing I can think is they're trying to slosh the fuel tank from one side to the other to kid it to basically not really have too much more to deal with. So I think what you're looking at there from Andrea Casson might be a chance just to say, hey, look, maybe I need to, you know, understand something with Gabriel Ivanov there going into one of the corners. But I don't really think there was anything there. So Andrea Casson right now, he knows what his job is. There's 16 laps to go when he next crosses the line, and he knows he is short on fuel.
Gap's come down 0.6 of a second right there, so not exactly sure. It's come down another 1/10 of a second right now. Definitely some lifting and coasting happening for Absolute Motorsport Acelith here. We'll have to see. Every single lap are they going to be forced to pit? Oh, a little bit of a misjudgment, and yes they are. In the pits they go then. So this is crucial. This is for the race win.
Well, I doubt they're going to get much from this. Mono already into the final chicane. So Nicholas Gessner now knows that it's just going to be security to get home. How much of a gap are you going to be left with here to work with? Anything over 20 seconds, you'd feel it's safe. They've only just pulled in the box now to try and find their stop. And I think Acelith are going to have to admit here, they are second best.
It's a long fuel stop as well, so they're having to put in more fuel than possibly I anticipated. Obviously, I mean, 15 laps left. That's almost half a race stint, I'd say. So yeah, unfortunate. The short fueling earlier on hasn't really worked out for them, but they're still in the pits as it's showing right now. I don't think they've only just started rolling right now. So definitely, that's a Kemmel straight lead. Yeah, you can't say that Mono are under pressure here at the moment.
That's a full last source to Lacoum Gap that you can see of half a minute. Absolute Motorsport, Aetolith, no. They are relying on the luck of an incident or the poor fate of Nicholas Gessner for this race to change in their hands, and that is why strategy plays a hand. In comes Mikhail Sikorsky then. This the final stop in LMP2, and how long this stop is going to be very interesting to tell, because Dennis Zimmer is only making his way towards Blanchimont now.
Yeah, this is going to be crucially close. I think it'll be a lot closer than what we saw in the GTP right there. It's a bit of light flashing, so possibly a further incident. We saw Mercedes going to the inside there, just saying, please, please get out of my way. But yeah, Manatee caught up in that as well. That is your battle for second place at the moment in GT3. So Parabit just wanting to not get caught up in that too. Cool, it's all happening right now, isn't it? With 15 laps to go.
There goes Dennis Zimmer. And now you're just waiting for the roll, and Cameron Dick is not going to move. So that is second for Project 91 Academy. They've given it a red-hot go today to challenge Parabit. They out-fueled them, they've out-miled them, but ultimately they're going to be down by about 15 seconds by the time they get their outlap sorted. So they know they're also in exactly the same boat. Now this just leaves one final question to be asked in this field with Negative Delta SRT, 40 seconds to the good. It's about these three: Racing Point, Maniti Black, and Negative Delta by Madness. Who comes out with victory in GT3 Pro?
This could go either way, or either of three ways, effectively. It all comes down to how much fuel they have in the tank, and all comes down to the margin of error that they're willing to go with. Do they fuel a little bit shorter just to lift and coast? Do they fuel for maximum attack? I mean, if you're Team Racing Point, you have everything to lose at this point. If you're Team Manatee, you're just thinking about keeping Negative Delta behind, and whatever happens with Team Racing Point will be decided in the pits. This is popcorn-worthy celebrations right now in terms of a race end. We are about to witness some madness in terms of endurance racing, of who has got the strategy right. And as you're seeing, the drivers are pushing still absolutely flat out.
Jaime Qualbu behind the Racing Point car did a 2:15.4, or in that Lamborghini last time by Ryan von der Schrijp. A 2:15.5 on that last lap. Johan Neshev, a 15.8, dropped a couple tenths of a second. So this is going to be trouble for Negative Delta by Madness. They know they are losing ground all of a sudden, and this is going to be difficult because now look at it. Von der Schrijp just comfortably dispatching of Dramaliev. Now there's a gap of over a second. And this is looking more and more like a fade late from Negative Delta. Maniti are finding something when they need it the most.
Ever since that sunlight dropped and the track temperature dropped, that Mercedes has been looking a little bit sluggish into the corners. This is off track into the pits now as well. So this is the second car, so that's the 5th place car of the GT3 AM. You can see the little P icon next to their name and to the kilometers there in the interval, indicating they're in the pits. So very, very tricky for them. A tricky day. They were right behind their sister car at the start of the race, but one of them's gone on to be fighting for second place at the moment in GT3 AM. The other one has gone backwards with incidents. So we'll have to have a look. This is the Negative Delta SRT, which is the leader of the GT3 AM, and comfortably the leader as they come out of the pits with about the same gap that Mono had to Aetolith.
Yep, so that gap is going to be important to note, that they're about half a minute down on what they need, and so they will be looking to go and get back. In fact, they're 3 minutes 10 down on vertical grip as it stands. So they've done very well, actually, at vertical grip to be in 4th position as they go through. All penalties now from this point onwards will be applied as post-race if anything is to happen in any way, any shape, or any form in the final stages of this one. So that's going to be worth noting here as we are into the last half an hour, I think, of this race. And so they have called it here on lap 107. Anything from this point onwards is going to be a post-race penalty.
Dimitar just struggling over the gravel there, just no turning at the moment on the BMW. Is just washing out and washing wide again all the way to the line, all the way to the off-track tarmac that they've put down on the outside of Brussels there. Vertical grip. This is obviously they're just trying to catch up to R&R Motorsports. They've been trying to do that all race, to be fair. Sorrento stuck behind them, as GTP car that's been just in the wars from start to finish this race. And yeah, for these two cars, they've been, although they're in different classes, their story tells the same tale of what could have been, but good to see them going still.
Yeah, they're going well. They're doing a very good job, 4th in class. So I think that today they've done a pretty decent job, and they will soon see in the mirrors Ryan van der Grijp, Johan Neshev, and Cameron Dick trying to move through and get clearance then up through these sections of road. There in comes Asen Dramaliev then to make the stop. And that will be a final stop in this race. Now, Ariti here are an interesting story at the moment because they are looking around and thinking, well, what could have been from my day out there today for Luka Gramka? And I think they've been on the back foot. And in a 5-round championship, it's one of the few styles of championship you have, John, where you can't have a bad round, as in comes Archie Bennett.
There have been quite a few teams that have either scored very low points or no points at all. Effectively, I won't say it rules them out, but you have to wait for a disaster class, basically, from everyone. And Enesis, another team that has just been a little bit in the wars, particularly at the start of the race, but they've done well to recover from that penalty also that they had. So not too bad at all. They will be scoring points. And at the end of the day, it's keeping yourself in the mix, isn't it? You've got to ensure to finish these races because with teams DNFing and having bad races, there's always a chance that you can pick up points.
There always is. They'll go by Enosis, who have seen the likes then of Ale Torres find their way away from Enosis over the last run. So he's a lightning fast driver, just the age of 15 as well. So the young, youthful talent gone now over to the likes of maybe Matt Performance, if I've read that correctly over the course of running. Now, troubles for Kojaru potentially out there in this race, and they will definitely not be happy to see that then for the GT3. They are 72 laps adrift, of course. But now, here comes the final stop. This is Jaime Qualbu, and this is going to be an indicator of what is needed for Racing Point. Remember, they have a 10-second gap, so whatever the stop is going to be, take 10 seconds off of it, and that's what Van der Grijp is likely to do.
Yeah, this is so crucial. We have to see when they leave the pits right now. When do they get rolling? They're still on my secondary screen in the pits and still waiting to go. It's a long stop for Team Racing Point. Here they go out of the pit. So it's about, I'd say, 10 to 15 second stop is going to be oh so close.
Well, we get to get a good look and see what that margin is. They will come out at 20 seconds behind. So they've now got work to do. They've got to burn the midnight oil. They've got 3 seconds out there just in front of negative delta by simgear.it. Now that's actually going to be very interesting, John, because if that team can catch up to Jaime Qualbu, that puts so much pressure on at the help of negative delta by Madness.
Indeed, yeah, there's so many questions right now, so many things that you could do right in terms of team tactics that you've really just got to throw the book at them, basically. Gassed Up Motorsports here, Matt Gatter in the car, and is it going to be a swap-end scenario? Yeah, just got loose there at the exit of Le Fagnes and just spinning onto the curb and not much you could do. I think they've kept it out of the barrier, yeah, just facing backwards. Not the ideal place to be. You see Enesis there just taking a little bit of avoiding action, but they should get it spun round, no problems whatsoever. So yes, this negative Delta Aston Martin could actually throw a little bit of a spanner in the works, but the question is, do they have to pit as well? Because they can only stay out there and play like a tactics game if they don't have to pit themselves, which I think they're on the same strategy as everyone else.
We know that Negative Delta by Madness are more likely to make the stop first than Ryan von der Rijp, who could be trying to look to the end of this race and where mono competition could be by comparison with their now 40-second gap at the front of the field that is huge at this point in time. So Neshev realizing here that this could be the moment that the race is won or lost. They will take good points from it, but on the brakes, in through La Source, and now looking to climb the Red River as they will now descend down the hill to Eau Rouge at the lowest section of the circuit and then climb that long launch to the highest section of this circuit. The road now between Spa-Francorchamps being travelled.
Yep. Emblematic road, road on which many sorrows have happened, many victories have happened as well. They'll add someone on this battle will add one to the tally. Which one will it be? I think still, with 10 laps remaining, there's question marks everywhere at that moment. Manatee seem to be just keeping their pace. The lap times haven't really gone down at all. I mean, their last lap was actually their fastest lap of the race, a 2:15.2 for Manatee, a 2:15.6 for Negative Delta, and Team Racing Point a 2:15.4 just before pitting. So they are all putting in the fastest laps of the race, and I must say they are the only teams lapping consistently in the 2:15s, apart from the Negative Delta Aston Martin, which is right behind them as well, which is high 2:15s. So these are the class acts of GT3 at the moment.
They very much are, and so they are proving it right now, lap after lap after lap. Good stop we just saw from Negative Delta SRT. They get their splash and dash and still come out with a 20-second margin over off-track racing. Job well done. Bring it home to the end of a race like this one. It's been a well-fought race, I would have to say, across all four categories. You can hardly argue that this has been one that has, like we saw at round 2, John, earlier on in the season over at Road America. That was just elbows out, and we're going to give it absolutely everything. This has been a lot, I would say, calmer of a race and more tactical as Ivanov runs wide.
I think you'd say it's more reminiscent of the endurance sort of sprint races that we are used to seeing, for sure. A lot of strategy, a lot of tactics, a lot of little mistakes. Whereas beforehand, I think in the first 2 races, we were seeing quite a few bigger shunts, let's call them, and a lot more safety cars needed. And for sure, it changes the spectre of a race. And I think not having a safety car after that first safety car meant that everybody could increase the gaps. And when you increase the gaps, you decrease the likelihood of having an incident. So a lot of it more has been done on pace rather than strategy and staying out of the incidents.
So 22 seconds. That's the number that you've got then between Racing Point and Negative Delta by Madness. It will then be a further 2.4 over to Maniti. So they're 25 seconds adrift effectively at this point. You think that it's going to be roughly about a 17-second lane transit time. They're looking for about an 8-second pit stop out of Manatee Racing Black at the end of this race, if they should need it here on lap 111 of 120. Everyone's counting back and saying, do I need this? Do I need that? That's the sort of day you've got. And Qualbu is turning around and realizing it's not his lap count that he's got to worry about. It's 11's.
That's a very good way of putting it, indeed. And I think for, well, Team Racing Point here, he's just got to keep it calm, keep the pace up at the moment. You'll know that you're higher on race fuel also, and you've just got to hope that they've made a mistake somewhere in their strategy. And yeah, it's I won't say it's bleak, because I think they've driven a great race. They've given it their all. And just looking at the times actually here, it's just looking like they're about the same pace on lap 100, doesn't it? There's a lot of zeros there, so 3/100ths of a second compared to P2. But the problem is that Maniti is increasing the gap at the front as we speak, so they're still negative on pace at the moment.
Maniti and Ryan von der Grijp doing a wonderful job. Neshev just unable to stay close enough to make a big dent. 2.5 seconds, the margin between them. A 15.7 playing a 15.5. Von der Grijp right here in the sunset doing a great job. And it is worth talking about the fact that the second half of this race set itself up for the rains that never came. Ultimately, it has stayed a very nice sunny experience.
Certainly has, and I think the clouds have cleared, actually. They've just blown straight over, effectively, as we've got the sun back out now, so that will bring the temperature up even just a little bit, which may bring the Mercedes a little bit more back into its performance window. The gap has been stemmed at 2.5 seconds, so everything is going the way again of negative delta. Maybe Neshev finding the pace again at 3.32, hopefully not in more wars, as they're just on Malmedy there, skipping over the curb, taking a really aggressive line. I think they've just bottomed out on the floor of the car, and oh no, that's straight into the barrier, doing, I think that was what Kimi Räikkönen did back in 2008, swapping it around. Fernando Alonso did the same as well, and just, yeah, once you've got the car sideways, there's not much you can do once again.
No way of really recovering it back. No way of finding it. In comes Marcello Caserta. What could have been for Absolute Motorsport there in GT3. It's been a tough day for the Acerlith team to go and get the result that they have been hoping for. And there is Von der Grijp, who will now still be hoping that the numbers continue adding up. Lap 113 at this point in time of 120 started for Maniti. They're on lap 102 of their race. So currently, you're talking around, okay, they've lost 10 laps by comparison, 11 laps if you want to go down that road. So they're probably going to be lapped at least one more time by the end of this race. And Von der Grijp, who's looking at a number here, will be hoping that, okay, that's good enough. The telltale sign, though, is what that car behind has just done. Negative delta pit with 7 laps to go.
Oh, so tantalizingly close to make it. But as we were saying, even if it's 5 laps, you can't do that on lift and coast. So they've been trying their best to save the fuel. It hasn't worked out. And you've got to say Team Racing Point are surely going to get past here. They're already into the bus stop chicane. It should be at least on track. Team Racing Point taking second place. It will all come down to how long they are in the pits. So negative delta, I don't think, are moving just yet. Here come Team Racing Point across the line. So that is for P2. They have swapped by, and there they get going, so they will be at least behind their sister car as well, so they're effectively in P4 actually.
But we note that that negative delta by SIMGEAR.IT car is also going to be pretty close on its margin. So that's another team to note here on where negative delta are. So let's just compare them to negative delta by Madness then, and when the stops were indicated out there. So they went lap 78. Last pit stop from Johan Neshev. That was the out lap, lap 102. So let's say that is going to be from 77 to 102. That is 25 laps, 87, 97, 102. So count the laps then for Gabriel Ivanov from the last time that that car stopped. They stopped lapped 77. So they are due right now for a pit stop.
Well, I'm glad you're good at maths, Jake. I'm glad you did all of that working out. And yeah, definitely that means it's dire straits, as they say, for this car on screen right now. They will have to give up that third position. If it's any consolation, they give it up to their sister team, so not too bad. But definitely they want to chase it down. 2.5 seconds between Team Racing Point and Negative Delta by SIMGEAR there at the Mercedes. Sorry, no, that is to the Aston, and then it's 6 seconds to the Mercedes. So about 8 seconds between the two cars that have pitted.
Going to be close.
You have to ask yourself as well, have Team Racing Point short-fueled themselves so they'll have to lift and coast, or did they take enough fuel to go flat out to the ends? That is the question also.
I would probably think they've hit a number that they want, as the likes of Off-Track Racing and R&R have made their final stops. But it really does come down to Manatee Racing Black. How far they can go, how good is their margin, how much can they save in the final stages of this race? In comes Gabriel Ivanov as if it was whispered in the wind. They make their final stop of the race, and they will look around over to Ariti, who are currently running down through at the Stavolo and Campus corners. And so I think they're going to get out easily ahead of where the 224 is at this point in time.
Yeah, they're just only exiting Stavolo there, so that's at least 15 seconds to the bus stop, and they're already going. Yeah, easy. They need to be exiting the final turn right now to have any chance. They're not even close. So good strategy again by Negative Delta. They will be able to secure that P4 unless something really diabolical happens right now, but very cleanly out of the pits. I will just note that the gap, the Project 91 gap has gone up exponentially. Parabit have really put the hammer down to secure this position. And yeah, they are really just, they found the pace of Parabit Sim Racing, and Project 91 haven't been able to respond. So that gap that was coming down initially in the last stint has just gone up and up and up and up. And as you can see, look at that, 1.7 seconds on lap 106. So yeah, they have found whatever it was that was wrong, and they're rolling with it at this point.
I think that's what we call for Project 91, consigning yourself to second place, just driving now in a manner that will get you home at the end of this one, knowing that you can't really do anything to influence what's going on at the front of your field, knowing that Parabit now are going to be sitting on the rungs of 3 straight victories, and that it's going to be a Herculean effort to pull back the gap out there with back-to-back second places. It will move them into second in the championship by 1 over Team Endurotech. So they do have that as the positive that they can go with. There is Endurotech right behind Ryan von der Grijp then and Manatee Racing Black. So they sit exactly where they need to be right now. Mono coming out of the final corner, which I think puts for the entire field now of GT3 Pro 5 laps to go.
Yeah, that is tantalizingly close. Surely they can't make it with no other pit stops right now. Surely they have to box. I mean, they got 26 seconds. I mean, if they do pit now, it will still be close. It will probably still be single digits, but you've got to be thinking, you know, at this point, it would be just a splash and dash, and surely they've got to be thinking about avoiding that. It would be one of the strategies that we did not predict, because I remember talking about Manatee just in the first third of the racing. They've just got no pace. They're just falling by the wayside here. But was that the plan all along? Have they sort of duped the other teams into thinking that they're all on the same strategy, but they've been keeping a bit of fuel in the tank? It wouldn't make sense, but I don't see otherwise how they've done this.
Well, John, let's put it in this scenario right now. Normally you use a fuel hose to go and put the fuel in the car. If you don't have the budget for a fuel hose, you use a fuel jug. Right now, all they need to do at Manatee is to take one of the paper cups from the water cooler dispenser and pour a little bit of fuel in that to put it in the car.
I was about to go for a coffee cup for that explanation, but yes, you're quite right. And even then, I think they'd be over-fueled at that point. So, yeah, hopefully there's no BAR secondary tank in that car or something. But that's a strategy we've seen in the past. But no, iRacing, that won't be allowed in any case. So they are doing this as per the book somehow. But looking at the pace as well, I mean, they're still keeping up the great laps. It has dropped down.
Here we go.
Oh, they are in the pits. Yes, indeed.
So they are 5 laps short, and they need this splash and dash. So now keep it calm, Ryan. How good is this final stop going to be compared to Team Racing Point, who are going through Blanchimont as we speak. So this is going to come right down to the nitty-gritty here in GT3. Jaime Qualbu versus Ryan van der Rijp, who's already leaving his box now. Now it's going to be a race of who's got what, where's the line by comparison. I think Maniti have enough, and they will have enough by about 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's looking like that. The gap going up to 7 seconds already. It's going to hover between, I think, 5 and 7 seconds at the moment. So the gap stabilizing at 6, actually, for the moment. The tyres have to briefly get back up to temperature. They will have lost maybe a couple of degrees. Shouldn't affect them too much with that short a stop. But quite literally, I think they just put 1 paper cup's worth of fuel in the car. It was stationary for about all of 2 seconds, I think. And yes, they have completed it, and that's clean air as well. 5.8 seconds of the gap coming down. But crucially, they've also got traffic to contend with. Team Racing Point not been gifted any bones right now.
No, the pressure is there. Anything in an endurance race this late within single digits is not a comfortable gap. You may think it is, you may say it is. As you can see here, as illustrated by Daniel Beckett, something like this can happen. Just mire yourself on the curb through the first part then of double gauche, and then see the back, just look to see what the front end's looking at, and it says Armco.
Yikes. Yeah. Oh, wow. That was Team Racing Point, I think, that just went by there. So that could have been big as well for GT3 Pro. That was a heart-in-mouth moment for the Lamborghini driver. And I really do think it's come down also to the pace that Maniti have been able to put in. Van der Rijp just setting fastest lap after fastest lap. So let's have another look. So yeah, just oversteers, I think, a wheel on the grass briefly. And this is Team Racing Point. I was correct. Just going into the turn. And this may be unsighted because obviously you're in the driver's position. You'll have the A pillar right there. And just at the spotter must have just been at the last second, car on the inside, and you take avoiding action a little bit, and you just have to pray that they're on their brakes holding it. Thankfully, they were, but that could have been disastrous for the person fighting for the win still, although it's ebbing away from them.
It is, and I know it's 7 seconds, and I know they've got 7 seconds over negative delta by Madness, and they are running out of laps to go and make this happen because it is 3 laps to go for Nicholas Gessner at this point. A very late splash and dash for Georgi Atanasov, then to get the final morsels of fuel to bring that one home and dry. Ariti will look around at this one, P5, John, and say, yeah, we're going to drop points that we didn't really think we needed to drop today. And they are going to be staring down the barrel of a 20-point extra deficit.
It's a lot, and I think it's just come down to pure pace today, really. All of the front runners have been able to get into the 2-minute 15s, and if you look at Arete, they have been able to do a few laps, but it's been inconsistent, really, and they've only just managed toward the end of the race to get that pace up to the standard of the front runners, by which point it's way too late, and for sure, if you don't have the pace, you can't also do the strategy. They were locked in a battle with that negative delta Aston Martin as well, which is ahead of them now in P4 also. So it's all gone down the drain. Just want to point out, closing on Maniti, the laps all in the 2:15s, low 2:15s before that pit stop. And just before they were pitting, it was a 2:15.1 fastest lap, which is 0.3 clear of anyone else. That is what made the difference at the end.
Well, you talk about what make the great drivers great, and I go to the 5-time iRacing World Champion Gregor Hutsu every time. A driver who was fastest when it came to the in-lap, the pit stop, and the out-lap. And you're seeing that here again from Ryan van der Rijp. Fastest on the in-lap, fastest at the pit stop, fastest on the out-lap. And that's why Maniti are happy. Gessner right now starting to weave about a little bit. He knows he's on camera right now for mono competition with a lap and a half to go, and knowing that he has just got to chain about 30 corners together now, and he has got victory for what will be the second time this season for mono competition.
He's doing the Fernando Alonso strategy of just looking at the big screen to see who's where in the race. I didn't expect to see that, but yeah. I mean, the celebrations will probably start early. You've got to keep the car on the track. I've seen people bin it on the last lap before, so don't lose too much concentration if you can indeed hear us. But yeah, I mean, they've looked in control today. They really have. From qualifying, once again, Mono doing a great job in qualifying and just setting the absolute pace, setting the gauntlet down effectively. Then holding the race from the front at both the race start and indeed the restart after the safety car. It's been smooth sailing since then. They've just pulled off into the distance. Nothing to show for it, really, in terms of drama. And I think the biggest drama, actually, was the coming together with Perobit, to be fair. That's the only incident that I've noted with them.
They've had one spin, and that was only a half spin, and they've had the tag out there with Perobit, which was ruled no further action. But if there was going to be a penalty on Nicholas Gessner there for that one, it would have been harsh. Matt Gatter having to make one final call. There was Barney, the flag man, waving for one final lap here for mono competition around the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps. We're going to be running into celebrations at night as the twilight begins to fade here on the halfway stage round of the SIMGEAR GT Masters Round 3. A 45-second gap plus at this moment for Nicholas Gessner, and that has been built on strategy today. Asilith have gone very aggressive out there, needed an extra stop by comparison, and just extending the numbers out, getting exactly what was required. Mono have proved they have had pace, and they've had the ability to save the fuel a lot better. So, over the top at Malmedy. It's downhill from here all the way to the end of this race. Dropping down into the long right of Brussels corner. You will then look over for the next left-hand bend here of the Speaker's Corner and over to Double Gauche here in the middle of the lap. Maniti, by comparison, they're at turn 1. Perobit just starting their final lap of the race. Negative Delta SRT will be the last car over the line to congratulate at this current rate. But working through the right and the left of Fania, it is all about this team right now, and it's all about how they now wrest control of this championship. They will know that the banks of Daytona will await for them in 3 weeks' time, and they will await for a team like this one as championship leaders by 6, and they will know that they hold the responsibility of keeping everybody else behind at one arm's length. One final chicane for mono competition, and they will say, it is our championship. Take it from us. 2 in a row here at Spa, and Nicholas Gessner brings home the effort and attempt from Dylan Bittman's start out there overall. We will wait for the likes then of Andrea Casson to make a way home. Ryan van der Rijp will be the car directly behind that, but Casson is second best today with Absolute Motorsport Acelith, John.
Yeah, they've done their best. They really tried to take it to mono today. It hasn't really been their day in terms of pace. I mean, they've done everything right in terms of strategy. They tried something outlandish. They hoped it would work, but it's not really gone their way. Perobit will be coming through to Stavlo, then to start the first to Blanchimont, and indeed Maniti are close as well. So Absolute Motorsport Acelith across the line, P2. They are still celebrating, still good points, but here is the big talk. The strategy made it work, and that is also R&R Motorsports in front of them, flashing the lights, but Maniti have done what it takes on strategy and in pace. Absolutely superb driving to beat the likes of Team Racing Point, who will finish tantalizingly close in P2, followed by Negative Delta by Madness in P3. It was a grandstand finish, and let's talk about these guys for a bit. Perobit Sim Racing, from the doldrums of mid-race to absolute domination at the end. It's been a grandstand finish.
It's been a wonderful race. It's all hinged on strategy late on to note who is safe and who is not. Here is Ivan Boromechkov, though. Negative Delta, they were behind the 8 ball in the opening hour's worth of running. But what they did, hour 2, hour 3, hour 4, it's built them almost a minute as they've gone to the line. A truly magnificent drive by Negative Delta SRT, and back-to-back victories here today now puts the pressure on R&R. They will now look around at that gap and say, we lead the championship by 1. So, what a day's worth of running here from the circuit to Spa-Francorchamps. Let's get the confirmation of result then up on your screen, because it is going to be a day again of car 11 getting it done, as we see a little look there over to the line of the push and clearance then that gets the job done. It is going to be mono competition who win out. 4 hours, 14 minutes, 37 seconds. 1 safety car after the opening lap's worth of running. Second there, and that just shows you from Andrea Casson there, that second place just pulls it to a stop at the end after that slide through at turn 1. Unhappy with the way that today went. They were down 48 seconds over the line from the number 11 team. It will then follow with Sorrento Motorsports 33 in third, Mono Competition Pro-Am fourth, and then the first of your LMP2s, Perabit Sim Racing, getting it done in the second half as they get by Project 91 Academy, Team Endurotech, and Gassed Up Motorsports Prototype. Maniti Racing Black get it done with strategy. They held out longer than everyone else and go by Team Racing Point, a win by about 8 seconds, as Negative Delta by Madness would finish ahead of Negative Delta by SimGear.it. Ariti Esports follow with Enosis Esports Simdeck.app in 6th. Your winners in GT3 AM then are going to be Negative Delta SRT, as Off-Track Racing MDM gets second, and R&R Motorsports then in third. Vertical Grip are fourth with Sorrento Motorsports GT3, Off-Track Racing KPS, Andromeda rate by 0 to 1 Raceway do find a finish, as do Ace Racing and Gassed Up Motorsports GT3 at 19 and 24 laps adrift. Parking it early is Absolute Motorsport Acelith GT3 with Sorrento Motorsport Elite GT3. Their GTP effort also running into troubles. And then on the opening lap of the race, Intercomp VMD SimSport having a troublesome time of things, as that makes the 27 who took a start here today in the SimGear Endurance Series. We will now move over to our press conference now, and we'll try and get in all of our drivers here for a chat and a conversation on what has been today, John. A truly very nice 4 hours worth of running.
It certainly has been. And let's see who we can get in. We've got a load of drivers in at the same time. Who do you want to speak to first, Jake?
Well, I think we start with your overall race winners here. Dylan Bittman, Nicholas Gessner here along with us for that run. Dylan, first and foremost, we can't help but notice that the number 67 car in the server was there with Marcel Ropak. Was that a last-minute decision then with that mistake to bring Nicholas into race?
No, they were set to drive, but unfortunately Jan registered for the wrong team, so we had no other drivers in our backup, and yeah, they called it a day.
Yeah, sometimes that's the way it goes. But let's talk about the race then, Dylan, first and foremost. You had the start of the race. You had to build the margin early. 1 safety car after the opening lap. Were you expecting then from that point, from lap 3, that it was going to be clear sailing all the way?
No, I don't think so. I wasn't quite sure until the server went online how our pace really is. But yeah, in the end, I think we have built something really good. And I think you can clearly see that we have had the fastest pace today out there. And from the moment I have had a little bit of a gap and pushed Absolute out of the draft, I just went into fuel saving mode. I think I saved about 0.6 a lap or something, so it was just keep the pace at a minimum and at a minimum risk to just cruise in the front and save maximum fuel, because due to the safety car, we noticed we could save a splash and dash at the end. So that was the main goal, to don't have the extra stop and yeah, keep it clean.
Nicholas, you had the car then for the final 2 hours. There was a threat of rain that never came along, so that was very good in that regard, that you could just focus forward. Were there any concerns later on heading into the final hour? I know that the team got put in by Perabit for a protest. Just talk us through what happened there, the 3 wide that caused the contact.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in traffic sometimes, unfortunately. To be fair, the LMP2 made it 3 wide, which I don't know if it was completely necessary, but I mean, it happens. Like, I make bad decisions sometimes. Like, yeah, it's just unlucky, I guess.
And for you, Nicholas, as well, helping to get this result in. It's back-to-back wins for mono competition, so that's huge in terms of taking the championship lead. How much are you looking now at Daytona in 3 weeks' time and going, let's back this up and give us a really strong margin heading over towards the Circuit de la Sarthe to end the championship?
Yeah, let's see who drives that first of all. I don't know if I'm gonna drive it or if Marcel is gonna drive it. But yeah, I think considering I'm just replacement, it wasn't that bad.
Well, I wish you the best of luck for racing in 3 weeks. It's a victory, though, for the second time this season for mono competition. ts/simshop.de. They got a wonderful result in play. Your winners, though, are here from LMP2. John Harris has stood by with Dennis Zimmer.
Yes, Dennis, I mean, it must be one of those sweet victories, let's say, indeed, in terms of the pace at mid-race was a little bit iffy, but how do you think the race went for you? It's probably one of those more tantalizing ones.
Yes, every win is sweet, so we take it. And yeah, pace was at the beginning as usually not the best, but middle and end is better for us with a warm car and empty car. So we happy.
So was there anything you changed in that to make it more comfortable? We noticed that it was a bit slidey, but at the ends, the pace was devastating.
Yeah, just you get the confidence. We had not much practice time on the circuit, so for the end, it was just a confidence.
And you had that little bit of contact with Mono as well in the last third of the race. Did that impact confidence? Did that change your way of thinking?
Yeah, it was Luca. I don't speak with him, so I don't know what happened. I see Mono was at the inside. Luca tried to pass the GT3 in the middle, and as Niklas said, it happens. So nothing happens to the GT3 and us, so all good. That's racing.
I think you could say luck of the gods on your side right there. And looking to the next 2 races, you bring quite a big gap now in the LMP2 class. Everything to play for still, because every car is finishing the races. But does that change your stance going into the next races, let's say?
No, of course not. We go fully on the win. So for us, it's not necessary how the gap is. We're just looking forward to win the 2 races.
Well, that is devastating talk there from Perabit Sim Racing. So thank you ever so much for joining me for an interview. And I think it's over to Jake for the winners of GT3 Pro.
Yeah, I'm here with Keanu Bushman and Ryan von der Grijp, who are here with All Control. Ryan, I'll go to you first. Today, for you, jumping in, we've seen Mark Calver over the first 2 rounds. You jump in here for round 3, and ultimately it turns out to be a numbers game today.
Numbers game in what way?
In the sense of we're playing the fuel game.
Oh yeah, every bit helps, of course. Trying not to lose too much time fighting. So it was just about playing the long game here, and in the end it paid off.
Keanu, a lot of ebb and flow over the course of that race. You come out of the first pit stop, you've got a gap of about 2 seconds. By the time that you finish your stop, you're behind by 2 seconds. So you're looking around here today. Do you think that the field today in GT3 Pro was probably the closest it's been all season?
Definitely it was. It was really difficult to keep up the pace with the guys in the middle stand for me. And especially it took quite a few laps for me to get into the rhythm today because I don't really know why it was. But yeah, it was definitely really close today. And as you already said with Ryan, it was really a game for the numbers. So we played a long game and tried to stay calm, even though the gap was increasing. And yeah, in the end, luckily it paid off.
It certainly did. Now, Ryan, as far as you are looking around, Maniti are in pretty much every GT3 championship out there. You're always looking at doing endurance racing. Do you think having that much experience, jumping in almost, it seems, every single week, doing a championship here and a championship there, do you think that is the core strength that you're seeing out of Maniti Racing and how you're able to try and challenge each and every single week at every championship that you take your mind to?
Well, of course, it's always good to make up experience, and I think our strength is really just being able to learn from those experiences, building up to the biggest events.
And to that regard, Keanu, 3 weeks' time, 3 wins in a row, you pull the margin out over to Ariti now to over 30 points in the championship. You've got to be very happy with the way things are going. Do you think Daytona, after seeing it in January, is going to be something like putting an old pair of boots back on?
We'll see. I mean, it's definitely a different race, a completely different race compared to the first 3. So I think it will be even closer than it was in the first 2 rounds and even closer than today, especially with the draft and like the long straights. Yeah, we just have to work forward as we did and do our best to continue like that.
Well, a great result for you and the team. It's 3 straight wins for Maniti Racing Black. Keanu Bushman and Ryan von der Rijp joining us there to have a conversation about their race-winning result. There's one final group of race winners out there. John Harris has caught up with Bozdar Andreev and Ivan Boromechkov.
Yes, of negative delta SRT, and that's got to be a satisfactory victory, isn't it? And I just want to ask a question to both of you to start off with. It looked like it was quite tricky racing out there at the start. So how did you get to grips with your car so well that you basically blew everybody else into non-existence in your category?
Oh, looks like me and Bojdar can't without dramas during the start. So we make the race more interesting. Looks like in my view.
Bosidar?
Yeah, on the cold tires we was struggling to find the grip, but after that the car was driven really good. So we tried to keep it consistent and to race clean, and it pays off.
So the Mercedes that you had looked very tricky to drive right at the start, as you're mentioning. How much did that clean green flag racing after the first safety car help to get everything in check? Did it really help you create that gap in the first place?
Actually, I lost it T1 after the restart, after the safety car. I lost it and I lost a lot of places, like 4 or 5 places in our class. We were able to catch the group. Then the second stint, Bojdar make the good things and overtake the other guys. From then on, we just pushing a lot and make a gap, and that's it.
I was hoping to get you to mention that incident for sure. And, how frustrating was it to have to create the gap afterwards? Because, you have the pace, you've been sort of in an incident, and then you have to sort of reset. Was there at any point that you said, that, the race is going away from you, or did you know that you had the pace to go back out there anyway?
How Bojdar mentioned it, the big difficulty for us was the tires. I mean, cold tires. So during the safety car period, the tires cold up, and That was the big issue for me. So especially the rears. Maybe from the setup or something else, but we was struggling a lot with the tires when they caught.
And I'll ask Bozhidar as well. Do you think in the next few rounds the car will be the same thing, struggling with cold tires, or do you think there's some things that you can still work on to maybe extract even more pace? Not that your rivals need it, obviously, but yes, it's looking good for you guys so far.
Yeah, for sure we will work hard for clean this issue with the cold tires and give our best to win the championship.
And last question to both of you. Looking at the points, it was definitely a great race for both of you. Overtake R&R Motorsport. So, how crucial is that going into the latter stages of the championship?
Most difficult will be Daytona because the Porsche there is like bulletproof. I mean, it's like a rocket ship on this track. So we have to put a lot of training there, so to get on pace with the Mercedes because Porsche is quite fast there.
Anything to add, Bozhidar?
I agree with Ivan.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, great answers. And well, what more can I say apart from congratulations? What a dominating victory. It must feel sweet. Enjoy the champagne, as they say, and we'll see you next time. Thanks for the interview. And
Thank you
over
very
to
much.
Pete.
Thank you.
Yeah, wonderful work then from them. They take the championship lead by 1 point going to Daytona. Second today in the GT3 Pro AM Championship was off-track MDM, and that is with Vladimir Mavrodiev here with us. Vladimir, it must be one of those scenarios out there where you're doing everything right. It's 3 podiums in 3 races, but it's not a championship lead, and you still have work out there to try and gather it back up. Another great result, but the field here in the GT3, AM standings is really, really strong.
Yeah, exactly. Hello. I mean, yeah, it was a very good race, mostly uneventful, and they're still faster, so it's really, really hard field. You're right.
Let's talk about it being maybe a bit more uneventful than other races. The first 2 rounds had a lot more cautions to it, was punchier. You had to know where you were, where your strategy was. This one a lot calmer after the lap 1 safety car that came out. Do you think that this has been good for the series, the sense that we've had one which has been a little bit calmer, and every driver and team knows they've had a race of 4 hours on just pure strategy?
Yeah, that's very good from everyone today. I think we're doing better, and we're taking lessons, I guess, from previous rounds, and nice clean race today. Congrats to the winners, and a big thank you to the organizers, I guess, for doing how they do. Thanks to you. I'm quite happy from these races, especially the front today.
Well, every reason to be happy with the result of second place, but let's just quickly talk about this BMW, because Daytona is one which, as a circuit, highlights weaknesses of cars pretty good, and the BMW traditionally doesn't do as well as the other manufacturers when you head over to the banks in Florida. Do you think that you're going to be on the back foot going into next week or in 3 weeks' time, or do you feel like there's something that you can still unlock yet here with the off-track racing BMW 373?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it's that slow there. We've been there previous seasons, and it's overall very good, stable car, and it's very robust, very tough for endurances. It's perfect. The Porsche might be, I guess, they say faster, but we rely on consistency, and I guess the BMW is the perfect car for us, I think.
Vladimir Mavrodiev then joining us from the off-track racing team. A wonderful result of second here for the second time this season. They have managed that. John Harris has wandered down the virtual paddock. He's with Tyler Watson, who finished third in your GTPs.
So indeed, Tyler, just want to ask for Sorrento, it was a little bit of a, I won't say a messy afternoon, but just a tricky afternoon trying to contend with the pace of others. Did it catch you off guard, and can you still be happy with this result?
Yeah, I think for the 33 team, I think we're very happy with this result after a very bad finish at Sebring and a DNF at Red America. I think P3 is definitely something we needed for us. Definitely, I think that puts us 5th in standings. I'm not quite too sure, but definitely helps us get up there. As for the other team, definitely unfortunate, especially points-wise, but just got to keep the head down and kind of put this race behind us for that team and just keep moving forward.
How important is it for the team to have at least one car finish the race psychologically?
I think morale-wise is definitely nice, especially since both our GT3s struggled today as well. I think definitely getting this P3 overall raised the morale a little bit. Would have been nice to have both cars finish in the GTP class, but not much you can do about it. So, you can't dwell on it. So, definitely gonna have to put the work in, and I think Daytona's be a strong track for us. So hopefully we can get in there and maybe shoot for a double podium.
Yeah, the Porsche is very strong around there. Do you think that had anything to do with the result today? We saw the car was a little bit skittish sometimes in a few places.
I think today a lot of our pace was setup wise. We've been struggling all week to find a setup that worked for us. We made a change before we gridded actually, which helped the rear a little bit more stability wise. I actually missed the race start, so we started 30 seconds back. So the game plan for the 33 car was kind of fuel saving. We were kind of waiting for a safety car that never came, so it kind of foiled what we were kind of planning. But I think P3 still overall great results. And I think if we can keep this up moving forward, we have a chance to maybe even try for a top 3 in the championship in the end, if we can get a good result.
Sounds like a plan. Do you have any inkling or idea of where the other teams are currently besting you, or where they're making the difference?
It's kind of hard to tell. It's a little bit everywhere, but I'm slowly closing that gap myself. Definitely just putting the time in for me. Overall, I think my pace was okay this week. I set a 1.7 on the last lap, but most of the race I was driving very conservative as we had a huge gap ahead and then a lap or 2 laps depending on the mono car behind us, so I just didn't want to take any big risks. And I think we kind of settled for P3 early on once we kind of realized where we were and that the safety car was never coming, so we kind of just focused on making sure we kept the mistakes low and just bringing it to the finish line.
So I guess from that, a more relaxing race than the opening 2, where there was quite a bit of chaos. What would you prefer at the end of the day for the last 2 events? A bit more chaotic or a bit more down to pure pace?
Personally, a little bit more chaotic. I like it when it's close, and I love Sebring. That was definitely a fun race, close battling. So was Road America, especially a couple 3 wide moments there. It was definitely fun. This race was definitely more on the boring side because you were sometimes you'd get to a point where you're just like, kind of autopiloting and just doing laps, and then you realize, oh wait, I'm still in a race, and then you kind of have to focus back in and try to kind of reel in a little bit more pace. But I think our position today was pretty tricky, just because of the fact that kind of everybody was a bit out of reach. So it was definitely on us to make sure we kept our heads down and just kept it clean to the end.
So still a lot of positivity. Well, thank you for your honest answers, let's say. I think definitely there's a scope to finish the racing and indeed the championship very strongly. So for Sorrento, I'm sure that you'll definitely be working hard. Thank you ever so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
And over to you, Jake.
Yeah, I find myself then with the R&R drivers, Robban and Rosti, who are here along with. Now, Rosti, I'm going to come to you first because in the first half of the race, you were right up there. It was looking like it was going to be a 3-car, potentially even a 4-car battle out there for the victory. What happened in the pit stops that brought your team back about 25 seconds?
Sadly, Ivo crossed the joining line at the pits, and that gave us 40 seconds time penalty. Otherwise, I felt the pace was good. We could have fought for the win. And yeah, that's it.
Well, that is a tough pill to swallow, but Robban, still a podium. You've been on the podium at every round so far this season in this category. That's got to be a big positive to take away from today.
Honestly, I don't like it at pit 3, but we must deal with the consequences of our own. So yeah, we served the penalty, and I also had like a minor incident at the fast corners. I spun the car. That also cost us like 15 seconds. But at the end, we still managed to bring it home, P3. And we're hoping for better result in the upcoming rounds.
We know that the car is certainly going to help in terms of where we sit, Rosti, at Daytona. We know the Porsche is a rocket ship in a straight line. So when it comes to that circuit, you've lost the championship lead by a point. Is that the perfect racetrack for you to stage your fight back?
Well, I think it's Daytona and as well Le Mans. The both high-speed tracks. So we're gonna try to trim the car as much as possible. So it's rocket ship, as I said, on the straight, and try to win it.
Perfect. Gentlemen, go enjoy and prepare up for 3 weeks' time. Roban Skelton and Rosti Koshev, they're joining us and giving a wonderful result then of racing. Unfortunately, third for them, but they'll look to try and bounce back soon. John, final thoughts as we bring this to a close here from Spa.
Well, I mean, I think we saw most of the race pace of all of the various different teams here, refreshing, as a lot of the drivers said, just so they can get an inkling as to what they need to improve on. Much cleaner race apart from the first safety car, so we had a lot of still tantalizing gaps, and I must say the battle for GT3 and indeed in LMP2 was always a question mark right up till the last 30 minutes. So great racing, endurance to a T, as they say.
Well, as the sun sets here in the Belgian Ardennes under the shadow of the statue of the Hannibal out there, Eddie Merckx, which is on the hills of Stavelot. This is a big race coming up in 3 weeks' time for those searching for perfection and a chance of a title. For those who are looking at trying to wrest back some control, they will know that it's the banks of Daytona they will have to challenge on next, and there will be opportunities abound. Perabit and Maniti remain the only two teams that are perfect so far this season, and they will look behind. They will know that it's a change in GT3 Pro AM, or GT3 AM, so to speak, as it is now Negative Delta who move into control there. But critically, at the top in your GTPs, it is simply put, you need a single track mind to go and win races, and twice in a row, it's mono.